Chapter 153. Chu Tian left the stage. Xiang, who was dejected as he walked over with a depressed look on his face. He had been eliminated in the first round. This fellow was a true rogue cultivator. He had been lucky enough to be accepted as an honorary disciple by Feng Yuntian, but he was only an honorary disciple in name. With Shen Fengho's personality, how could he be in the mood to personally teach him? He would just give him a bunch of elixirs and a few cultivation techniques, letting him practice it himself. Normally, he would do odd jobs in the valley, being no different from a servant. The participants were all at the second or triple awakened soul layer. Xiang, who was brought in by Feng Kai Dai to make up the numbers, so it was not strange for him to be eliminated in the first round. Chu Tian wanted to say a few words of comfort to Xiang Hu, but before he could say anything, he suddenly heard a piece of news. That mercenary named Lin Mu seems to be in trouble. He's going against Luo Jinsher in the first round. Chu Tian knit his brows. Was this fellow really that unlucky? At this moment, Lin Mu was standing on the second stage. His opponent was a large man with a strong body. Although he was only in his 20s, he had a thick beard that made him look like he was in his 30s. The large man did not carry any weapons and was wearing ordinary clothes. His two thick arms were exposed and there were red tattoos on them. He looked like a wild warrior from a tribe. The Black Tortoise lists first ranked Luo Jinsher. Below the central state, Luo family's dragon tiger young master Luo Shenglong. He was the most talented genius. Luo Qianshan's lion-like eyes stared at the mercenary Lin Mu in front of him. His eyes revealed a look of deep disdain. A dirty mercenary. You are not worthy of fighting me. I advise you to honestly do your job. The Central State trial is not something trash can enter. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Mu's cultivation was at the peak second awakened soul layer. Luo Jinsher had already reached the triple awakened soul realm. Luo Jinsher was one of the Luo family's most important heirs, so the family must have given him a lot of resources. This kind of person could not be ordinary. Even if they were at the same cultivation level, ordinary cultivators would not be his opponent. Lin Mu said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "The Yef family are also mercenaries. If you belittle mercenaries like this, aren't you pointing at the mulberry and scolding the locust?" As soon as he said that, the faces of the Ye family members did not look too good either. "You," Luo Jinsher's expression changed. "Your mouth is quite sharp, but I hate people like you the most. Today, I'll cripple your mouth so you can never speak again." Lin Mu revealed a grave expression. "I'd like to experience the Luo clan's ultimate technique." "You're seeking death. As you wish." Luo Jinsher's eyes widened as he roared. His spirit energy blossomed and turned into a giant golden lion. This giant lion's body was extremely large, and its entire body looked like it was forged from gold. It gave off a powerful and imposing aura that could shock anyone. Luo Jinsher. He lived up to his name. The source spirit was a golden lion. This was a very high-level demon beast. It could hunt down mammoths and tear apart dragons. It had boundless might and was very strong. With the support of the golden lion source spirit, Luo Jinsher's strength and speed increased by several times. Combined with the Luo family's close combat cultivation technique, he could be called a human grinder. So strong, truly worthy of being the Black Tortoise first rank. Compared to the Dragon Tiger young master, this person was only slightly inferior. Lin Mu knew how strong his opponent was, but this young mercenary was full of vigor. No matter how strong Luo Jinsher was, he was not someone that the four young masters could not fight. Since he was standing on the stage, how could he not fight? Lin Mu raised his arms high up, and a willow tree began to wildly grow, instantly growing to several meters tall. A green jade light covered the surroundings, and several thousand willow branches fluttered in the wind, just like the wild hair of a demon god. Oh, a plant-type source spirit. The four great figures were all surprised. This kind of rare source spirit could be strong or weak. They didn't know how strong this mercenary was. Die! Luo Jinshi charged forward like a rampaging rhinoceros. Would rush thrust. Lin Mu slapped the ground with his palm. Luo Jinshi felt spirit energy coming from the ground and a giant tree being pulled from the ground. He immediately dodged to the left and right like lightning. With his fast movement speed and perception, Luo Jinshi easily dodged the attack from the ground. At this moment, lock! Lin Mu's hands came together, and the countless willow branches were like the arms of a demon. They shot out like lightning and wrapped around Luo Jinshi's neck. Then they wrapped around his limbs, neck, waist, and other parts, keeping him in the air. Everyone was surprised. Lin Mu was using his source spirit to attack. The Void Soul Realm's source spirit was very weak and could only be used to support attacks. Lin Mu's source spirit was different. It could actually be used to attack. The Luo family's cultivation technique focused on close combat. In a normal situation, if one was thrown into the air, they would lose the ability to fight. Lin Mu loudly roared. A black aura was released, and his skin turned black. Everyone could see with a single glance that this was a very strong demonic art. Lin Mu shot forward. Several sharp willow branches followed him and attacked Luo Jinshi in the air at the same time. Pung, pung, pung. Those willow branches that were as sharp as spears were like rain that stabbed at Luo Jinshi's body. After experiencing a wild storm of attacks, Lin Mu's strength reached its peak. His right fist turned as black as ink as he punched at Luo Jinshi. Luo Jinshi's protective spirit energy had already been weakened. If it hit Luo Jinshi, this fist would be enough to heavily injure him. You only have this little bit of skill. Luo Jinshi's golden lion source spirit gave an angry roar, and a wave of spirit energy spread out, shattering the willow branches around him. Since you've seen the Luo family's cultivation technique, I'll let you see the might of my Luo family's lion-tiger duo. His right hand formed a claw that created a fierce claw wind. The claw wind gathered into the shape of a lion's head that bit through the willow tree. At the same time, it tore apart Lin Mu's demonic art and left a large wound on Lin Mu's body, as if he had been bitten by a lion. Die! Luo Jinshi sent out another punch. The spirit energy turned into a giant tiger that leapt out. Just like a tiger leaping over a mountain, it fell down on Lin Mu's body. It directly pressed Lin Mu into the ground, firmly pressing him into the ground. It dragged him from the center of the stage to the edge of the stage, leaving behind a deep dent. During this process, Lin Mu's bones began to crack, breaking at least 10 bones. The giant tiger formed from spirit energy roared and exploded. Lin Mu suffered another heavy injury. The armor on his body shattered, and he flew off the stage like a kite with its string cut. Luo Jinshi did not show any mercy at all. He was completely intent on killing him. He was just a young mercenary with no background and no strength. So what if he was killed? What was the big deal? Who would have thought that after Lin Mu fell to the ground, he would take the initiative to stand up and release his willow tree source spirit again? Moreover, during this process, his legs began to change. They were like tree roots that pierced through the ground, deeply digging into the soil. A green energy began to wash over his body. Ka, 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 ka. His broken bones began to return to normal. In the blink of an eye, more than half of his heavy injuries had recovered. The source spirit willow tree quickly withered. It was clear that it had suffered heavy injuries, but it was still slowly recovering. Feng Yuntian was a little surprised seeing this. This young man's source spirit's greatest use is to transfer injuries. The willow tree source spirit could absorb the injuries on Lin Mu's body. This was really rare. Yun Tianhe pondered for a few seconds before saying, I'm afraid it's not just that. His body has been partially elemental, so there should be a special bloodline in his body. His ancestors should be from the elves. This young man's potential is not small. Chu Tian could also see this. Lin Mu's bloodline was a little special. He could temporarily elemental his body. This should be an ability of the ancient races. He was a descendant of an ancient race. Although his bloodline had been diluted for a long time and was very thin, it still had a good potential. Lin Mu did not have this kind of ability in the Black Wind stronghold. It was clear that he had gradually awakened after that battle. This Brett really did have a bit of potential. No wonder he had such a high cultivation base at such a young age, without any background. He was someone worth roping in and training. Although Lin Mu still had battle strength, he had been knocked off the stage. According to the rules of the Great Games, he had already been eliminated. Lin Mu was clear in his heart that there was still a large gap between his current strength and Luo Jinshi's. The first round of the competition quickly ended. In Chu Tian's group, Xiang Hu and Lin Mu were eliminated and the others smoothly entered the next round. The second round began. Chu Tian met a top 5 ranked White Tiger ranking opponent who was only in the second awakened soul layer. He did not place this kind of person in his eyes at all. He did not even draw his sword and easily won. Fifth stage, Fang Han against Yi Hen. When Chu Tian heard this news, he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat for his 2 mercenary brothers. It was fine if Lin Mu met the Black Tortoise rankings, first ranked Luo Jinshi. Fang Han was not spared either. He had already met the White Tiger rankings, first ranked Yi Hen. Yi Hen and Luo Jinshi were equally famous. In terms of strength, he was not inferior at all. Fang Han and Lin Mu were very similar. They both had a rare ice attributed source spirit and cultivated a very strong demonic cultivation technique. Fang Han could even turn his body into ice for a short period of time. This was a characteristic of the ancient race's bloodline. Yi Hen's source spirit was even more extraordinary. From the start of the battle, he had summoned a transparent demon wolf source spirit, only revealing a pair of eyes. Those eyes were covered in gray ripples, and when they stared at the demon wolf source spirit, everyone felt their minds blur, as if they were being hypnotized. Illusory pupil demon wolf, a very dangerous demon beast. This kind of demon beast's battle strength was not strong, but it could directly attack one's soul. It was strange and unpredictable, making it hard to defend against. Yi Hen was a rare spiritual attributed source spirit in the younger generation of Central State, which meant that he could use spiritual attacks, invisible and formless, killing people without a trace. You couldn't directly look into his eyes. Fang Han knew how terrifying Yi Hen was. Compared to Yi Hen, he would rather fight Luo Jinshi. At least if he fought Luo Jinshi, he would be able to fight to his heart's content. But if he fought Lin Hen, his life and death would be decided in an instant. The ice giant source spirit was released. Several blurry ice mirrors surrounded him. Fang Han used the mirrors to lock onto Lin Hen's figure. Since he couldn't directly look into Lin Hen's eyes, why not use the mirrors to capture his figure? Yi Hen's battle strength was not strong, but as long as he wasn't affected by the spiritual illusion technique, he could still fight. It had to be said, whether it was Lin Mu or Fang Han, both of them had a clear mind and were talented people in battle. However, both of them had made the same mistake. They had underestimated their opponents too much. Monster wolf transformation. Transform into my body. Yi Hen's demon wolf source, spirit, turned into a shadow that merged with Yi Hen's body. Man and wolf as one, spirit and body as one. This was the Ye family's inherited cultivation technique, monster wolf transformation. This cultivation technique could only be used with a wolf source spirit. Back in South Sky City, Yi Tianling had also used this move to merge with the wolf spirit. After Yi Hen used the monster wolf transformation, his body gradually became transparent. Fang Han's ice mirrors could not find any traces of him. This made Fang Han's expression change. Several black claws came slashing down. The ice mirrors were all shattered. Yi Hen passed through the ice mirrors, and a pair of eyes filled with ripples stared at Fong Han. This is bad. The moment Fong Han met the other side's eyes, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Hen took this chance to punch Fong Han, and the thick ice armor shattered. Fong Han had been heavily injured and had fainted after falling off the stage. Fong Han. Lin Mu quickly went over to support him. Chu Tian also came over and helped him take his pulse. His brows slightly knit as he said, "You don't need to worry about your physical injuries, but your mental injuries are not light." What happened? The moment Yi Hen looked at him, he fell into Yi Hen's illusion technique. It seems like a short moment to us, but in the illusion, it has already been over an hour. In other words, Yi Hen has been torturing Fong Han for over an hour in the illusion. If it wasn't for his firm consciousness, he would have become a madman even if he didn't die. So fierce. Yi Hen looked down at the stage, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He turned around and left. Yi Hen, Luo Jinshi. One was a spiritual attack genius. The other was a close combat genius. Not only did the two of them have a triple awakened soul strength, their talent and cultivation techniques were also top-notch. They were very strong, and normal people could not resist them. Central State Academy had a Chu Wufeng. This person had not revealed his true strength yet, but it was said that he was stronger than the two of them. This match was filled with experts like clouds, and no one had the confidence to win. Chapter 154. Xiang Hu, Lin Mu, and Fong Han were all eliminated. Only Chu Tian, Feng Kaidai, and Feng Qingyan were left. At this time, it was Chu Tian's turn to fight. Third stage, Yun Xiao against Lu Ren. What? Yun Xiao? Chu Tian was instantly speechless. Yun Xiao's eyes turned white, and he almost fainted from anger. Damn, even drinking water would get stuck between his teeth. Of all the people he could have met, he had to meet this young master. Yun Xiao did not even think as he raised his hand. "I admit defeat." The surrounding audience went into an uproar. What was he doing? Yun Xiao was still one of the most popular people in the Great Games. He had just made a name for himself, and when he used the 3 Thunderblades, even the triple awakened soul might not be able to block it. The result was good. This fellow didn't even fight before admitting defeat. Bastard! You coward! I bet money that you could enter the ranking competition. Everyone was cursing at him. Yun Xiao gave a disdainful snort. What do you idiots know? Yun Tianhe shook his head when he saw this and did not blame him. Yun Xiao followed Chu Tian off the stage. "Boss, I didn't hesitate to face the 1,000-finger finger to help you hide my strength. My body and mind have been seriously injured, so you have to compensate me for my mental damage." "You still have mental damage?" Chu Tian gave a pay sound. "Are you afraid of being scolded with this kind of face?" "How could you say this? I have my dignity too. Okay." Yun Xiao did not even have time to speak before an eye-catching voice rang out. First stage, Feng Kaidai against Nan Gongyan. Feng Kaidai against Nan Gongyan? Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. Elder sister's match. "We have to go see it. Boss, let's go." Feng Kaidai and Nan Gongyan. The two of them were shockingly similar. They were both in the peak second awakened soul layer and were both country-destroying beauties. Moreover, they were both around 19 years old, so this match was bound to attract the attention of countless people. Feng Kaidai had been treated as trash by the people of Central State City for a long time. But not long ago, Feng Katie's blocked meridians had suddenly improved. Her cultivation had soared, and she had stepped into the second awakened soul layer. His father is Shen Feng Ho Feng Yun Tian. Everyone in Central State City knew that Feng Yun Tian treated his daughter like a treasure. Back then, even though he knew that Feng Kaidai had terminated meridians, he still didn't hesitate to use large amounts of elixirs on her. He didn't even hesitate to harm his own cultivation to increase Feng Katie's cultivation. In terms of passing down cultivation methods, he was even more dedicated. After Foam Katie's physique was healed, she immediately awakened her blue Luan source spirit. She had been practicing all kinds of top-grade cultivation techniques for more than 10 years, so her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In yesterday's qualifiers, she had shined brightly, sweeping away countless participants. Although she had not reached triple awakened soul, she had the ability to fight against Luo Jinshi and the other experts. Therefore, Foam Kai Dai was also a contestant with great potential. People didn't know much about Nangong Yin. They only knew that she was the top ranker of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard and was the strongest new student in the history of Central State Academy. She had once stood still and blocked Yun Zhao's Thunder 3 Blades. Just this strength alone was enough to make people unable to look down on her. The most eye-catching thing was Nangong Yen's source spirit was the Fire Phoenix, which was worthy of being called a god-level source spirit. In terms of source spirit strength, Nangong Yin was stronger than anyone else in Central State City. She also came from one of the 3 great families of the kingdom, the Nangong family. The cultivation technique she practiced, Burning the Heaven Art, was one of the strongest cultivation techniques in southern Xia. Because of this, no one dared to look down on Nangong Yin. This was a fight that people were looking forward to. The two of them jumped onto the stage. Nangong Yin was wearing a red robe with shorts and a short shirt. She was wearing a bold and sexy outfit, revealing a pair of jade-like long legs. Her arms were slender and white, just like a pure white lotus root. Her chest was high up, but it couldn't compare to the young miss, but it was full and firm, with a deep gap visible. Her beautiful fiery red hair was tied into a ponytail, with a few strands of hair floating around her cheeks. Her whole body gave people the feeling of a raging flame, beautiful and filled with wildness. Foam Kai Dai was wearing a luxurious palace robe. Her body was tightly wrapped. The entire robe was woven from jade, making her look as noble and beautiful as a princess. Her long, pitch-black hair was like a waterfall that draped over her shoulders, almost reaching her waist. However, it was neat and tidy without a trace of disorder. Her beautiful face carried a smile that was neither cold nor hot, gentle and calm. She was a high and mighty, yet amiable and approachable princess. Too beautiful. This was definitely a visual impact. 2 peak beauties and 2 peak experts. Foam Kai Dai knew how strong Nangong Yin was, so she did not dare to be careless. Her right hand gently pressed against her waist, and a clear, light, shining treasure sword was slowly pulled out. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the originally calm and tranquil stage was suddenly blown up by a series of rapid gales. Famed sword, Divine Wind. Is this Shin Fengho's Divine Wind sword? This is a peak-level top-quality soul weapon. It's already half a step into spirit linking. The 4 great families and the mayor's dean were all shocked. This was the sword that Shin Fengho and Feng Yuntian used when they were young. It had a great reputation in southern Xia, having killed several spirit beast chiefs. Shen Fengho had even given his own sword to his daughter. Chu Tian stared at the Divine Wind sword, and his heart was secretly shocked. In terms of quality, the Netherworld sword was a soul-contracting weapon. It was a bit higher than the Divine Wind sword. However, the Netherworld sword had been sealed for too long, so it was very weak. Even after absorbing the elemental energy, it was still far from being restored to its peak, so it did not have its original might. This Divine Wind sword's might was not inferior to the current Netherworld sword. When Foam Kai Dai was still in the body refinement realm, she only had a high-grade spirit weapon, the Autumn Water sword. It wasn't that Shin Fengho did not want to give her a better weapon, but with Foam Katie's strength at that time, even if she had a better weapon, she would not be able to display its full power. Now that he had given her the top-grade Divine Wind sword, it was clear that he had high hopes for Foam Kai Dai. Shin Fengho hoped that his daughter would inherit his legacy. Damn, this girl is clearly being shameless. Yun Xiao couldn't help shouting. What kind of skill is this treasure sword? If you have the guts, then fight our elder sister fairly. Stupid. Chu Tian directly knocked Yun Zhao's head. Equipment is a part of strength. If you say it like this, then if I use the netherworld sword to fight you, wouldn't that be taking advantage of you? Feng Kai Dai held the shining treasure sword in her hand and respectfully cupped her fists at Nan Gongyin. Young Miss Nan Gong, please. Nan Gongyin curled her lips and said with a face filled with mischief, It's better if you go first. I'm afraid of being too heavy-handed and injuring Xin Fengho's precious daughter. Feng Kai Dai had a good temper and revealed a faint smile. She was not angry at all. Then I'll go first. Young Miss Nangong, be careful. A clear cry rang out. The 9 heavens shook. The blue wand appeared and wild winds rose. The great competition was covered in a strong pressure. The blue wand was a wind attributed sacred beast. So Feng Katie's attribute was wind. This was clearly inherited from Xin Fengho. Because it was a bird-type source spirit, it gave Feng Kai Dai the ability to fly. Her body gently jumped up and immediately soared into the sky, merging with the blue wand. The divine wind sword danced a few times. The blue sword glow continued to interweave, condensing together like a storm. The sword cry rang out, looking very beautiful and shocking. This is the wind and cloud sword song. It's Shan Fengho's unique skill. The Chu family all use swords. When they saw this strange sword art, they couldn't help holding their breaths. Even Chu Xinghe knit his brows. This sword art was clearly special. Flashy but impractical. Nan Gongyin was not panicked at all. She was filled with confidence. When she saw that Feng Kai Dai had finished preparing, she finally made her move. Fire-red spirit energy soared into the sky. It was like a burst of flames. With a clear phoenix cry, the fire-red spirit energy filled the air. Most of the stage was covered in a red glow. Even the clouds were dyed red. Such terrifying spirit energy. Nan Gongyan's spirit energy is at least 3 times denser than a normal person's. This is the strong amplification effect of the fire phoenix's spirit. The 4 great families all had serious expressions. Feng Yuntian also revealed an interested expression. Feng Katie's cultivation was around the same as Nan Gongyan's, but in terms of spirit, energy, quantity, and density, Feng Kai Dai was inferior to Nan Gongyi. After all, the blue wand could not compare to the fire phoenix. The blue wand's spirit energy amplification effect was not large. The blue wand released a blue glow, instantly dissipating over half a year. The ancient divine beast's pressure followed. Even a sacred beast like the blue wand, facing the fire phoenix, couldn't help paling. Feng Katie's blue wand source spirit was not inferior to Chu Xinghe's golden flood dragon sword. The fire phoenix source spirit was a level higher. Although a source spirit did not represent one's strength, a source spirit had a direct influence on one's strength. Since Nan Gongyin had such a strong source spirit, even if she was lacking in other aspects, she still wouldn't be weak. A blue wand and a fire phoenix, each standing in the air facing each other. Feng Kai Dai had taken the initiative. She had already formed a strong momentum. She also had a top-quality soul weapon, so she still had the advantage. Take a punch from me first. Nan Gongyan's red hair fluttered in the wind. Her right fist sent out a fierce fist wind that was like a giant hammer. It fiercely slammed into Feng Katie's surroundings, instantly dispersing a small part of the spirit energy Feng Kai Dai had gathered. The entire stage began to shake. Feng Katie's body trembled. She had indeed underestimated Nan Gongyan's destructive power. If Nan Gongyan closed in on her, Feng Kai Dai would not have any chance of winning. 9 heavens, wind god, lend me your astral winds. The might of the heavens, lead with my sword. The divine wind sword led. The cyan spirit energy turned into dozens of sword chi. The dozens of cyan sword chi did not disperse. They were like dozens of glowing cyan curved blades that revolved around Foam Katie's body. They were currently revolving at a high speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, letting out a sharp cry. Was this the legendary wind and cloud sword song? Even the Chu family, who considered themselves to be a sword cultivator family, were shocked. They had never seen this kind of sword art before. It was actually able to produce dozens of sword chi at the same time. Furthermore, the sword chi was condensed and did not disperse. They revolved around one's body, and when it was time to kill the enemy, they would be released in one breath. It could defend one's body and also kill the enemy. This was truly an exquisite sword art. Feng Kai Dai had underestimated Nan Gongyin, but Nan Gongyin was too careless. She should not have let Feng Kai Dai make the first move. This wind and cloud sword song was already very powerful. Moreover, Feng Kai Dai was borrowing the power of the divine wind sword to release sword chi. Would Nan Gongyin be able to withstand such an overwhelming attack? Everyone was sweating for Nan Gongyin. Nan Gongyin's eyes were filled with determination. She did not slow down at all. Like an arrow, she charged straight into Foam Katie's sword chi. A layer of crystal, like starlight, condensed around her body. She savagely slammed into the sword chi. The crystal, like starlight, began to crack, but it could not break through her defense. Isn't this Brother Lu's defensive cultivation technique? Foam Kai Dai found that the defensive cultivation technique Nan Gongyin used was the same as Lu Ren's. This Nan Gongyin and Lu Ren must have some relationship. Otherwise, how could they practice the same cultivation technique? This defensive cultivation technique was too strong. Lu Ren could kill an awakened soul cultivator with his 9th body refinement layer cultivation. It was all because of the strong defensive cultivation technique. Foam Kai Dai was worried that the wind and cloud sword song was too strong and would accidentally harm Nan Gongyin's life. But now she no longer had this worry. Go all out. The blue sword chi crisscrossed. It was like a storm as it charged forward. Nan Gongyin's wild spirit energy surged forward. Like a raging flame, it suddenly surrounded her body. Heaven burning fist! The two wild energies collided in the air. Nan Gongyin used her fist to shatter most of the sword chi. Everyone was stunned seeing this. This girl was too violent. She actually used her flesh and blood body to block the divine wind sword chi. This brute force made people's hairs stand on end. If a triple awakened soul cultivator was hit by this, they would not be able to stand up. Only, there was too much sword chi. The angle of attack was different. Nan Gongyin shattered apart, but the rest still fell on Nan Gongyin's body, making Nan Gongyin's flying speed decrease. There were more and more cracks on the Starlight immortal body, and the Starlight's repair speed could not keep up with the damage. Foam Kai Dai was very cunning. She kept retreating while fighting. Wind-attributed cultivators were very fast. It was not easy for Nan Gongyin to catch up to her, not to mention that the wind and cloud sword song was continuously attacking her and her speed was decreasing. Everyone could see it. Nan Gongyin was good at both offense and defense, and she was very violent. Once they fought in close combat, Foam Kai Dai would not be able to last more than a few rounds. Foam, Katie's advantage was her speed. With the powerful divine wind sword and the powerful sword art, she could make up for the difference in attack power. Now it seemed like Foam Katie's speed was a lot faster than Nan Gongyin's, and adding in the wind and cloud sword song. S advantage was its continuous suppression. With the limited space on the stage, no matter where Nan Gongyin was, she would always be in Foam Katie's attack range. She would not have a chance to catch her breath. It was impossible for Nan Gongyin to catch up to Foam Kai Dai under this pressure. Foam Katie's strategy was very clear. She was kiting her opponent. Nan Gongyin had a wild strength, but she could not use it. She was completely suppressed. The Starlight immortal body is about to break. Chu Tian knit his brows and said, Nan Gong Yun will lose. Ah, then what do we do? Yun Xiao anxiously scratched his head. There was no need to doubt Chu Tian's eyes, and now even Chu Tian felt that Nan Gong Yun would lose. This fierce elder sister was most likely done for. Feng Qingyan gave a snort. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The people from the 4 great families were all whispering to each other. Feng Katie's potential was very strong, and before long, the Central State 4 Young Masters would become the Central State 5 Young Masters. The mayor revealed a strange expression and said to Feng Yuntian with a smile, Elder brother, Katie's progress is very gratifying. Only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. Feng Yuntian's face was also filled with a smile. This was all because of that brat's efforts. Now everyone thought that Nan Gongyun's defeat was only a matter of time. Nan Gongyun was also very annoyed. Damn, he never thought that this stinky girl would be so hard to deal with. If he knew this earlier, he would have charged forward and punched her in the face. Now she was running as fast as a ghost. Could he catch her? If it was in the natural environment, Nan Gongyun would have retreated from her attack range and repaired the Starlight immortal body. Then he would have chased after her and used his spirit energy to exhaust his opponent. But the arena space was very limited and the Wind Source Spirit's attack range was very far, so there was no place to hide. He was still in Feng Katie's attack range and could be said to be under intense attacks every second. The Starlight immortal body's repair speed could not keep up with the damage. Was she really going to lose? The boss was watching from below. If she lost, she would lose too much face. Nan Gongyun was a very competitive person. She had arrogantly said that she would beat the boss, but if she lost in the competition, she would be too unwilling and too useless. But against Feng Kai-dai, there was nothing she could do. No, she wasn't at the end of the line. There was one move that she couldn't use, although she had not truly grasped it yet. Chapter 155. Nan Gongyun was completely suppressed by the wind and cloud sword song, so everyone thought that Feng Kai-dai would be the winner. Nan Gongyun was not willing to admit defeat. It was not time to lose yet. When she left South Sky City for Central State City, Chu Tian had given her a cultivation technique, the Great Nirvana Scripture. At that time, Nan Gongyun thought that this Great Nirvana Scripture was a powerful cultivation technique like the Starlight immortal body. When Nan Gongyun calmed her heart and carefully studied the Great Nirvana Scripture, she found that she was wrong. This Great Nirvana Scripture was an ancient cultivation technique. It was even stronger than the Starlight immortal body, but it was also 10 times more complicated than the Starlight immortal body. The materials needed to cultivate it were unheard of. It was a cultivation technique that could not be learned quickly. When Chu Tian gave her the Great Nirvana Scripture, he did not expect Nan Gongyun to learn it. Chu Tian did not bring back many top-level cultivation techniques from the future, like the Starlight immortal body. It seemed very powerful, but in Chu Tian's eyes it was just a body-tempering cultivation technique. It was only suitable for the early to mid-stages, but a cultivation technique like the Great Nirvana Scripture could be practiced continuously. Chu Tian had several of these cultivation techniques in his hands, but because it was too hard to practice, the requirements were too high, and the materials needed were too hard to find, it was basically impossible to practice at this stage. The reason why Chu Tian gave the Great Nirvana Scripture to Nan Gongyun was because he hoped that Nan Gongyun could understand this profound cultivation technique as soon as possible. It would help her practice the burning the heaven art of the Nangong family. Nan Gongyun gave a loud roar and punched out, shattering several sword chi. Feng Katie's divine wind sword moved. 7-8 sword chi intertwined, trapping Nan Gongyun in a cage. Then this cage contracted and under the fierce pressure. Pum! Like glass shattering, the Starlight immortal body's light exploded, turning into countless specks of light. Broken! It was finally broken. This strong defensive cultivation technique had finally been broken by Feng Kai-dai. Feng Katie's attack frequency was too high. It was basically a continuous attack. Even with the Starlight Immortal Body's defense, it couldn't block it. From this moment on, the outcome was already decided. Feng Kai-dai had used up 60 to 70% of her spirit energy, while Nan Gongyin had only used up less than 30%. Feng Kai-dai had used up even more spirit energy in exchange for an excellent opportunity to win. Stop fighting. You'll get hurt. Feng Kai-dai knew that Nan Gongyi was related to Lu Rin, and now that her defense had been broken, Feng Kai-dai did not want to hurt Nan Gongyi. Cut it out. I won't surrender. How could Nan Gongyin admit defeat? She condensed an enormous amount of elemental energy and prepared to launch an all-out counterattack. Feng Kai-dai had no other choice seeing this, because she could not afford to hesitate at all. Otherwise, if Nan Gongyin used the Starlight Immortal Body again, her remaining spirit energy would not be enough to fight another battle of attrition. He waved the divine wind sword. The sword chi wandering around his body were like soldiers who had received orders. All of them began to move, at the same time enveloping Nan Gongyin. Even if Nan Gongyen's strength was strong, it was impossible for her to destroy all the sword chi attacks at once. Victory or defeat would be decided in an instant. At this critical moment, Nan Gongyin suddenly gave a delicate shout. The entire phantom fire phoenix was like a ball of gasoline that had met a flame. It began to burn. The flame was actually a golden red, filled with a holy aura. What is going on? Shin Fengho, the mayor, the 4 family heads, and the others all stood up in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. This was not the Nangong family's burning the heaven art. Nan Gongyin could no longer be seen, but a golden fire phoenix appeared in the air. The blue sword chi fell onto the fire phoenix, but not only did it not destroy the fire phoenix, it actually strengthened the fire phoenix. The wind helped the fire grow. The fire phoenix let out a long cry and charged at Feng Kai-dai at a speed several times faster than before. Feng Kai-dai was completely stunned facing this burning energy. She never would have thought that Nan Gongyin, who was already at the end of her tether, would actually release such a strong counterattack. Nan Gongyen's burning figure rushed out from the fire phoenix and punched at Feng Kai-dai. The fist did not even reach her. The berserk energy directly tore apart her protective spirit energy. Feng Kai-dai gave a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood, falling out of the stage. Lost. In the end, Feng Kai-dai still lost. Nan Gongyin slowly landed on the ground, standing in the center of the stage. Her face was as white as paper. That attack had used up too much of her strength, making her unable to stand stably. Feng Kai-dai slowly stood up. Her clothes were already burnt, making her look very miserable. But she knew that Nan Gongyin had shown mercy at the end, so she did not suffer any injuries. She picked up the divine wind sword and sheathed it at her waist. She cupped her hands towards Nan Gongyin. Young Miss Nangong's skill is higher. Kai-dai admits defeat. Consider yourself lucky. Nan Gongyin had an ungrateful look. This old lady doesn't have enough spirit energy. Otherwise, with this punch, you wouldn't be able to get out of bed for half a year. This fellow really liked to show off. The mayor gave a sigh. It's a pity, it's a pity. Kai-dai was too careless. Otherwise, with her strength, she could have easily won the championship. Ha ha ha, loss is a loss. Kai-dai really can't beat the Nangong family's little girl. Shan Fengho gave 2 generous laughs. As for winning the championship, is that even possible? Even if she doesn't lose to the Nangong family's little girl, she still isn't your son's opponent. It's all the same, it's all the same. The mayor's eyes flashed a few times, but he smiled without saying a word. This competition was actually something he had deliberately arranged. The champion would not be Luo Jinshi, Yi Hen, Chu Wufeng, or even Nan Gongyin. It would be a person that no one could think of. Boss, how is it? I'm very strong, right? Nan Gongyin jumped off the stage, her face filled with excitement as she walked in front of Chu Tian. I feel like defeating you right now is an easy matter. Boss, don't blame me for not giving you face. I'll go easy on you. Chu Tian looked at her with disdain. You accidentally touched the surface of the great Nirvana scripture and coincidentally combined it with the Nangong family's burning the heavens art. Being able to use it was pure luck. Yet you dare say you can beat me with just this little bit of skill? Nan Gongyin snorted and said, We'll know once we try it in the finals. This was truly a wonderful battle. However, after Feng Kai Dai and Nan Gongyun's battle ended, there was no other good battle. The 6 stages all had their own champions. The 6 of them were Chu Wufeng, Luo Jinshi, Yi Hen, Nan Gongyun, Lu Ren, and Feng Qingyan. There was no need to doubt the strength of the first 4. As for Feng Qingyan and Chu Tian, they did not have a single good battle. Chu Tian did not even take out his sword as he fought his way to the end. Feng Qingyan had also easily defeated all of his opponents, making it hard for people to see his depths. The first place would be decided among these 6 people. The qualifiers are over. The qualifiers will begin. We ask the top 6 to step onto the main stage. Under everyone's gazes, the 6 champions walked onto the main stage and began the most important qualifiers. According to the rules of the Great Games, the top 6 would have the qualifications to enter the Central State Trial. These 6 people were not necessarily the top 6 of the Great Games. The Great Games would be divided into the qualifiers, ranking, and challenge rounds. The qualifiers had already ended and the 6 champions had been chosen. Next was the ranking round. The 6 people would first have a large battle, and the judges would rank them according to their performance. Once the rankings were out, it would be time for the challenge rounds. If anyone else was not satisfied with the rankings, they could challenge anyone. As long as they could defeat anyone, they would be able to enter the top 6. It had always been 2 people fighting. It was finally time for the strongest battle. The ranking round was a 6-person battle. Anyone who was knocked off the stage or beaten until they could no longer fight would be eliminated. They would then be ranked according to their performance. On the stage, the 6 people were already in position. Chu Wufeng was a skinny youth. He wore the uniform of the Chu clan and carried a sword on his back. His appearance was rather mediocre, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, like a sharp sword that revealed its brilliance. Luo Jinshi was tall and sturdy with a rough face, just like a lion. He stood on the stage, and a dignified aura filled the air, just like a lion standing on the prairie. Yi Hen had a medium build, and his aura was restrained. His eyes were cold, giving off a sinister and strange feeling. He was just like a dangerous and deadly demon wolf hiding in the depths of the forest. The 3 of them appeared on stage. Everyone was stunned. These 3 were the most popular super geniuses in Central State Academy. Almost 80 to 90% of the people thought that the champion of the Great Games would be one of these 3. Of the other 3, Nan Gongyin was the most eye-catching. Only after Feng Katie's intense battle, it was unknown if Nan Gongyin had fully recovered. As for Feng Qingyan and Lu Ren, everyone shook their heads. Feng Qingyan was surnamed Feng, so he should be like Feng Kai Dai, a member of the Central State City Feng family. Only Feng Qingyan was an unknown person, so he did not seem like a strong person. That fellow named Lu Ren, this name meant that he was destined to be a passerby. Although he had a bit of skill, his performance was average. Being able to enter the final stage was probably just pure luck. Even if Feng Qingyan was not famous, he still had an illustrious family background. Lu Ren was just a rogue cultivator, so what kind of skill could he have? The only thing that confused everyone was, why did Yin Xiao, who had a lot of potential, take the initiative to surrender to Lu Ren? But no matter what, no one thought highly of this person. The Great Games had not yet begun. The 6 of them began to look at each other. Chu Wufeng coldly looked at Chu Tian. You have a lot of potential. You shouldn't have offended the Chu family. I'll give you one last chance. Give up on the competition and rely on the Chu family. You'll work for the Chu family, and I'll ask the family head for leniency for you, allowing you to live. The Chu family has enough people. They won't care about one more servant." At this time, Luo Jinshi suddenly said, "How about you rely on the Luo family? I'll personally guide you in your cultivation. What do you think?" Yi Hen gave a cold snort, and an invisible spiritual fluctuation was released. "Other than working for the Ye family, you have no other choice. Otherwise, I will not let you leave this stage alive." Normal people did not know who Chu Tian was. The people from these large families had already investigated him. Although they did not know Chu Tian's true identity, he had blocked Chu Xinghe's sword and did not die, so this matter was very easy to investigate. There were even people who knew that he had a relationship with Qilin Hall. This person was worth roping in. Ha 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 ha. Nan Gongyin couldn't help laughing. "You really are popular. You make me feel jealous. There's no other way. For an outstanding and handsome person like me, I can't hide it no matter how hard I try." Chu Tian was still talking cheerfully. The three young masters were all enraged. This damn fellow, he actually did not place the words of the three of them in his eyes. At this time, dang! A loud and long bell suddenly echoed in the sky. The finals had officially begun. Chapter 156. The finals began. Chu Wufeng, Luo Jinshi, and Yi Hen. The three super geniuses all placed their attention on Chu Tian. This unknown youth not only dared to provoke the entire Chu family, he didn't even give the three of them any face. Such an arrogant rogue, cultivator. How could they tolerate him? "Let's kill this hindrance first." Chu Wufeng first proposed. "Then we'll compare who's better and who's worse." Luo Jinshi said, "That's exactly what I want." Yi Hen coldly said, "A trivial rogue cultivator dares to look down on the three great families? Pay the price for your stupidity today. There are always some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. According to your thoughts, if you invite me to be a servant in your family, should I be overwhelmed by this favor and cry tears of gratitude?" Chu Tian revealed a helpless expression. "Your brain circuits are really different from the others. It would be easy for any one of us to kill you. We'll let you keep your life and let you be a dog in the family. This is also a great gift to you." Luo Jinshi loudly roared, "Don't waste time. Since you don't want face, kill him." When the three of them were about to make a move, ha 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 ha. At this time a wild laugh rang out. Other than Chu Tian, the youngest youth on the stage, slowly walked out. Yi Hen coldly said, "Do you think this is funny? I just don't understand, you three pieces of trash. What qualifications do you have to be this wild?" In front of countless surprised gazes, Feng Qingyan proudly walked to the center of the stage. In front of everyone, he said a shocking sentence. "You think you're invincible in Central State City with just this little bit of skill? You're just a few frogs in a well." At this moment, Feng Qingyan seemed like a different person. His eyes were filled with rebelliousness, and his body was filled with a demonic arrogance. His blue robe moved without any wind, and if one looked carefully, they would find that there are countless small tornadoes forming around Feng Qingyan. Luo Jinshi angrily said, "What did you say?" Feng Qingyan slowly floated up, and an invisible strength supported his body. "I said, you're all pieces of trash that only know how to bark like dogs." The faces of the three geniuses became incomparably ugly. The faces of the people from the three great clans also became very gloomy. Apart from the four great young masters, who else would look down on them? They were the super geniuses of the Middle States' younger generation, second only to the four young masters. Now, a fellow whom they had never even heard of actually dared to spout such arrogant words and viewed them as trash. How could they tolerate such an insult? Nan Gongyin was also surprised. The aura released by Feng Qingyan was becoming stronger and stronger, making it hard for her to see through him. Although this fellow was extremely arrogant, there was one thing that could not be denied. He was much stronger than she had imagined. Feng Kaidai sighed. He seemed to be helpless as well. Listening to these 3 pieces of trash barking is really too noisy. I've had enough. Feng Qingyan gave a wild laugh. Don't waste time. This young master will give you a chance. The 3 of you can come at me together. Everyone was shocked. He was arrogant enough to humiliate the 3 geniuses for no reason, and he was even arrogant enough to challenge all 3 geniuses at the same time. She was the person with the highest hopes of becoming the champion in this competition. The Chu family, the Luo family, and the Ye family all had dark expressions on their faces. Feng Qingyan was the mayor's son and daring to act so arrogantly on the stage. He must have obtained the mayor's permission or even the mayor's permission. No wonder the principal had given out the quota. This was prepared for their Feng family. Feng Kaidai had been defeated by Nan Gongyin, so Feng Qingyan could at least obtain a quota. What no one could have imagined was that the Feng family was not satisfied with obtaining a quota. They even wanted their own secret genius to step over the geniuses of the other 3 families. Mayor Feng Yunlong was very satisfied with this result. His son should be like this. The people of Central State only knew of the 4 young masters. But the Feng family was the most powerful family, but they could not send out a single person to compete with the 4 young masters. Where would the mayor put his face? Feng Qingyan's powerful appearance was to step over the geniuses of the other 3 families. After this battle, everyone would understand that the Feng family had a genius that was not inferior to the 4 young masters, or even surpassed the 4 young masters. This was Feng Yunlong's son. Shameless boasting. The 3 geniuses could not take it anymore. Chu Wufeng took the initiative to attack. With a kung sound, his treasured sword flew into the sky. A vast and sharp sword aura filled the air. Chu Wufeng held the glowing treasured sword in the air, and his spirit energy condensed into a purple sword source spirit. That surging energy flowed into the treasured sword like a river. Soul sword secret art. Heaven-cutting art. A terrifying sword aura that seemed like it could split the heavens and earth was condensed to its peak in a short period of time. Soul, sword, and person. The 3 seemed to fuse into one. You dare boast shamelessly. Then feel the anger of the Chu family's sword. When Chu Wufeng released his sword qi, it was like the air itself was being torn apart by his sword. A deep sword mark appeared on the arena, as if it was being cut apart like a piece of paper. That destructive sword qi instantly arrived in front of Feng Qingyan. Heaven-cutting art. The strongest move of the soul sword secret art. When Chu Tian met Chu Xinghe in the city, Chu Xinghe had used this move to deal with him. Even if they were in the same realm, Chu Tian was almost unable to block it. This was the first time since Chu Tian came to this world that he had suffered a loss against someone in the same realm. The might of this move could be seen from this. Chu Wufeng's attainments in the soul sword secret art of the Chu family were much lower than Chu Xinghe's, but he had still reached the large success realm. This slash was filled with charm, and there were not many triple awakened soul experts that could block it. While everyone was thinking about how Feng Qingyan would block it, Puchi, Feng Qingyan's body, was cut in half by the sword qi. Everyone's eyes popped out. Feng Qingyan was so arrogant, but he couldn't even block a single slash? While everyone was confused, the 2 halves of Feng Qingyan's body suddenly became blurry. Like a gust of wind, it was blown away without a trace. Countless strands of blue energy appeared in the air and once again gathered into Feng Qingyan's appearance. What is going on? It actually didn't hit. Every spectator was dumbfounded. Even the people from the 4 great clans were shocked. Chu Xinghe's eyes slightly narrowed, and he coldly said, "His source spirit is wind, so he should have obtained some kind of wind inheritance. The cultivation technique he practices is different from the Feng family's." That's right. Feng Qingyan's source spirit was wind. Pure wind. There were many types of source spirits, and one of them was a pure elemental source spirit. It did not have any form and was just a pure energy. This kind of source spirit was very rare and had both advantages and disadvantages. In most cases, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. It wasn't like there was no precedent for an elemental source spirit. The purple lightning young master Yun Yao's source spirit was thunder, but it was pure thunder and lightning. It did not have any form, so Yun Yao also had an elemental source spirit. Feng Qingyan was the same as Yun Yao, only his attribute was wind. Not only did Feng Qingyan have a pure wind source spirit, he also seemed to have obtained some kind of ancient inheritance. The cultivation technique he practiced allowed his body to become invisible like the wind, allowing him to ignore all attacks. This was a very high-grade cultivation technique. Not only did he have a source spirit that was not inferior to the 4 young masters, he was also someone who had obtained an ancient inheritance after Chu Xinghe. He had the strength and potential to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 young masters. Even if they were at the same level, it would be hard for Chu Wufeng and the others to fight against Feng Qingyan. Luo Jinshi said to Yi Hen, "Use a spiritual attack to deal with him." Yi Hen's eyes began to ripple, and then he knit his brows. This won't do. He looks like he's not moving, but he's actually drifting. I can't lock onto him at all. What's wrong? You 3 barking mad dogs only have this little ability? Feng Qingyan stood in the air with a high and mighty appearance. His voice drifted in the air, as unfathomable as the wind. Young Miss Nangong, I can already see that you are stronger than any of these 3 wastes. You are the only one here that has the qualifications to be my opponent. Feng Qingyan's body became blurry, just like a drop of ink falling into water. When he said this, his eyes fell onto Chu Tian's body. As for you, a piece of trash like you, I disdain to make a move. Cripple your own cultivation. Scram, a strange cultivation technique, a powerful innate talent. Feng Qingyan was not a normal kind of wild. He had already become the ruler of the great games. Feng Qingyan enjoyed this kind of feeling. He had displayed an undefeatable strength, so this piece of trash should have some self-awareness. He could cripple his own cultivation and scram, or he could die. Chu Tian softly said, "What if I don't do it?" "Then I'll personally send you on your way." Feng Qingyan's figure flickered a few times, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. It was like he was constantly teleporting as he charged at Chu Tian. Chu Tian's right hand slowly reached behind his back and grabbed the netherworld sword's hilt. The cold as ice sword was slowly pulled out. Why are there so many idiots in this world that think they're infallible? A wild aura was released from Chu Tian's body. When the long sword that was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice was pulled out, a black ancient sword source spirit appeared behind him. This source spirit was something that Central State had never seen before, but the aura it gave off was hard to imagine. It was filled with an endless destructive power, as if it came from the hands of a demon god. A purple sword glow tore through the air. Chu Tian did not care about the flickering Feng Qingyan as he thrust his sword at the air in front of him. That powerful sword intent was released along with the sword chi, creating a crack in the ground. A green figure was struck out from the void. Impossible. Feng Qingyan looked at his chest in disbelief. There was a wound that was still bleeding. You can see through my movements. Why? At this moment, Feng Qingyan felt an invisible strength constantly scanning his body. His pupils suddenly shrank. It's the mind's eye? You've opened the mind's eye. That's right. The moment Chu Tian swung his sword, he had already opened the mind's eye. This fellow's cultivation technique was not as terrifying as most people thought it was. Feng Qingyan's body was not elemental. He was just hiding his body and creating a realistic illusion to mislead others. This was a bit similar to the Chu Ming he met at the beginning. But Feng Qingyan did not just have a strong hiding ability. He also had a very strange movement technique. Even Chu Tian would find it hard to see through this movement technique. Feng Qingyan could change his position 5-6 in an instant. Chu Wufeng could not hit him at all. He could only hit an afterimage of the wind. This cultivation technique had its merits. It was an ancient cultivation technique that was not weaker than the Netherworld Flame Sword. If his cultivation was a bit higher, his speed was a bit faster, or his cultivation technique was a bit deeper, then even if Chu Tian used the mind's eye, it would be hard for him to see through it. But Feng Qingyan was still too young. His cultivation was only at the triple awakened soul realm. What's wrong? Are you surprised? When you're mocking others for being frogs at the bottom of a well, why don't you think that you're also a frog at the bottom of a well? These words were like a loud slap to Feng Qingyan's face. Even in his dreams, Feng Qingyan never would have thought that the fellow he looked down on the most would be able to break the movement technique he was so proud of. Mayor Feng Yunlong's face also turned dark. This matter had completely surpassed his expectations. Where did this brat come from? He was clearly only at the second awakened soul layer. Chu Tian's blade began to burn with blue and white flames. He looked at Nan Gongyan beside him. Just watch the show. I'll take care of these 4 pieces of trash. The entire great assembly fell into a deathly silence. Feng Qingyan was crazy enough to say he wanted to fight 3 of them alone. This unknown youth was even more arrogant. Other than Chu Wufeng's group of 3, he wanted to take care of Feng Qingyan as well. What kind of situation was this? Why was this development so unexpected? How was this a competition? This was simply a test of everyone's hearts. The competition had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 157. The 3 family heads all stood up. Damn, who was this bastard? What right did he have to be this arrogant? The Feng family had been in Central State City for over 10 years, but they had not raised a single genius. This time, they finally managed to make a name for themselves. Although they had lost face for the 3 great families, they still owed them a favor. What did this young man count for? He was just a trivial rogue cultivator. Not to mention that it was impossible for him to have this kind of strength. Even if he did, suppressing the 3 great families in front of everyone and trampling on their dignity, wasn't this just seeking death? Of course, the angriest person right now was the Central State City Mayor Feng Yunlong. The mayor had spent a lot of effort to make his son, Feng Qingyan, shine. He had even used his little brother's position as the Central State Academy's principal to forcefully change the rules of the competition. This Feng Qingyan had been sent out to cultivate at the age of 10 and obtained an ancient wind-attributed cultivation technique at the age of 15. He was only 17 this year and already had a triple awakened soul cultivation base. To have this kind of achievement at this age, even in Imperial City, he was considered a great genius. Feng Qingyan had the chance to break through to the 4th awakened soul layer before the age of 20 and become a strong, illustrious soul realm expert. At that time, other than Chu Xinghe, there was no one in Central State that could compare to Feng Qingyan. This competition was the stage that the mayor had set for Feng Qingyan. What was the current situation? A rogue cultivator had appeared out of nowhere. Not only was he around the same age as Feng Qingyan, he had suppressed Feng Qingyan's aura with a lower cultivation base. He had a strong source spirit. He had opened the mind's eye that cultivators yearned for. His sword art was not inferior to the Chu family swordsman. It had a very strong attack power. The shock that he gave everyone when he made a move was even above Feng Qingyan's. Feng Qingyan's limelight had been completely stolen. How could the mayor not be angry? Yun Tianhe's heart was also secretly shocked. He really was worthy of being able to change his grandson Yun Zhao's body in just 3 days. His sword source spirit's aura was very strong. It contained an ancient aura that was not inferior to Nangong Yun's god level source spirit. It was an innate attack type. Just with this source spirit, Chu Tian's battle strength had increased by several times. Therefore, it was not strange for him to be able to instantly kill experts of the same level, and even possess the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Chu Tian had also unlocked the mind's eye that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. He was able to see through his opponent's cultivation technique and power, thus allowing him to predict his opponent's movements and easily obtain victory. What a miraculous young man! Feng Qingyun's face was as dark as water, and a dense killing intent was released from his body, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Don't think that you can restrain me just because you have the mind's eye. I'll let you see my true strength now. Feng Qingyun was like a drop of ink falling into clear water, instantly scattering and turning into blue energy. Several dozen wind blades and wind spears flew at Chu Tian like a wild storm. It was too fast. Feng Qingyun's movement technique was very good. He could change his position several times in an instant. It was impossible for anyone to figure it out, much less attack it. His sword source, spirit, released a destructive might. With a gentle wave of the netherworld sword, a dark purple sword chi was released. The wind blades and wind spears that came from different directions were all easily cut apart. After Feng Qingyun finished gathering his strength, he gave an angry roar that was like the roar of a wild wind. His source spirit once again released a large amount of wind-attributed spirit energy, stirring up the air in the area and forming a several-meter-tall tornado. It was a blue tornado. It was purely made of wind-attributed spirit energy. Countless small wind blades continued to form, just like a terrifying meat grinder. Wherever it went, nothing could stop it. Feng Qingyun's ancient cultivation technique was not an assassination technique. Although he could hide himself and create illusions, it was just a side effect. The true killing move of this cultivation technique was its extremely fast speed and destructive might. Feng Qingyun had already disappeared. Feng Qingyun was hidden in the giant tornado, using the thick wind spirit energy to interfere with his divine sense. With Chu Tian's current strength, he could not see through the tornado and lock onto Feng Qingyun's position. If he could not determine his position, how could he defeat the other side? I want you to die. As soon as Feng Qingyun's voice rang out, the giant tornado disappeared. It turned into a blue stream of wind blades that charged at Chu Tian. Chu Tian dodged to the side, and countless wind blades fell like a storm where he was just standing, causing the center of the stage to cave in. Then the wind blades revolved around each other at a high speed, once again forming a large tornado. Powerful. Most people could not see it clearly. The tornado turned into a blue stream that moved from one position to another, as if it could teleport. The destructive might of the entire process was like tens of thousands of blades flying through the air. It was very terrifying. Actually, the tornado was formed from Feng Qingyun's source spirit's spirit energy, so it was always around Feng Qingyun. Whenever Feng Qingyun moved with his ghostly movement technique, this powerful energy would move with him. It could quickly sweep through an army, easily breaking through the enemy's formation. It was as powerful as 10,000 kilograms, destroying everything in its path. Ha 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 ha! How will you break this move of mine? The young man's simple gray robe was fluttering in the wind. His ordinary face was as calm as an ancient well without ripples. His eyes were as black as stars, reflecting the tornado. A smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Calm, calm. Everything was under control. Die. Feng Qingyun attacked again. The young man gently raised the blade that was as smooth as an ice mirror, and blue and white netherworld ghost flames came out, instantly swallowing Chu Tian's body. When the flames scattered, they had already disappeared without a trace. Feng Qingyun had disappeared. Chu Tian had also disappeared. The two of them had disappeared at the same time. Feng Qingyun could not find his target, but he gave a cold laugh. You think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding? The azure tornado spun at an even higher speed, and an extremely terrifying suction force seemed to want to devour everything around it. Countless wind blades spread out, and a terrifying tearing and cutting power swept across a large area. Wherever it passed, nothing was left unscathed. Chu Wufeng, Luo Jinsher, and Yi Hen's expressions all changed. They had no choice but to retreat to avoid being sucked in. Netherworld flickering flame, slash. At this moment, a burning sword glow shot into the storm. It's no use, you can't break through my defenses, and you can't hit me. Feng Qingyan was very confident. Fusing with the tornado, he could appear anywhere in the tornado. The burning sword glow slashed into the blue tornado, and like a match being thrown inside, large amounts of wind blades were swept by the burning sword glow. They were immediately touched by the blue and white flames, and were actually ignited. What? Feng Qingyan did not have time to be surprised. Another burning sword light slashed out from another direction, slashing at the tornado again and injecting more netherworld ghost flames into it. The third slash, the fourth slash, the fifth slash. Chu Tian's sword was too fast. Dozens of flaming sword lights crisscrossed and circled around the green tornado. They were constantly nibbling away at the green tornado. Unexpectedly, the green tornado was under control. The blue and white flames continued to pour into the tornado, igniting the wind spirit energy. The more it burned, the bigger it became. In just a moment, the tornado had turned into half fire and half wind. The terrifying willow, the wisp continued to burn. An entire tornado was about to be completely ignited. Fire suppressing wind. Fire suppressing wind. The faster Feng Qingyan's spirit energy moved, the faster the netherworld ghost flames could spread. This time Feng Qingyan was completely panicked. Standing in the center of the tornado, he couldn't control his own strength at all. He was surrounded by the terrifying blue ghost flames in all directions, and a terrifying strength surrounded him. No! Damn! Damn! Feng Qingyan angrily roared out. Mayor Feng Yunlong also angrily stood up. He angrily glared at the burning tornado, just like a barrel of gunpowder that was about to be ignited. Shen Fengho sat in his seat, rubbing his chin, revealing an interested expression. All the large families were shocked by Chu Tian's strange sword art. The sword technique displayed by this rogue cultivator was completely unheard of. He couldn't see the person, only the sword light. The sword light flickered in the void, as though it had escaped from the netherworld. The might of each sword strike was extremely tyrannical. He had never seen an assassin-type cultivation technique that could continuously attack. When Chu Tian was at the first awakened soul layer, he had used the netherworld flame sword as flickering flame slash to defeat the triple awakened soul expert Chu Tungwen. Chu Tian was already at the second awakened soul layer. This netherworld flame sword had also been cultivated to a higher realm, so its might had also increased. In this kind of situation, when combined with the mind's eye, each slash was very precise. Before Feng Qingyan could react, the entire tornado had been ignited. After several dozen slashes, everything was already irreversible. Ah! Ah! Feng Qingyan's angry roars turned into pitiful screams. He was now trapped in his own trap. He had released all of his spirit energy, but he never thought that it would become fuel for the netherworld flame. Now that he was surrounded by the netherworld flame, how could he be safe? When Chu Wufeng, Luo Jinsher, and Yi Hen saw this, they all had serious expressions. This rogue cultivator's sword art was very strong. The three of them knew that they wouldn't be able to defend against such an unpredictable sword technique. Let's go together. Now was not the time to care about face. If they didn't work together to deal with him, they would not be a match for this rogue cultivator at all. Rather than losing, it was better to lose a bit of face. Yi Hen's spiritual attack ignored distance, so he was the fastest to attack. When Chu Tian finished his attack and appeared, Yi Hen suddenly launched a sneak attack. A pair of rippling eyes released a strong spiritual energy. Chu Tian felt his head go dizzy. The entire world fell into darkness. His hands and feet were tied to a bloody torture rack, and Yi Hen was standing not far away with a long whip in his hand. There were all kinds of torture racks around him with all kinds of torture tools. Humph, humph, humph. No matter how mysterious your sword art is, when you fall into my hands, there is only death for you. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. Yi Hen walked over with a proud expression. I am the only master of this spiritual world. An instant outside is several hours inside. I have enough time to torture you. I'll make you beg for life, and I'll make you beg for death. I'll make your mind collapse. The flow of time in the spiritual world was different from the flow of time in the material world. Yi Hen could torture a person in the spiritual world for several hours, but when he returned to the outside world, it would only be an instant. This kind of terrifying spiritual attack could not be blocked with normal defensive cultivation techniques. This was one of the areas that Yi Hen was the most proud of. The third generation of the Ye family, Prince Tianlang, Yi Tianlang, had made a fool of himself in South Sky City. This allowed Yi Hen to see an opportunity. His talent was not inferior to his cousin Yi Tianlang's. Now that Yi Tianlang's reputation had been greatly damaged, this was a good chance for him to take over. This rogue cultivator was very strong. Even Feng Qingyun had been defeated by him. If he could kill this fellow in one fell swoop, then Yi Hen's reputation would become even more famous. He would become the pillar of the third generation of the Ye family. Yi Hen revealed a fiendish smile and said, "Accept your punishment." This kind of low-level spiritual illusion technique can only be used to deal with a country bumpkin that hasn't seen the world before. The chains that bound his hands and feet began to shatter, and the bloody torture rack turned to ashes. "You think you can deal with me?" Chu Tian fell to the ground and stretched his body. "Playing illusion techniques with me? You're far from it." Chapter 158. His spiritual attack had been blocked. Why was it like this? Ever since his innate spiritual source, spirit, had awakened, Yi Hen's spiritual attacks had never failed. This was because there were very few people with innate spiritual energy in the southern summer country. No matter how strong a cultivator was or how profound their cultivation technique was, their spiritual energy would not be able to defend against it. Unless the other side's cultivation base far surpassed Yi Hen's, or they had innate spiritual energy, making it hard for him to break through. This kind of possibility did not exist. Not only did this person's cultivation base not surpass his, it was actually much weaker than him. This kind of spiritual attack could only be resisted if he had innate spiritual energy, or if he cultivated a spiritual energy defense cultivation technique. But this did not make sense. His source spirit was clearly a sword. The sword source spirit was regarded as one of the strongest defensive source spirits. It was almost impossible for it to have a spiritual energy attribute. From the sword source spirit that he released, although the aura of his source spirit was very strong, it did not have any spiritual energy at all. Why? It is impossible for you to block my strength. The spiritual attack that Yi Hen was so proud of had actually been broken this easily. How could he not go crazy? When Chu Tian slowly raised his head, Yi Hen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chu Tian's eyes underwent a strange change. One of his eyes turned golden and the other turned silver. Each of his eyes had 7 pupils that overlapped with each other. The colors of the pupils were all different, and it looked like a blooming 7-colored flower. An ancient and mysterious aura emanated from the pair of eyes. Yi Hen was instantly covered in a heaven-shattering feeling. He felt the spiritual illusion that he had personally created fall, and there was an irresistible strength that filled his mind, making him dizzy. Those strange eyes seemed to be magnified several times. The 7 pupils seemed to be slowly moving, and while they were moving, a strange strength was released from them. It was very strong, and it was like a demon god that could not be resisted. Are you proud of your spiritual illusion technique? With a hong sound, the illusory realm collapsed, and the fragments broke and reformed. A grand and ancient palace rose up, pitch black, ancient and full of mystery. Yi Hen could not move. When he came back to his senses, his 4 limbs were nailed to a pillar, and he was surrounded by thousands of terrifying, evil spirits. Each and every one of them had a murderous look on their faces, and they were eager to approach him. No, no, get lost, get out of my way. Chu Tian had disappeared, and what replaced him was a gigantic demon god. The demon god's full appearance could not be identified. One could only vaguely see that the demon god had 9 eyes. Each eye was of a different color, and each eye contained an unbelievable amount of demon god power. Didn't you want to kill me? Don't you want to torture me? Don't you like playing with illusions? Let me show you what a real mental illusion is. The towering demon god gently waved his hand, and thousands of evil spirits crazily swarmed over, crazily gnawing at Yi Hen's flesh again and again, like an endless cycle of reincarnation. Ah! Yi Hen miserably screamed as he was torn apart alive. But he didn't regroup because he was freed. They were torn to shreds again, reorganize again. This cycle continued until there were tens of thousands of Yi Hen. Each Yi Hen suffered the punishment of being torn apart by 100 ghosts. In reality, Yi Hen miserably screamed as he fell to the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, completely losing consciousness. His mind had completely collapsed. Although Chu Tian had spared his life, he would still be in a coma for 1.5 years. He wouldn't be able to recover without 3-5 years. This genius that the Ye family was so proud of had completely lost his light. The Ye family members were all stunned. What is going on? Why was it that when Yi Hen used his mental technique, it was him who was hit in the end? Because the clash of spiritual energy happened in a split second. Luo Jinshi did not notice Yi Hen's miserable state. He quickly charged forward and turned into a golden lion. One fist was in the shape of a tiger, and the other was in the shape of a lion. He brought with him a heaven-shaking might as he charged at Chu Tian. Lion-tiger dual phase. The Luo family's cultivation technique was fierce and overbearing, making it very destructive in close combat. Even someone as strong as Chu Wufeng did not dare fight Luo Jinshi in close combat. Chu Tian did not dodge at all, allowing Luo Jinshi to close in. A good chance. Kill him. The Luo family members all began to cheer. Chu Tian raised his sword to block, and the netherworld sword absorbed a part of the energy. Then a layer of starlight appeared, and the wild energy slammed into the starlight. The starlight shattered like a mirror. However, under Chu Tian's full force rebound, most of the energy was reflected onto Luo Jinshi. Ka! A crisp breaking sound rang out. Luo Jinshi's arms were broken, and he gave a pitiful cry as he was sent flying into the air. Ha! 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 With just this kind of ability, you dare say you want to guide my cultivation? Luo Jinshi's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He never would have thought that not only would his full strength attack not break the other side's defense, he would even be heavily injured by the rebound. Not long ago, he had arrogantly wanted Chu Tian to be the Luo family's dog, saying that he would guide his cultivation. He wanted to guide him like this. This was a resounding slap to his face. Scram! Chu Tian jumped up and sent out a kick. Luo Jinshi was sent flying out of the field, losing his battle strength on the spot. This time it was the Luo family's turn to be filled with anger. Luo Jinshi's terrifying destructive might could only barely break the other side's defense, and he had been heavily injured. Luo Jinshi's cultivation was above the other side's. Moreover, Luo Jinshi was a genius that the Luo family focused on training. His battle strength was much stronger than experts of the same level. How could he lose to a nameless nobody like this? Soul Sword Secret Art. Heaven Cutting Art. When Yi Hen and Luo Jinshi were both defeated, Chu Wufeng had already finished gathering his strength and once again released the strongest move of the soul, sword secret art. The Chu family's sword art was known as the strongest family martial art in Central State, and the heaven cutting art was the strongest move of the soul, sword secret art. Your defense is indeed not bad. What use is there in being strong? Not to mention the fact that your cultivation technique has already been broken by Luo Jinshi's attack. It is impossible for you to condense it again. Even if you can complete that kind of defense, what use is it? My sword will still pierce through it. Chu Tian's minds I had already seen through everything. Whether he could block it or not, he was very clear in his heart. Chu Wufeng's sharp slash was not something that the small success Starlight immortal body could block. Chu Tian was not a fool. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to block it. Rise! The Netherworld sword was raised high up. The flaming tornado began to twist, and large amounts of blue and white flames were separated. It was like a beautiful firework that was finally gathered by the blade. The flames that soared into the sky did not have a trace of heat. Instead, it filled the entire area with a deep chill. Putong! When the flames were separated by Chu Tian, Feng Qingyan was finally freed. He had lost consciousness and fell to the ground, although he did not have any internal injuries on the surface. After being burned by the netherworld ghost flame, his meridians and source had been heavily injured. Although he did not die, he was already half crippled. Chu Wufeng knit his brows. What kind of move was this? It didn't matter. This person had to be killed with a single slash. Chu Wufeng released a heaven-splitting aura as he condensed all the strength in his body. He summoned a sword chi and stabbed it at Chu Tian. This slash was even stronger than the one he had sent at Feng Qingyan. The stage began to crack under the terrifying sword chi, and it was almost completely disintegrated. Chu Tian's netherworld sword had absorbed a large amount of netherworld flame, forming a power that was not inferior to Chu Wufeng's. He charged forward half a step. He disappeared. Netherworld raging flame, slash. A giant flaming sword glow cut through the sky. It was 10 times stronger than any of the sword glows from before. It was like the might of all the slashes had been merged into this one slash. It could be imagined just how terrifying it was. Chu Wufeng finally revealed a look of fear. Other than his brother Chu Xinghe, he had never seen such a strong sword aura before. The two extremely strong sword glows collided in the air. The flaming sword glow burned away the soul sword art's sword chi that soared into the sky before wildly falling onto Chu Wufeng. Even Chu Wufeng's source spirit was shattered as he fell several dozen meters off the stage with a pitiful cry. Chu Wufeng, Luo Jinshi, Yi Hen, and Feng Qingyan. For great geniuses, they had all been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Chu Tian had not only defeated several hundred of them, he had also heavily injured each one of them to the point where they were half crippled. It was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time, and even if they recovered, it would be hard for them to return to their former glory. Who else was there? Chu Tian stood on the stage that was in a mess. Like a new sun, the dazzling light pierced everyone's eyes. Chu Xinghe stood up and angrily roared, "Who are you?" "Ha ha ha ha. Do you want to know? This master will tell you." Chu Tian's figure changed, and he gradually returned to his original appearance. This new rising star was standing proudly on the stage as he loudly announced, "Your grandfather, Chu Tian, is here." Chu Tian. He was Chu Tian. The nameless youth was Chu Tian, the youth that had been abandoned by the Chu family, banished by the Chu family, and even chased by the Chu family. This youth that no one cared about before, but with a speed that no one could have imagined, he had quickly risen in South Sky City. Chu Tian, the abandoned son of the Chu family, a youth that didn't even have the qualifications to enter the genealogy. Abandoned son? How ironic. The abandoned son of the Chu family had blocked Chu Xinghe's killing slash. shattering the fame of Chu Xingha's one/kill/. This abandoned son of the Chu family had shocked the entire Central State Great Games. With his own strength, he had easily defeated the top geniuses of the Chu, Luo, and Yi families. This abandoned son of the Chu family had faced Feng Qingyun, who was chasing after Chu Xingha, but he had still easily defeated him without any hesitation. This was a rising star that could compete with Chu Xingha. He was an abandoned son that had been banished by the Chu family. The destructive power of this was without a doubt on the level of destruction. The faces of the Chu family members all turned pale as they powerlessly fell into their seats. What kind of humiliation was this? That's right, it's me. Chu Tian stood on the stage and shouted, "I, Chu Tian, have come." The three great families felt like they had been slapped in the face several dozen times, and their faces were all swollen. The youth that they desperately wanted to kill was not only safe and sound, but he had also defeated the genius that they were most proud of. In a shocking and beautiful manner, he had entered the Central State stage, blinding your eyes. This was the effect that Chu Tian wanted. Miracle Commerce had entered Central State in the most shocking manner. The result that you didn't want the most was exactly what Father wanted to achieve. Chapter 159. Lu Ren had also used a disguise technique. Feng Kai-dai had been killed. This disguise technique was more than 10 times better than hers. Even if they had known each other for a long time, she could not see through it at all. Feng Kai-dai looked at Lu Ren with a face filled with surprise. She never thought that this young man would be so handsome, but he would turn himself into a mediocre person, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This was too bad. Chu Tian. Yi Tianlang and his son's eyes turned red. This was an irreconcilable enemy. This bastard actually dared to appear in Central State City. In a hidden corner, a mature black, veiled beauty's eyes opened wide in shock. Her body began to tremble as she found it hard to suppress her excitement. This person was Qun Bingyu. Qun Bingyu knew that the phonograph was invented by the founder of Miracle Commerce, Chu Tian. Even those magnetic sound discs could have been recorded by Chu Tian, so there was no senior at all. Everything was the masterpiece of this monstrous youth. Chu Tian had been in Qilin Hall for a long time, and she had even seen him several times. Had this expert always been by her side? Qun Bingyu was a martial arts fanatic. She did not have the eyes of the secular world. Age was an obstacle to her worship. This was an expert that she had always wanted to ask for advice from. Fuck! This world is too crazy. Yun Xiao was shocked as he revealed a look of disbelief. Boss has actually turned into Chu Tian. The most important thing is that he is even more handsome than me. Yun Yao was also speechless. No wonder he was so talented. No wonder even the explosive and arrogant Nangongyan was willing to listen to his orders. If he was connected to South Sky City's genius, Chu Tian, then it would be easy to explain everything. Yun Tianhe revealed a knowing expression. Before Chu Tian founded Qilin Hall, Yun Tianhe had already investigated Lu Ren's background. Although he was not 100% sure, he was 70 to 80% sure that this youth named Lu Ren was South Sky City's Chu Tian. So he is Chu Tian. No wonder he is so strong. The people of the Chu family are really blind to remove such a person from their genealogy. The people of Central Continent City were all discussing this. Even though Chu Tian hadn't been active in the main city before, his several shocking actions had already spread his name throughout Central Continent City. All along, people had only heard of his name but had never seen him. Today, this young man finally appeared in front of people for the first time. The three families had been trying their best to discredit Chu Tian for a long time. Central Continent City's newspapers and rumors were all filled with unfavorable opinions towards Chu Tian. Now, Chu Tian had appeared in such a stunning way, instantly washing away most of the dirty water that had been poured on the three families. Chu Tian stood on the stage. Ignoring the ashen faces of the three families, he loudly announced, "I, Chu Tian, and the chairman of Miracle Commerce. Today I officially announce that Miracle Commerce has entered the main city. The company that had created countless miracles. Was it finally going to enter the main city? Chu Tian had been in Central State City for 2 weeks, and the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce had already secretly built the magnetic sound tower. All kinds of materials had already been prepared, and from the blueprints to the production lines, everything had already been completed. Other than that, Chu Tian had won over Yun Tianhe, the Yun family, and even Qin Bingyu. He had prepared a strong protective umbrella for Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian had crossed the sea by deceiving everyone. All of this was done under the eyes of the 3 great families. When the 3 great families came back to their senses, Miracle Commerce already had the basic conditions to enter Central State City. Chu Tian had participated in the Central State City Great Competition, not only to slap the faces of the 3 great families, but also because he wanted to spread the news of Miracle Commerce entering Central State City. He wanted to gain enough attention so that when Miracle Commerce released products in the future, it would be hard for it not to be famous. He had done it. This was a power that was not strong, but it was enough to create a bloody storm in the seemingly stable Central State City. Impudent! The mayor angrily stood up. Central State is not a place for you to act wildly. Chu Tian stood up and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. For Sir Mayor to be so angry, this little one wants to know what I have done. What I have done. You still have the courage to ask what you have done wrong? The mayor's stage for the Feng family's genius had turned into Chu Tian's one-man show in the end. Feng Qingyin had been seriously injured, and his future was hard to predict. So how could the mayor not be angry? The mayor wished he could cut him into 1,000 pieces. Sir Mayor! The head of the Chu family, Chu Shanhe, stood up and a powerful pressure was released. It made people feel like the mountains and rivers were collapsing and the sun and moon lost their light. For Chu Shanhe to become the head of the Chu family, it meant that he was not a normal person. He could release such a strong pressure without even releasing his source spirit. This meant that he was an illustrious soul realm expert at the 4th awakened soul layer, and not just at the 4th awakened soul layer. He had even reached the 5th or 6th awakened soul layer, almost stepping into the true soul realm. This child is a traitor to the Chu family. He has betrayed the clan and stolen secrets. He deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Chu Shanhe's voice was stern as he coldly stared at Chu Tian. Then he cupped his hands to the mayor. The Chu family has cleaned up their family. The mayor will not blame us, right? The mayor returned to his seat and said with a gloomy face, Brother Chu's family matters. This mayor will not interfere. What a good Chu family matter. Chu Tian broke out in laughter. The Chu family has abandoned me. So how could I betray the clan? As for the mayor, you are narrow-minded and short-sighted. How could a person like you be fit to sit in the mayor's position? It would be better for you to scram. The mayor's face turned livid. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. South Heaven City's Chu Tian's arrogance had always been rumored, but everyone was skeptical. Now that they saw it really was the case. The Feng family had not been in Central State City for a long time, but even the 4 great families had to give the Feng family face. Chu Tian pointed at Feng Yunlong and scolded him. What kind of person was Feng Yunlong? He was the Central State City's mayor. In terms of position in the entire Central State County, Feng Yunlong was undoubtedly the number 1 person. Chu Tian was just a brat that was still wet behind the ears, but he dared to scold the mayor in front of hundreds of thousands of citizens. Just this action was enough to cause a stir in Central State City. Thief! Don't be arrogant. Chu Shanhe soared into the sky, and a vast aura suddenly slammed into the ground. Under the intense pressure, the entire stage actually caved in. Mountain and river soared. Chu Shanhe raised his arms high up, and white spirit energy soared into the sky, instantly condensing into a giant sword. The sword had 2 sides, one was a mountain range, and the other was a river. It was like the power of the earth was completely suppressed within it. This was the source spirit of the Chu family head, mountain and river sword. Sword suppressing mountain and river. The title of Central State's strongest family was well deserved. Chu Shanha was close to the true soul realm, so when he summoned his source spirit to attack, it was not something a trivial void soul realm Chu Tian could block. If this sword hit Chu Tian's body, Chu Tian would die without a doubt, with no chance of survival at all. This was not just a little cultivation-based suppression. This was simply a gap that could not be crossed. Stop! An old voice reverberated through the world. The sky suddenly became dark and gloomy. Countless thunderclouds appeared out of nowhere, as if they were born out of thin air. In just 3 seconds, the thick layer of clouds filled the sky above the grand assembly. Hong, hong, hong. Several dazzling bolts of lightning shot down from the clouds, falling onto Chu Shanha's source spirit sword. The powerful heavenly thunder directly dissolved the power of the mountains and rivers. A white-haired old man in a white robe stood in the air, standing in the center of the countless thunderclouds. His body was surrounded by lightning, just like the legendary god of thunder that could control lightning. Thundercloud, source spirit. It really was Yun Tianhe. The eyes of the Central State city citizens were open to a new world. The Yun family's source spirits were all of the thunder attribute. Yun Tianhe had the thundercloud source spirit, which could summon thunderclouds and control the power of thunder to attack. The most terrifying thing was that Yun Tianhe did not use any external objects. Rather, he used the power of the thunder clouds itself. This meant that his cultivation base was already in the true soul realm. Old bastard! Chu Shanha angrily roared. You dare block me! Yun Tianhe's seniority was higher than Chu Shanha by a level, so he should have already stepped down and become the remote great elder, supporting the new family head. Only the Chu family situation did not allow Yun Tianhe to step down. So this old man who was almost 100 years old was the family head and the family head, so his cultivation base was a bit higher. Yun Tianhe spread out his hands, and the sky was filled with dazzling lightning. A terrifying pressure forced Chu Shanha back several feet. The normally kind-looking Yun Tianhe was now like a god. If you want to touch him, you'll have to defeat me. Old bastard's cultivation base is suppressing people. I'll give you a hand. A brutal aura erupted from another direction as another family head flew out. His blood-red source spirit was released, and it turned into a 2-headed wolf monster. It was the Ye family's family head, Yi Wu Dao. Among the people present, the one who wanted to kill Chu Tian the most was not Chu Shanha, but rather Yi Wu Dao. The grudge between Chu Tian and the Ye family was the deepest. When the Ye family's tens of thousands of cavalry attacked the city, wasn't it because of Chu Tian? The Chu family's matters. Old Man Yun is meddling too much. The Luo family's family head, Luo Lianqing, also made his move. Everyone was stunned seeing this. The Central State Great Games had turned into a fight between the 4 great families, and it was 3 against 1. Yun Tianhe seriously knit his brows. These 3 people were all juniors to him, but Yun Tianhe was too old and had already passed his peak. His spirit energy had already regressed, and even though he was a true soul realm expert, he was still only in the 7th awakened soul layer. These 3 family heads were all in their peak years. They were at the peak 6th awakened soul layer and were already half a step into the 7th awakened soul layer. When they were young, they were all dazzling geniuses. If the 3 of them worked together to deal with Yun Tianhe, it would be hard for Yun Tianhe to resist. Yun Tianhe did not have any intention of retreating. All right, to prevent others from saying that I'm suppressing people with my seniority, you 3 juniors can come together. When the battle between the 4 great families was about to begin, a chill covered the entire area and countless crystal, clear snowflakes began to fall into the air. The faces of the 3 family heads fell. Chen Bingyu, what are you doing here? Chun Bingyu was surrounded by crystal-clear snowflakes as she slowly floated into the air. She stood behind the 3 family heads and attacked together with Yun Tianhe, using numbers to bully the few. I can't stand this. The mayor and principal could not sit still any longer. Enough. There are no rules at all. The 2 of them jumped down from the high platform as if they wanted to join in. It's over. This time it's over. When the citizens saw this, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Once this battle began, the peak strength of Central State City would all be involved. No matter which side won, it would be a disaster for Central State City. The family heads and the mayor were all filled with an unprecedented rage. They even wanted to kill Chu Tian at all costs. Chu Tian was truly a barrel of gunpowder. He had just appeared, and he had already caused such a large disturbance. The 4 great families, the Academy, and the Feng family, all these powers were facing off against each other. This could be said to be unprecedented. Chapter 160. Chu Shanhe, Yi Wu Dao, Luo Lianqing. Yun Tianhe, the mayor's brothers, and Chun Bingyu were the strongest people in Central State City. If they fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would the entire conference be destroyed, even the commoners watching would not be able to escape. When this intense conflict was about to break out, "Stop!" a calm voice rang out. "You're blocking this marquee way of fighting. Aren't you not putting my existence in your eyes?" As Shen Fengho spoke, his body seemed to lose gravity as he slowly floated up from his seat. His aura did not seem strong, but it had a kind of dignity that was hard to resist. The Divine Wind Marquis looked like a harmless person, but this Marquis had participated in the Spirit Beast War. He had killed countless enemies in the past and was bathed in blood for many years, sweeping through the battlefield. There were countless fierce spirit beasts that had lost their courage upon hearing his name, so he was definitely a very fierce character. Once Shen Fengho appeared, everyone else's aura was weakened. Chu Shanhe said with an ugly expression, "Does the Marquis want to meddle in my Chu family's matters?" Shen Fengho lightly said, "I'm not interested in your Chu family's matters, but Chu Tian cured Katie's blocked meridian, so I owe him a large favor." Feng Katie's blocked meridian was actually cured by Chu Tian. The faces of the family heads turned very ugly. No wonder Shen Fengho had appeared in South Sky City to help Chu Tian. It seemed like as long as Shen Fengho was here, these people could not move against him at all. The mayor should have the demeanor and magnanimity of a mayor. Shen Fengho reprimanded Feng Yunlong. A loss is a loss. Could it be that only Feng Qingyun is allowed to be arrogant and Chu Tian is not allowed to be in the limelight? If you are inferior, then you have to admit it. There are no sore losers in the Feng family. The mayor tightly clenched his fists. He was not willing. You are all people with status, but you are all so narrow-minded. Where is the integrity of a Central State noble family? This marquis has embarrassed you. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. It was no wonder that the descendants they had raised were all arrogant and domineering, wanting to cripple someone's cultivation at every turn, forcing them to be slaves, and not hesitating to sacrifice their lives for a moment of pride. How could such a disposition be of any use? How could he hope to lead the family to serve the kingdom when he was in charge of the family's interests in the future? On the other hand, Chu Tian always left a bottom line when he attacked. This was the true spirit of martial arts. All of you should learn from him. The Marquis is right. Chu Shanhe and the others suffered a setback. He could only bite the bullet and accept it. Shen Fengho and Feng Yuntian looked at Chu Tian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. "Young man, your rate of improvement has surprised me. I was right about you. I hope that if he continues like this, he will one day become a pillar of southern Xia." If it weren't for Shen Fengho, they would have been in trouble today. Chu Tian cupped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you. Let's continue." Shen Fengho waved his sleeves, and instantly returned to his seat. Everyone had to give face to Shinfengho. They all returned to their seats with dark expressions. Although there was a series of chaos, the competition was not over. Only Chu Tian and Nan Gongyin were left on the stage. "Boss is truly formidable. I'm completely convinced," Nan Gongyin said with a face full of excitement. "However, we have never competed before. Why don't we use today's opportunity to have a good fight?" Chu Tian grinned and deliberately provoked her. "I remember that a certain beauty has been clamoring to beat me to the ground. I was so worried that I couldn't sleep at night. What happened in the end? I just showed a little bit of my strength, and she was terrified. Motherf asterisk cur. You think I'm afraid of you? Watch this move." Nan Gongyan's slender legs suddenly leaped up, and his entire body was emitting red essence force. A fire phoenix soared into the sky, and a resonant phoenix cry shook the entire stage. A divine beast's might suddenly surged out. Both of Nan Gongyan's fists were burning with dazzling flames, and 4 to 5 fist shadows blasted towards Chu Tian. A god-level source, spirit, greatly increased one's battle strength. Nan Gongyin borrowed the power of the fire phoenix, and her strength increased by several times. Although she had not reached the triple awakened soul realm, her attack power was enough to shatter the protective spirit energy of a triple awakened soul realm master. Good move! Chu Tian's netherworld sword was covered in flames, and a large sword glow was released. Each sword glow blocked Nan Gongyan's attack, and when Nan Gongyan's fists collided with the blade, most of them were absorbed and burned. Only a small portion of the energy was used on Chu Tian. The fire phoenix's power was very overbearing. Even the netherworld ghost flame had a hard time burning it. Chu Tian did not even think, as he instantly released the starlight immortal body and awakened the demon god's sword source spirit. When the sword in his hand was filled with the demon god's power, its destructive power increased by several times. Netherworld flickering flame. A burning sword glow charged at Nan Gongyin with a shocking speed. Nan Gongyin already knew how strong Chu Tian's sword art was. She immediately released the starlight immortal body and released the fire phoenix source spirit's power to its peak. A layer of golden red flames covered her from head to toe. This layer of flames surrounded the starlight immortal body's protection and formed another layer of energy protection. Break! Nan Gongyan's fist slammed into the sword glow, and with the sound of metal clashing, it actually changed the direction of the strong netherworld flickering flame slash. Large amounts of blue and white netherworld flames scattered around Nan Gongyan's body. The netherworld flickering flame slash was not only strong, the netherworld ghost flame was also very fatal. Not only could it weaken any defensive cultivation technique, it could also cause strong injuries to the human body. Nan Gongyin knew just how strong the netherworld sword was. Although this sword had not recovered to its peak state, it was still more dangerous than the divine wind sword in Feng Katie's hand. Because of this, Nan Gongyin was already prepared. Other than the starlight immortal body's defense, she also had a layer of flames formed from the fire phoenix's power. The fire phoenix's power was very strong, and it was hard for Chu Tian's current netherworld flame to ignite it. With this special defense, Nan Gongyin could temporarily resist the netherworld flame slash. Ha! Your sword is useless against me. Nan Gongyin continued to block the sword glows coming from all directions as she wildly laughed with pride. Chu Tian did not use his full strength. After all, Nan Gongyin was on his side, and it wouldn't be good if she was heavily injured. But seeing that Nan Gongyin could easily block the flickering flame slash, Chu Tian was relieved. Not bad. Nan Gongyin was a top talent. In terms of talent and source spirit, she was above Chu Xinghe. She just lacked opportunities and training. With the strength Chu Tian was currently displaying, it was more than enough to deal with a triple awakened soul expert, but it was still not enough to defeat Nan Gongyin. Nan Gongyin had already surpassed a normal triple awakened soul expert. Chu Tian's heart was filled with confidence. The demon god's sword lit up, and a thick demonic god's energy was poured into the netherworld sword. The sword glow instantly doubled as it slashed at Nan Gongyin. Nan Gongyan's arms were covered in flames as she raised them in front of her to block. Pum! Sparks flew in all directions. Nan Gongyan's body was covered in starlight, and she was sent flying 10 meters, almost falling off the stage. Chu Tian gently brandished his sword, and the flames floating in the air all gathered onto the sword. The originally 3.5-foot-long sword suddenly turned into a giant burning sword that was over a meter long. Netherworld Raging Flame Slash. When the Netherworld Flame Sword was trained to the small success realm, one could use the Flickering Flame Slash. When one broke through the small success realm and mastered the cultivation technique, one could use the Raging Flame Slash. Compared to the Flickering Flame Slash, the Raging Flame Slash was faster, stronger, and more destructive. The weakness was that the Raging Flame Slash needed a long time to charge up. While Chu Tian was practicing the Netherworld Flame Sword, he was constantly improving the cultivation technique. Chu Tian could add the charging stage to the Flickering Flame Slash, not giving the enemy any chance to interrupt him. Let's decide this in one move. Nan Gongyin gave a loud roar, and the fire phoenix turned into countless golden flames. When it reformed, it turned into a giant golden bird. This was a move that Nan Gongyin had just comprehended. She had obtained inspiration from the great Nirvana scripture and combined it with the Nangong family's burning the heaven art. She had created this move. She did not have a name for it yet, but there was no doubt about its might. Chu Tian disappeared again. This time, it transformed into a gigantic flaming sword light that cut through the sky and slashed toward the golden flame bird. The instant the two collided, a violent explosion shook the entire arena. Blue-white flames and golden-red flames intertwined, forming a mushroom cloud that rose into the air. So strong, everyone was shocked. Feng Qingyun's loss was not an injustice at all. Even if Chu Tian did not participate in the battle, Feng Qingyun would not have been able to defeat Nan Gongyin. This was because Nan Gongyan's attack range was too wide and the destructive power was too strong. No matter how good Feng Qingyun's illusion technique was, with a limited space on the stage, it was impossible for him to dodge this kind of attack. Chu Tian's sword directly cut through the flames. The sword fell onto Nan Gongyan's body. The starlight around Nan Gongyan's body shattered, and she flew out of the flames, falling outside the stage in a sorry state. When Chu Tian walked out of the flames, the starlight around his body was shattered. Your attack range is very wide, but it is not as concentrated as mine. If my defense was a little weaker or your destructive power was a little stronger, perhaps I would have lost. A loss is a loss. I'm convinced. Nan Gongyin stood up with a straightforward smile. Chu Tian had shown mercy to her in the end, only breaking her defense and not causing any serious injuries. Losing to you is not shameful, but don't be too happy. I will catch up to you sooner or later. The great competition was over. First place, Chu Tian. Second place, Nan Gongyin. Third place, Feng Qingyun. Fourth place, Chu Wufeng. Fifth place, Yi Hen. Sixth place, Luo Jinshi. There was no dispute over this ranking. Only the ranking from the ranking competition did not represent the final ranking. According to the previous competitions, the selection competition, the ranking competition, and the challenge competition had just finished 2 rounds, and the final challenge competition had not begun yet. The so-called challenge competition was when the ranking competition ended. If a participant was not satisfied with the ranking, they could issue a challenge to them. Yun Xiao decisively jumped out. I want to challenge Chu Wufeng. The Chu family members all had ugly expressions on their faces. Chu Wufeng had been crippled by Chu Tian's sword, and it would be impossible for him to recover without at least a year. If Yun Xiao challenged Chu Wufeng at this time, was there even a need to fight? There was no need to say that Yun Xiao had replaced Chu Wufeng's position. Lin Mu challenged Luo Jinshi, and Fong Han challenged Yi Hen. In the end, even Feng Qingyan was replaced by Feng Kaidai. Feng Qingyan was already half crippled and wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least a year, and he wouldn't be able to recover without 2-3 years of treatment. Even if he was in the top 6, he still couldn't participate in the trial. It would be better to give it to someone else from the Feng family. The top 6 of the great competition were Chu Tian, Nangongyin, Feng Kaidai, Yun Xiao, Fong Han, and Lin Mu. The Chu, Luo, and Yi families almost exploded with rage. The final result was actually like this. Chu Tian had truly played a beautiful move to remove the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Not only had he defeated the 4 of them, he had also deliberately injured them so they wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time, thus depriving them of the right to participate in the Central State Trials. The Central State Trials were very important to a genius. It was a springboard for a genius to take a step forward. The 4 of them were already very strong. If they participated in the Central State Trials, they would have reached a whole new level. In the end, they did not have this chance anymore. It was because they had offended someone they should not have offended. In the end, it was the Yun family's playboy and the 2 lowly mercenaries who took advantage of the situation. The Central State great competition that everyone was waiting for had ended like this. Chapter 161. The trial spots had been decided and the competition was over. Out of the 6 incomparably precious trial spots, the Chu, Luo, and Yi families had not obtained a single one. The hopeless Yun family had obtained one, making everyone sigh. Brother Chu saved our lives in the Black Wind stronghold, and now he has given us a great opportunity. We will never forget this favor. Lin Mu and Fong Han came forward and bowed to Chu Tian. The underworld mercenary group is willing to work for Brother Chu under the banner of Miracle Commerce. Fong Han then said, back in the Black Wind stronghold, Brother Chu had said that he had to do something with all his heart, and we have always remembered it. Now that we have come, I hope Brother Chu will not reject us. How precious was the trial opportunity! They had already offended the Ye family and the Luo family in order to obtain the trial qualification. With the strength of a small mercenary group, it was impossible for them to block the revenge of this giant. Now the wisest choice was to form a group with Miracle Commerce. Choosing this path means facing danger. Are you prepared for this? From the first day we became mercenaries, we were already prepared. Our dream was to become a free mercenary group, to go out and adventure, to see the world. Now Miracle Commerce has this ability. Ambition, dreams, and courage, good. Chu Tian did not hesitate at all. Then from today onwards, the Underworld Mercenary Group will be a mercenary group working with Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce will buy 50% of the mercenary group's shares and invest in you. We will help you expand, provide you with talents, and provide you with resources. All you need to do is lead your team well. Yes. Greetings to the chairman. The 2 of them happily bowed to Chu Tian. Miracle Commerce was a large company and a large mercenary group. How could they not have their own private army? The Underworld Mercenary Group had been established for less than 3 years and had a clean background. The 2 young mercenary leaders had ancient bloodlines and had good potential, so they were good targets for investment. Tell me the list of members, the members' resumes, the financial situation, and etc. Once you have organized this information, I will send people to complete the contract and procedures. After Chu Tian finished, he went to the Yun family. The Yun family had picked up a large bargain. How could Yun Tianhe not be happy? 100 tables of banquets were set up for the entire clan to celebrate. They even treated Chu Tian as an honored guest in a high-profile manner. This was to send a message to the entire city, especially to the Chu, Luo, and Yi families. The Yun family and Chu Tian were firm allies. From now on, Whoever made an enemy out of Chu Tian would be making an enemy out of the Yun family. The four great families had been fighting openly and secretly all year round. They all had their own strengths and weaknesses and kept each other in check. This time, the Chu, Luo, and Yi families were likely to join hands to deal with the Yun family. For the Yun family, this was undoubtedly a great deal of pressure. But Yun Tianhe firmly believed that Chu Tian was stronger than the three families' alliance. Come on, my Yun family will accept it. In terms of the number of experts, the Yun family was inferior to the Chu family. In terms of the size of their private army, the Yun family could not compare to the Ye family. In terms of political influence, the Yun family was inferior to the Luo family. However, the Yun family was a family of scholars with considerable influence in southern Xia. It would not be easy to destroy them. Mr. has entered the main city. The main city is about to become lively. Yun Tianhe broke out in laughter. After drinking a few cups of wine, his face was filled with joy. But since we're in Central State City, how can we not have a place to stay? Those three families have extraordinary methods and power. They have countless death soldiers, so we have to be on guard against them. Chu Tian, of course, agreed. Even if he didn't care, he had to consider the young miss and Ying's safety. They couldn't live in danger all the time, right? Does old Yun have any suggestions? The Yun sect's new headquarters has already been completed. It has a martial field, training field, and laboratory. If Mr. doesn't mind, how about we give it to Miracle Commerce to use as their headquarters in Central State City? This old man was truly generous. How could the Yun sect's new headquarters be shabby? Yun Tianhe had his own plans. If the Yun sect gave their resources to Miracle Commerce, the Yun family would not suffer a loss. The Yun family scholars would have an easier time entering Miracle Commerce. They could directly learn from Qilin Hall, and they could also ask Miracle Commerce for advanced technology. This was a mutually beneficial matter. Since it was like this, Chu Tian would not be polite. Yun Tianhe saw that the matter had been settled. There's no time to lose. Yun Yao will bring Mr. to familiarize yourself with the new home. If there is anything you need to improve, you can inform this old man. Yun Yao brought Chu Tian to the new headquarters. The Yun sect had two main courtyards, one in the north and one in the south. This new courtyard was even larger than the two courtyards. From the outside, it looked like a 9-way castle. Just the 3- and 4-story residential areas on the outside could fit several thousand people. There was a beautiful artificial lake, a beautiful back garden, a large beast carriage yard, and several experimental breeding areas. This level of luxury was even more exaggerated than the large family mansions. There weren't many mansions in Central State that could compare to this. Sturdy, safe. There were source energy arrays all around, and there were guards every few steps. These guards were all personally taken care of by the Yun family experts. Even with Chu, Luo, Yi, and the Feng family's power, it would be hard for them to infiltrate this place. After looking at the outside, they began to look at the inside. It was just as Yun Tianhe had described. The main courtyard had everything. There were 6 martial fields, 10 training fields, various kinds of laboratories, large libraries, and material warehouses. It was enough to satisfy the needs of a large family. What you see is only a small part of it. Yun Yao and Chu Tian walked through a fake mountain. For example, this fake mountain, there are several sturdy secret rooms inside. The entire underground area is a fourth of the manor, and there are many secret passages that can be connected to the Yun family's secret altar. If there is an emergency, it can be changed at any time. It is an absolutely safe place. Chu Tian nodded. It's as though it's quite complete. There's nothing to change. Yun Yao saw his proud appearance, and her heart felt a bit uncomfortable. The Yun family took 2 years to build this. Do you know how much it cost to build this land in the main city? Not to mention the restrictions protecting the house and the value of the equipment inside. The Yun family didn't use it, and it was picked up by you. At this time, suddenly, a black shadow passed by the fake mountain in front of them. Who is it? Could it be that those powers were in a rush to send people to assassinate Chu Tian? Yun Xiao had just boasted about how tight the security here was and how safe it was. In the end, an assassin had come to assassinate him before he could even finish speaking. This was a big loss of face. "Stop for me!" Yun Yao angrily roared. She suddenly shot forward. Her body was covered in lightning as she sent a palm out at the other side. The black shadow gently swayed and easily dodged the palm. It grabbed Yun Yao's wrist and pushed her back. Yun Yao fell to the ground and staggered a few steps, not being able to stabilize herself. "Damn!" Yun Yao revealed a trace of anger. She never thought that the other side would be an expert. Just as Yun Yao was about to unleash the full power of her source spirit, she felt an icy cold current spread through her meridians where her opponent had just grabbed her. In a very short period of time, it had spread throughout her entire body, making her feel a bone-chilling cold. Even her spirit energy had been frozen, as if there was no way to circulate it. Such a strong strength. "I am not this person's opponent." Yun Yao's face changed several times. The black shadow did not want to fight and turned to escape. "Ayaya, coming and going at night, I never thought that Vice Principal Chun would have this kind of interest." Chu Tian leisurely said, "But since you're here, why are you in such a rush to leave? How about you sit down and have a cup of tea?" "What?" It was Qin Bingyu. Yun Yao was shocked. No wonder she couldn't beat him. Qin Bingyu was in the true soul realm. She was a super expert in the late awakened soul realm. The black shadow hesitated for a few seconds before gently jumping off. She was like a light snowflake, slowly falling down from the fake mountain. Her plump and mature body was wrapped in tight black clothes. Her plump and towering twin peaks and her round and alluring buttocks that were like honey peaches were really curvaceous, showing off her mature and plump beauty. Her pair of slender and tight thighs were too fat and too skinny. One could feel the wonderful elasticity and vitality without even touching them. Zai, such a good figure. Of all the women that Chu Tian knew, perhaps only the young miss could compare to her. When Chen Bingyu saw Chu Tian, her expression was a bit nervous and awkward. She had a cold personality and was not good at expressing herself. So she dryly said, "I've been presumptuous." "You should have been following me since the beginning of the competition." Chu Tian helplessly spread out his hands. "What do you want to do? Could it be that you want to kidnap me just because I'm handsome?" Yun Xiao wished he could tear this fellow's mouth apart. Did this bastard not know who the person in front of him was? Was the Ice Queen someone that you could take liberties with? Qin Bingyu's personality was famous for being bad. She did not smile or speak well, but she did not need to because anyone she offended had been turned into an ice sculpture. Chen Bingyu did not have a sense of humor, so she honestly explained, "After you left the competition, there were people following you, so I took care of them. I followed you because I was afraid that Chu Shanha and the others would make a move." "Oh, then I really must thank you." Chu Tian looked at this slightly reserved woman and then looked at Yun Yao beside him. "All right, young Miss Yun can go back and rest first. I'll talk to Vice Principal Chen alone." Qin Bingyu had helped Chu Tian in the competition, and Qin Bingyu also wanted to join Qilin Hall, so she should not have any bad intentions. Moreover, with Chen Bingyu's high cultivation base, if she really had bad intentions towards Chu Tian, it would not matter if Yun Yao stayed or not. So she said her goodbyes without even thinking about it. Chu Tian looked at this cold and inarticulate woman. "What do you want to say?" "You can tell me now." Yes, she was clearly much older than this youth, and her cultivation was also much stronger than this youth. However, when she stood in front of this youth, she felt as if she was facing the vast sea and the starry sky. That vast and deep sense of mystery made her feel a little awe. Qin Bingyu took out a scroll. "My cultivation base has not improved in 2 years, and there are many obstacles in my cultivation that I can't think of a way to solve. So I want to ask you to help me take a look." So it's like this. Let me take a look. In front of Qin Bingyu, Everyone felt as if they were walking on thin ice. However, this youth was very carefree, completely at ease. It was like he was talking to a good friend or even a junior. On the other hand, Chun Bingyu felt a bit uncomfortable. She felt like this was an old monster wearing a youth's skin. Chun Bingyu was a martial arts fanatic, similar to South Sky City's Xiong Tianyan. With this kind of personality, she was destined to not be too worldly. She would not look down on someone because of their age or cultivation base. The world was big and there were all sorts of strange things. There really were heavenly geniuses that existed. On this, Chu Tian opened the scroll and looked over it. After looking over it, his mind began to turn. The cultivation technique you cultivate, is it an ancient cultivation technique of unknown origin? Yes. Have you cultivated it to the large success realm? Yes. Do you feel a chill every time you cultivate? Do you feel your spirit energy freeze every time you try to break through to the next realm? Chun Bingyu's snow-white cheeks were already flushed with excitement. Yes. Chu Tian knit his brows and said, "This is a bit serious. Your ancient cultivation method was not created for humans in the first place." Chun Bingyu's eyes stared at him. What? This is a foreign race cultivation technique that was transformed into a human cultivation technique. Only the level of the person who changed the cultivation technique was not high enough, so the transformation was not successful. It can only be considered a half-finished product. You also know that different races have different physiques, different acupuncture points, and different meridians. This cultivation technique is very good, but if you cultivate it, the side effects will appear. What should I do? Vice Principal Chin, forgive me for speaking bluntly, this is a bit troublesome. Chu Tian rolled up the scroll and pretended to have a headache. If your cultivation level is not deep enough, then you can just waste it and not cultivate it. But you have already cultivated it to the large success realm and are about to reach the perfection realm. The cultivation technique will affect your source spirit, and once you waste it, your cultivation base will drop. The gains will not make up for the losses. What should she do? When Chun Bingyu had found this cultivation technique in the ruins, she had been captivated by the profoundness of the cultivation technique. She did not think too much about it before cultivating it. After cultivating it for 10 years, how could she waste it just like that? Was there really no other way? You're lucky. If you hadn't met me, even the great scholar Gu Qianqiu wouldn't have been able to help you. Chu Tian gave the scroll back to her. Stay in the Qilin Hall for a while and write down the complete cultivation technique for me. I'll find the right medicine and help you solve your problem in a month. Chun Bingyu happily clenched her fists. Really? It's fine if you don't believe me. No, I believe you. Chu Tian secretly laughed in his heart. This fellow was truly pure. Wouldn't it be easy for Chu Tian to solve her problem? Chu Tian did not immediately give her an answer or help her solve it, letting her stay in the headquarters. With a great deity like Chun Bingyu, Chu Tian would not have any worries. Then he would slowly help her improve her cultivation technique and let her see how hard Chu Tian worked. He would do a difficult thing for her and help her get out of her predicament. Wouldn't you be grateful to Chu Tian like this? At that time, hey, Chu Tian revealed a naughty smile. This matter was decided like this. The young miss and Ying were coming, so Chu Tian had to tidy up the new house and prepare to welcome the two sisters. Chapter 162. 2 days later, an inconspicuous small caravan entered the main city. The entire caravan had a total of less than 300 people, and a large number of beast carriages were pulling heavy goods. 2 exquisite and beautiful white rhinoceros beast carriages were driving in the middle of the caravan, and 18 silent black-robed men were guarding the sides. Central State was bustling with commerce, and there were countless large and small companies. Who would care about an ordinary caravan? At this time, the curtain of the beast carriage was lifted and half a beautiful and delicate face appeared. Her hair was in a bun, and her eyebrows were like a painting. Her skin was as smooth as jade and her cherry lips were red. There were 2 strands of hair on her cheeks that were gently blown by the wind, adding a bit of charm. Her bright and clear eyes were like clear water, a bit mischievous, intelligent and pure. The girl looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, but her body was quite perfect. She was wearing a light green dress with a small waist and was filled with a youthful and lively aura. Wow, the main city is really big and prosperous. It's much bigger than South Sky City, and it's also very clean and beautiful. This is Yingying's first time here. This girl was naturally South Sky City's Meng Yingying. There had been no news of Chu Tian ever since he left. She had been stuck in South Sky City for half a month and couldn't wait any longer. When the time with Chu Tian arrived, she followed her elder sister to Central State. The 2 sisters' luck was very good. It just so happened that the Central State City's Great Games were being held. The 4 great families' attention was on the Great Games, and they didn't pay attention to the changes in South Sky City. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't meet any danger or trouble on the way and smoothly entered the main city. The white-clothed girl was wearing a snow-white robe that couldn't hide her impressive figure. She had a face that could cause the downfall of a city and was beautiful to the point of being flawless. Her face was like goose fat, her lips were like cherry blossoms, her eyebrows were like ink, her eyes were like autumn water, and her eyes were like a shining gem. She gave people a mature and dignified feeling. Meng Qingguo was sitting in the beast carriage in front of Meng Yingying. Even if she had a calm personality, she was filled with excitement at this moment. She had finally taken this step. Main City, the heart of Central State County, the gathering place of all the major powers in Central State County. This was the most fertile place in Central State, and at the same time there was strong competition. Anyone who could gain a foothold here was a top force in Central State City. Chu Tian had come to Central State City 2 weeks in advance, and he didn't know what the situation was like. Could a single person really stir the muddy waters of Central State City? It would be best if he could do it. Even if he couldn't, they didn't want him to mess around. Chu Tian was the true soul of miracle commerce. If miracle commerce left Chu Tian, then their achievements would be limited. While Meng Qingguo was feeling a little nervous, a burly man returned to the team with a face full of excitement. "Missy, you definitely won't believe it. Everyone on the street is talking about the head president. I just had to ask around a little, and I got news about the head president. It took no effort at all." "What? Shouldn't he be keeping a low profile? Why does the whole city know about it? Did you cause some big trouble again?" Meng Qingguo was a little worried. If Chu Tian caused trouble in Central State again, it wouldn't be easy to clean it up. Xiong Tianyan reported the situation. Chu Tian came to Central State City and provoked the Heavenly Sword Young Master. He didn't die from a single slash from the Heavenly Sword Young Master, breaking the legend of the Heavenly Sword Young Master's 1/kill. Then he went to the Yun sect to cause trouble, making the entire Yun family worship him. Finally, he joined forces with Nangong Yun and the Yun family to create Qilin Hall, creating a large stir in Central State City. The matter that shocked the entire city was Chu Tian had participated in the Central State City Great Games and had actually defeated all the geniuses in the Great Games, instantly becoming the most dazzling genius of the new generation in Central State City. In order to kill him, the 3 great families did not hesitate to make a move, but they were stopped by Yun Tianhe, Chen Bingyu, and Xin Fengho. The Meng Qingguo sisters were stunned. Chu Tian had used less than 2 weeks to become like the sun in the sky, becoming a hot person in Central State City? How did this fellow do it? Then where is he now? The chairman has moved into the miracle headquarters. It's said that this used to be the Yun family's Yun sect's headquarters, but it has now been given to the chairman as his headquarters in Central State. Let's go. The Meng Qingguo sisters were filled with joy. Chu Tian was really skilled. Who in the Yun family didn't know this? The Yun family had even taken out the newly built headquarters to give to him. Even a fool could see that they were trying to win her over. Chu Tian had not only caused a ruckus in Central State, he had also made several allies for Miracle Commerce. He had even prepared a new headquarters for Miracle Commerce, so the two sisters could just move in. This was something that the Meng Qinggu sisters never expected. When the Meng Qinggu sisters brought the caravan out of the car in front of the headquarters, they carefully looked over the castle-like building. The high walls, the grand building, and the tight security, it was like an iron bucket. The space inside was very wide, just the area it took up was very shocking. There was no need to worry about being attacked here. There were medicine fields, breeding farms, laboratories, and cultivation rooms. They were all made by the Yun family scholars with the most advanced equipment and technology. Damn! Meng Yingying stomped her feet and her cheeks filled with anger, looking like she was in a bad mood. She loudly complained, "I've been worried for so many days for nothing. That bad fellow has been doing so well." Meng Qinggu helplessly smiled. "Why haven't you called him out yet?" Meng Yingying took out a large megaphone and ran to the door to shout, "You idiot Chu Tian! What are you doing? Come out and welcome us." Meng Qinggu watched from the side with a faint smile. This girl was so worried that she couldn't eat or drink, but now she could finally relax. The door slowly opened. Nangongyan charged out like a red tornado. "Ha ha ha ha! Yingying, big sister Qinggu, you're finally here. This old lady missed you to death. Come give me a hug." Meng Yingying saw Nangongyan after so many days. Of course her face was filled with excitement and joy. She felt a terrifying strength, like it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, almost crushing her into mincemeat. "Ayo, big senior sister's cultivation base has increased by a lot. You're not bad either. Let me see. You're almost at the peak first body refinement layer. This improvement is too fast." "Of course." Meng Yingying deliberately raised her voice, but she was saying it for the people behind her to hear. "I spend most of my time in closed-door cultivation. I've used up 5 boxes of meteor grass. Now, the Starlight Immortal Body is almost at the peak of the glass body. I'm not far from the diamond body. Powerful, right?" "You're almost at the diamond body." Nangongyan was shocked. How could this be? Meng Yingying did not lie. The Starlight Immortal Body consumed a lot of materials, but as long as there were enough materials, the cultivation speed was very fast. When Chu Tian left South Sky City, Meng Yingying had already reached the glass body refinement realm. With this crazy cultivation, it wasn't strange for her to reach the diamond body refinement realm. The most important thing was that Meng Yingying and Meng Qingwu's source spirits had a very limited effect on their battle strength. This meant that the two of them could not practice most battle-type cultivation techniques, so they could only focus on defense. Therefore, if they focused on one cultivation technique, the two of them would progress faster. Meng Yingying deliberately did not look at the people behind her. Chu Tian said with a troubled face, "Ayo, why did my right eyelid keep jumping when I woke up today? So it's this little girl who came." Meng Yingying's eyes slanted. "You don't welcome this girl." "How could I dare?" Chu Tian walked over. "Long time no see." "Huh." Chu Tian came over and gave her a large bear hug, just like hugging a warm and elastic ball of cotton. This little girl's figure had improved again. Meng Yingying was stunned. She couldn't resist, but she also couldn't resist. Her face turned red on the spot. "This bastard hugged me in front of everyone. Damn, he actually bullied me as soon as we met." Chu Tian let go of Meng Yingying and walked in front of the young miss. "Young miss is even more elegant than before hug." Meng Qingwu's eyebrows knit together and her slender legs kicked out. In the end, it was dodged by Chu Tian. "Young miss is still too cautious." Chu Tian gave an embarrassed smile. "We're all family. Why are you so shy?" Meng Qingwu's face turned red. In front of this many people. Don't speak nonsense. Chu Tian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The new home has already been prepared. Two young misses, please come in. We've arranged a welcoming banquet for you to wash away your dust. That's more like it. Meng Yingying nodded in satisfaction. She pulled her elder sister's hand and walked inside. Let's go. Let's go to our new home. Zhang Liqing and Xiong Tianyan also walked over. Old Zhang is becoming younger and younger. His cultivation base is about to reach the triple awakened soul. This is truly a cause for celebration. Chu Tian said this as he looked at Xiong Tianyan. Uncle Xiong's cultivation base is also about to reach the second awakened soul layer. His progress is truly godly. This is all because of you. Xiong Tianyan gave a few loud laughs. If it wasn't for Miracle Commerce's resources and the meteor grass, how could I have progressed this fast? Zhang Liqing stroked his beard and said with a look of admiration, The Yun sect is such a large organization, and they're treating you like an honored guest. You really aren't simple. My luck is good. It's just good luck. Please come in. The Miracle Commerce staff began to send everything into the headquarters. There were over 100 barrels of refined crystal oil, and they could be used to make source energy batteries at any time. This was a resource that could be used frequently in the future. There were also large amounts of meteor grass and countless other products. What made Chu Tian surprised was that among the goods the caravan brought, the most was Meng Yingying's things. There were over 150 boxes. Each box was large and heavy. What's inside? Reporting to the chairman, we don't know either. This is Sir Meng Yingying's great invention in South Sky City. She said it was a secret weapon that could be used in Central State. This was truly a great story. That stupid girl could also invent things? Chu Tian entered the headquarters and first introduced the Yun Yao and Yun Xiao siblings to everyone. During his time in Central Continent City, these two had indeed helped Chu Tian quite a bit, so they could be considered to be on his side. With Miracle Commerce fully established, we need to move quickly. Chu Tian and Meng Qingguo discussed the company's plans. Tianjin Chamber of Commerce has secretly made over 2,000 phonographs, and a magnetic sound tower has been built. The others are still being built, and the radios are being produced in the factory. What we need to consider now is how to start. Chu Tian had basically spent all of his money, but Meng Qingguo had brought 20 million gold coins. With the obstruction of the Chu, Luo, and Yi families, it would not be easy for Miracle Commerce to expand in Central State City. First, it would be hard to add factories and stores. The three great families would definitely put pressure on them. Even if Miracle Commerce had a large amount of money, they might not be able to buy them. The true large factories and resource suppliers were controlled by the medium-sized families. These families would not dare offend the three great families to help Miracle Commerce. Let's first open a source energy restaurant. Meng Yingying confidently gave a suggestion. The food and beverage industry is a small business at the bottom. They don't have as many worries as the families. We can just spend several times the money to buy them. Meng Qingguo nodded. I also think this way. Yingying has a very good food innovation that can be used at this time. Chu Tian thought of those large boxes. Did Yingying really invent something? Chu Tian knew the young Miss personality. If the young Miss was this confident, then perhaps it really was a good thing. Chapter 163. In the carefree valley, Feng Kai Dai, who was dressed in a palace dress, was practicing her swordsmanship. Her famous sword Divine Wind was as brilliant as a green rainbow. Her graceful figure danced and moved, as beautiful as a fairy in the forest. She was light and agile, and the airflow within 10 feet was stirred by the threatening sword edge. It was filled with strength and elegance. After the sword dance, the sword returned to its sheath. Young Miss, Xiang, who walked over the green grass and respectfully said, The Marquis has asked you to come over. Feng Kai Dai calmed her spirit energy and revealed a faint smile as she walked into the bamboo house. Shen Fengho and Feng Yuntian saw that their daughter's aura was even more elegant and her cultivation technique had taken a step forward. His heart was filled with satisfaction. The Central State Tower is about to open, and this trial has a great meaning. I've asked a friend to make several elixirs that will be helpful to your cultivation, so you can take them. Shin Fengho opened the small box, and several exquisite jade bottles were placed inside. A strange, medicinal fragrance filled the air, making anyone who smelled it feel invigorated. Shen Fengho introduced the pills in the jade bottles one by one. Xiang, whose eyes almost popped out from the side. Whether it was the type or the quality, they were all the best of the best. For people in the Void Soul realm, they had a very significant effect on increasing their strength. Each pill was worth over 1 million gold coins, and there were at least 20 million gold coins worth of pills here. Feng Kai Dai was not surprised, rather she was used to it. This was a common occurrence for her. Since she was young, she had treated elixirs as food and elixirs as snacks. The resources she had spent on Feng Kai Dai over the years was enough to create a super genius like the Central State for young masters. Because she had taken large amounts of elixirs over the years, Feng Kai Dai had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy in her meridians. Once her blocked meridian physique was healed and her meridians were opened, Feng Kai Dai broke through in an instant. Father, you should know that the spiritual energy in my body cannot be refined. Even if I take the elixirs now, I won't be able to absorb it, so it will just be a waste. Feng Kai Dai shook her head and said, Moreover, the spiritual energy in my body is enough for me to break through to the illustrious soul realm. So these pills are for the Void Soul realm and are not very useful to me. Shin Fengho rubbed his chin. You're not wrong to say that. The quality of these pills is still not high enough. I have to find some time to make a trip to Royal City and get some higher grade spirit herbs from there. Xiang, whose heart was bleeding. There was a whole batch of pills worth tens of millions of gold coins, but this father and daughter pair disdained them because they were too low level. This was really infuriating. Shen Fengho was a little troubled. What should we do with these pills? Leave it to me. Feng Kai Dai took out a bottle and threw it to Xiang Hu. Brother Hu, this bottle is for you. Miss Xia. Xiang, who excitedly received the pill. Chu Tian sent me an invitation to attend the opening ceremony of Miracle Commerce Restaurant. Feng Kai Dai closed the box and let Xiang Hu carry it. I was worried about being empty-handed and not knowing what to give. These pills came at the right time. Giving away these tens of millions of gold coins worth of pills as a gift. Shin Fengho did not feel it was a pity at all. Rather, he said with a bit of worry, Chu Tian has given you a new life, and this father has helped you twice, but it was only a slight effort. It is not worth returning his favor. Only Chu Tian's alchemy skills are very high. These pills are very precious to normal people, but they might not be able to enter his eyes. Moreover, Chu Tian has broken through to the second awakened soul layer, so these pills will not be of much help to him. Chu Tian has many people by his side. Other than Nangongyin, he doesn't know anyone else. I'll give them these gifts as a meeting gift. It's decided. Feng Kai Dai called out to Xiang Hu to leave. When Feng Yuntian saw the smile on his daughter's face, he couldn't help revealing a heartfelt gratification. He looked up at the sky as if he was thinking of something. It was his wife who had died many years ago. Shen Fengho owed his wife too much, so he wanted to make it up to Kai Dai. Even if he knew it was futile, he still did not hesitate to spend large amounts of resources on her. Feng Yuntian did not know how much pressure he gave Feng Kai Dai. The entire Feng family hated him, and the people of Central State City laughed at him. It was because of this pressure that Feng Kai Dai secretly ran away from home. But what no one would have thought was that running away from home this time would be the turning point in Feng Katie's life. Kai Dai is very good right now, you can go in peace. Feng Yuntian muttered to himself before returning to his bamboo house. Feng Kai Dai lived in seclusion in the Carefree Valley, so she did not pay attention to outside matters. She had heard a bit about miracle commerce, but as for what was special about it, Feng Kai-dai did not know. She really did not understand. Chu Tian was clearly a talented person. So why did he open a restaurant? This food and lodging business was something that middle and lower class merchants did. For families like the four great families, or those with high status, they would not be involved in this kind of low-end business. Feng Kai-dai came to Central State City with a stomach full of doubts. Not long after, she smelled a strange smell. This was a smell that Feng Kai-dai had never smelled before. Not only Feng Kai-dai, but all the people on the street were attracted. "Big brother, do you smell it?" "I smell it. What is this fragrant?" "That's right, it's really strange." "Where did it come from?" "Father, what is being sold outside? Why is it so fragrant? Come, let's go take a look." When everyone found the source, there was a long line in front of the Miracle Hotel with at least 800-900 people. There were mercenaries, rogue cultivators, noble military officers, common soldiers, and maids and housekeepers. This scene was very spectacular. Wasn't this hotel just bought by Miracle Commerce with a large sum of money? It hadn't been renovated yet, so it was impossible for it to open this early. Why were there so many people lining up? Feng Kai-dai looked through the crowd. There were several giant pots in front of the Miracle Hotel, and each giant pot was filled with boiling oil. All kinds of seasoning had been added, and large pieces of meat were rolling inside. The fragrance was mainly coming from the pots. In front of each pot was a young man wearing a Miracle Commerce staff uniform, using a long ladle to scoop up and down the meat in the pots. There were several large boxes in front of the hotel, and each box was filled with canned food. Miracle Commerce's employees were busy taking out boxes of canned food and selling them in full swing. Everyone was fighting to be the first to buy them. "Everyone line up first." One by one, you're not allowed to cut the line. At this time there was a beautiful green, clothed girl standing on a bench. Her hands were holding a large loudspeaker as she used a sweet and clear voice to shout to everyone. This is the Miracle Commerce's pre-opening event. What you're seeing right now is food cooked with source energy cooking techniques. The materials used are all level 1 and 2 demon beast meat and herbs. It's delicious and can strengthen the body. In the entire southern Xia, or even the continent, only our Miracle Commerce has this technology. Before the Source Energy restaurant officially opens, we'll hold an event every day to invite everyone to try the food for free. Today we'll bring you braised meat. We'll use high-quality barbarian beef and 38 kinds of herbs and spices to make a stew, finally creating a unique braised meat. The quantity is limited. First come, first serve. Free? There was such a good thing. Everyone had long been tempted by the aroma, and they immediately rushed forward to be the first to eat. Feng Kai-dai squeezed to the front with great difficulty. There were already many people around her leading the food, and her ears were filled with all kinds of praises. "Delicious! Too delicious! I never thought that demon beast meat could be made to taste like this. Big brother, I've already finished my portion. I see that your stomach isn't too good. How about sharing some with your brother?" "Fuck you! Stealing father's braised demon beast meat? Be careful, or we won't be brothers anymore." Everyone wolfing down the food made Meng Yingying's heart very happy. She was the one who invented the braised meat, and it hadn't even been introduced in South Sky City. She never thought that it would be so popular in Central State, and her confidence soared. "Boss, your food is too delicious. Can I have another portion?" Everyone can only try one free portion a day. Meng Yingying held the loudspeaker and shouted, "If everyone doesn't feel satisfied, Miracle Commerce will release a large amount of canned meat for everyone to try at half price." This was the main point. Canned meat? What is canned meat? Everyone had never heard of it before. The braised meat you just tasted is only one flavor of demon beast meat. Our Miracle Commerce has already invented 8 flavors of canned meat. Meng Ying beamed with joy as she shouted, These are all foods made using magic cooking techniques. Not only are they easy to digest, they can also quickly restore physical strength and slowly restore magic power. They can even strengthen muscles and bones and increase cultivation. Not only is the canned meat delicious, it also has a long shelf life. A conservative estimate is that it can last around a year. Even in a hot supermarket, it can last for half a year. Other than that, the canned meat itself has a heating array. As long as you inject spirit energy into it, it will automatically heat up. No matter where you go, you can eat delicious hot food. Is this true? This was an incredible invention. They had never heard of food that could last this long. Mang Yingying wiped away the beads of sweat and continued to shout, "Everyone can only buy 5 portions a day. If you buy any Miracle Commerce canned meat during the event, you can also win a lottery." Miracle Commerce's phonograph and other products are waiting for everyone to pick up. Don't miss such a good opportunity. Everyone was shocked. Why didn't you say so earlier? I want to buy. I want 5 cans. Everyone rushed forward to buy the cans. Feng Kai Dai was also curious. Let's go buy 2. All right. Xiang, who placed the box on the ground. I'll go now. The crowd rushed forward, and several large boxes of cans were quickly destroyed. These cans were all made using source energy cooking techniques. There were braised meat, smoked meat, barbecued meat, pickled meat, etc. Demon beast meat was not easy to rot, and when Mang Yingying made the cans, she added some special herbs, ensuring that the canned meat would not go bad for around a year. How could this not cause an uproar? Source energy restaurants were expensive, and it was hard to get a spot. Now that they could sell source energy food in cans, wouldn't that increase their sales? To merchants, this was a good business opportunity. If they bought large amounts of canned food and transported it to other cities, it would be sold at several times the price. As for mercenaries, sailors, armies, and wandering rogue cultivators, it was a tailor-made good item. These professions were doing missions, or rogue cultivators going out to cultivate, not returning to the city for 10 days to half a month. Maintaining food in the wilderness was a problem. Now it was good. The canned demon beast meat was not only delicious and nutritious, it was also very filling. The most important thing was that the demon beast meat could strengthen one's physique and even slowly recover spirit energy. This was a must-have item for traveling. Was the canned food delicious? Could it really last this long? Everyone was filled with curiosity and impatiently wanted to test it out. Chapter 164. The Chu, Luo, and Yi families had been blocking all information about Miracle Commerce. Unless it was something big that couldn't be blocked, like Chu Tian killing the elders of the 3 families, Chu Tian capturing Yi Tianlang, or Chu Tian forcing Yi Wudao to retreat. Anything related to Miracle Commerce could not be reported in the local media. This caused the Central State City citizens and low-level cultivators to not have a good understanding of Miracle Commerce. It could even be said that it was very vague. Looking at it now, it wasn't a bad thing. This would give the citizens a sense of novelty. So when Miracle Commerce came to Central State City, as long as they used a few tricks, it was easy to catch people's eyes and cause a strong shock. Mang Yingying had been shouting with the megaphone for over half an hour. She was already sweating profusely from exhaustion. What made Mang Yingying very proud was that the canned food had almost been sold out. The canned food was Mang Yingying's idea. When Nan Gongyin left South Sky City, only Yingying was left to manage the restaurants in South Sky City. The 3 restaurants in South Sky City were very popular, and they needed to make reservations every day to get a spot. Sometimes they had to wait for several days to make a reservation. It was really hard to find a spot. There were many rogue cultivators and mercenaries who thought that it would be great if they could eat Miracle Commerce's food anytime, anywhere, even in the wild. Miracle Commerce's source energy cooking pots were not for sale, so this idea was destined to be a fantasy. No one would have thought that a moment of complaint would give Meng Yingying inspiration. That's right. Miracle Commerce did not leak their technology, so they were very cautious in hiring people. Therefore, it was impossible for them to open new restaurants quickly. So many people would not be able to eat the delicious and nutritious source energy cooking pots. Wouldn't a large market be wasted? Meng Yingying suddenly had an idea. If they could use source energy cooking pots and put them in special packaging, wouldn't there be a large market for them? When her elder sister heard of Meng Yingying's idea, she immediately gave her approval and support. Meng Yingying's confidence was greatly boosted. She immediately gathered more than 10 experienced chefs and researched day and night. They finally invented canned food. In fact, in terms of technology, canned food wasn't complicated at all. However, most of the time, a great product only lacked a flash of inspiration and ingenuity. The introduction of canned food would definitely have a great impact. It was a milestone for the expansion of miracle food and beverage. The major clans, armies, mercenaries, loose cultivators, and even ordinary people would come to try the delicacies. Not only did it solve the problem of survival in the wild to a great extent, but it also gave people sufficient nutrition and strengthened their bodies. How many millions of people had benefited from this invention? Meng Yingying personally supervised the production of a large batch of canned meat. It hadn't even been released in South Sky City, so she didn't know how the market would react. She brought all of the canned meat to Central State City to sell. What was surprising was the canned food was wildly welcomed and supported on the first day. The explosive scene was an affirmation of Yingying's hard work. People no longer needed to endure dry rations on long journeys. After long-term missions, they no longer needed to worry about the lack of nutrition that would cause their bodies to weaken. With a can of canned meat and a jug of wine, no matter where they went, they could experience the delicacies of miracle commerce. This was truly a great invention that benefited both the country and the people. Meng Yingying's voice was a bit hoarse from shouting, but she didn't feel tired at all. She held the loudspeaker in her hand and continued to shout, "Thank you everyone for your support. Today's canned food has been sold out. Those friends who didn't buy canned food, please line up here tomorrow. The quantity is limited, so first come first serve." What? It's sold out this quickly? I've already lined up for an hour. Meng Yingying faced everyone's complaints and shouted into the loudspeaker. Miracle Commerce has come from afar, so we didn't bring a lot of canned food. But everyone doesn't need to worry. Miracle Commerce is already preparing to open a canned food processing factory in the main city. Other than that, Miracle Commerce will buy large amounts of demon beast meat at a high price. Mercenary friends, don't waste the demon beast meat you find. As long as you bring it to us, we will buy it no matter how much you have. Miracle Commerce will also open a farm in the prairies outside the city. If we catch a suitable demon beast cub, we will give a good price to buy it. Please don't let everyone suffer a loss. The mercenaries and merchants all revealed looks of pleasant surprise. This was a giant business opportunity. Miracle Commerce was opening a source energy restaurant in Central State City and wanted to mass-produce canned meat using demon beast meat. Therefore, it wasn't hard to foresee that the originally worthless demon beast meat would greatly increase in value in the near future. In this world, there were more beasts than people. The land inhabited by intelligent life forms was not even a few tens of millions of the continent's land. Most of the places without intelligent life forms were demon beast worlds, so the amount of demon beasts was very large. It could even be said that they were overrun. A bustling city like Central State City would often face the threat of beast hordes, even seriously affecting the safety of the city. Because of this, many mercenaries and rogue cultivators hunted demon beasts for a living. However, the most common and most worthless thing on demon beasts was their meat. With the appearance of Miracle Commerce, this situation would immediately change. The price of beast meat would increase. When source energy cooking became more common, the demand for beast meat would become even larger. For these people who hunted demon beasts for a living, it would increase their income by a large amount. How could anyone refuse this kind of good thing? After the canned food was sold out, it was time to draw a prize. Congratulations, you've drawn the third prize, a level 1 talisman refined by Miracle Commerce. Congratulations, you've drawn the third prize, a bottle of medicine produced by Miracle Commerce. Anyone who bought canned food would have a chance to draw a prize, and the chances of winning were very high. The worst prize would be a dagger forged from fine iron or a short sword as a souvenir. Many people would even draw talismans, potions, and other more valuable things. Miracle Commerce prepared tens of thousands of gifts for free every day. This rich and overbearing attitude made the citizens feel excited. This event was planned by Meng Qingguo. On one hand, it was to let the citizens see Miracle Commerce's wealth and power. On the other hand, it was to spread Miracle Commerce's products in the city as fast as possible. It would take at least 8 to 10 days for a large hotel to open. Miracle Commerce used free food, special canned food, and all kinds of prizes to attract the citizens' attention. Congratulations! You've drawn the first prize. You've received a qi refining pill from Miracle Commerce. The crowd broke out in cheers. Miracle Commerce did not know much about other products, but this qi refining pill was very famous. Its price was very high in the underground market, and one could earn a fortune just by selling a single one. Congratulations! You've drawn a special prize. You've received a limited edition first-generation phonograph from Miracle Commerce. You've also received a disc of basic courses that can be played 10 times. The people broke out in cheers. Phonograph? Wasn't this something from Qilin Hall? There was even a disc of basic courses. How could this be? Even if it was the lowest level introductory course, it was still a treasure that was hard to estimate. The atmosphere of the crowd reached a climax again and again. Free food, large amounts of canned food, and precious prizes. When the Source Energy restaurant officially opened, its reputation would have already spread, and it would be hard for its business to not be good. Young miss, I'm back. Why are you so slow? Did you manage to get the canned food? There's no other way. There are too many people, and I can't cut in line. It's already sold out before it's my turn. Xiang, who had a depressed look on his face. This Miracle Commerce's business was too good. Young miss, don't worry. I spent 10 times the price and bought 2 cans from a mercenary. Feng Katie's eyes lit up. Let me take a look. The canned food that Miracle Commerce produced was a cylindrical container made of copper. The material itself was not strange at all. There were no patterns or designs on it. It only stated the brand and the manufacturer, as well as the words "Can braised pig trotters." Feng Kai carefully looked at it, and there were even smaller words written on it. It stated the type of canned food, how to use it, what herbs and spices were used, as well as the benefits of eating Source Energy food. It was clear and easy to understand. Although the packaging was very simple, it was very creative. From the reaction of the crowd, it was clear that everyone liked it. Feng Kai opened it with a curious heart. Inside were 3 large pig trotters that were soaked in a kind of half-solidified gelatinous soup. According to the description written on the side of the can, this soup was made with 6 herbs and 9 spices. It had an anti-spoilage effect and was enough to preserve food for around a year. The food was already cooked and could be eaten directly after opening the can. For a better taste, one could also heat up the meat can. Feng Kai held the can with both hands and slowly poured her essence energy into it. A few simple runes appeared at the bottom of the can, and the originally half-congealed soup actually automatically started to heat up. It was like a hot meal that had just been taken out of the pot. Aya, it's really Zhou Dao. Feng Kai sniffed it. The fragrance was rich and enticing. It was very appetizing. Feng Kai did not care about her image as she took out a piece of pig trotter and tasted it. Her eyes widened in shock. Feng Kai was someone who had seen the world and had eaten all kinds of delicious food. She did not dare believe that this was demon beast meat. Demon beast meat itself was very hard to cook. Moreover, the pig trotters were very tough, and the inside of the can of meat was completely cooked. The meat was chewy and the mouth was dry. The ingredients were all mixed with herbs and spices, and the taste was unbelievably delicious. Fong Kai Dai couldn't help but take a bite and finish the pig trotters in 2 or 3 bites. Her mouth was full of grease, and she did not care about her beautiful image. How was this fast food? It was simply an unbelievable delicacy. Just this canned food was enough to make miracle commerce famous all over the world. The taste is too good. Fong Kai Dai found that after tasting one, she could not stop. Are there any more? Xiang Hu said awkwardly, I'm sorry, miss. I finished all of it. Fong Kai Dai glared at him. Fine. Since we know Chu Tian, we'll order a batch of canned food from inside. This thing is too delicious and can also strengthen the body and increase cultivation. Not only is it the best food for cultivators, it can also be our best snack. Snack? This was not cheap for a normal person. The most common level 1 demon beast meat was 10 gold coins per can. Canned food with a heating source energy array would cost at least 20 gold coins per can. Of course, to a noble disciple, this was not a problem at all. Fong Kai Dai wiped her mouth clean and immediately revealed her identity as she walked into the renovated hotel. Chapter 165. Chu Tian was leisurely sitting in the hotel drinking tea. The snow-white little fox was sitting on its master's crossed legs, also crossing one leg over the other. That expression and demeanor was exactly the same as its master. Its 2 little claws were holding a jade teacup. Even the way it drank tea was the same as its master. Speechless. Truly one is marked by the company one keeps. Such a cute little fox. Who would have thought that after staying with Chu Tian for a long time, it would learn its master's bad habits? Chu Tian was not ashamed at all. This is the elven green tea that old man Yun gave me. Young miss, have a cup. Meng Qingguo took a sip of the tea. The fragrance filled the air, making her body feel comfortable. Her spirit energy seemed to be cleansed, and her body had a wonderful feeling of clarity. It really was a good tea. Ying has a shy and innocent personality, always being satisfied with the status quo. It's rare for her to care about something this much. Meng Qingwu's gentle autumn water-like eyes stared at Chu Tian, but sometimes when I see her working hard all day, my heart doesn't feel good. I don't know if this change is good or bad for her. Meng Qingwu's mood was very complex. On one hand, she hoped that Ying would be motivated, having the power to protect herself in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. On the other hand, she hoped that Ying could live a carefree life, never being involved in worldly battles or fame. Do you think the tired Ying is happier, or the carefree Ying from before is happier? Meng Qingguo looked outside. Her little sister's petite body was standing on the high platform, holding the horn in one hand and waving it with the other. Her head was covered in sweat and her cheeks were red. She was excitedly shouting, revealing a proud and satisfied look. She gave a knowing smile and didn't say anything. But doesn't young Miss feel that this matter is a bit strange? Chu Tian held the teacup and said in a serious voice, How could Ying's stupid brain come up with this idea? She wouldn't be possessed, right? How about we show her? Pei, speaking without thinking. You're the one who's possessed. Meng Qingwu's towering chest heaved up and down. She was determined to protect her sister. So how could she tolerate this guy's nonsense? She's so hardworking. Don't you know that diligence makes up for her lack of talent? Hard work? Don't joke around. Do you think I don't know this girl's background? He's almost half as lazy as I am. How did I get into the Meng family in the first place? It was because she didn't want to do her homework. You still don't believe me. After she used the magic mirror source spirit to copy the heavenly book source spirit's learning ability, not only did she learn some of the key techniques of miracle commerce, she also locked herself in her room every day. If she wasn't cultivating, then she was reading and learning. I don't know which story he got the inspiration for canned food from, but in order to develop the best canned food, he specially flipped through dozens of cookery books and found more than 10 chefs to help him. He secretly developed the canned food for a few days and nights. It can be said that he gave his all. Meng Yingying looked weak on the surface, but she was a very proud person. She saw how smart Chu Tian was, how capable her elder sister was, and how strong elder sister Nangong was. She was alone, uncultured, had no skills, and couldn't fight. How could she not be anxious as a flower vase? Before Chu Tian left, he casually exhorted her with a few words, which greatly encouraged her attitude. A green-clothed girl, holding a loudspeaker, walked in. Her head was covered in sweat, and her white face was slightly red. She stood in front of the two of them with a proud expression. "It's all done." That sweet and pleasant voice rang out. It was as clear and bright as a lark, making it easy for people to have a good impression of her. "Elder sister, is there anything that needs to be improved?" "No need." Meng Qingguo shook her head with a faint smile. "Let's drink some tea and rest." Meng Yingying giggled. "I'm not tired. I feel very happy." Actually, Meng Yingying was one of the beauties that Chu Tian knew, and he had the best relationship with her. In the beginning, it was Meng Yingying who brought him out of the slave market. That was why Chu Tian was able to have everything that happened after that. He would always take special care of Meng Yingying. Even if she was just a flower vase, he would take care of her for a lifetime. Who knew that this insensitive and naive girl would occasionally have a flash of inspiration that was enough to surprise people? Meng Yingying described the latest situation. "General Xiong Wuji from the general's residence has sent people to order 200,000 cans of canned food from us. All the big families, mercenary groups, and merchant groups have also sent us orders for canned food in advance. We haven't even started building the canned food factory, but the orders for canned food are already coming in like snowflakes. Not bad." Chu Tian couldn't help praising. "Yingying's canned food is going to be famous all over the world." Meng Yingying's face turned red, and she scratched her head in embarrassment. "I only thought of the idea during the canned food development process. Elder sister gave me quite a bit of help, and the current business strategy was also finalized by elder sister on the way here." Meng Qingguo gently said, "If it's your credit, then it's yours. What does it have to do with me?" "I say, you two sisters shouldn't be so modest. It's like other people don't know your feelings." Chu Tian laughed. "If there's merit, then you should be rewarded. Half of the canned food's profits will be given to you as a bonus. You guys should properly promote the canned food and use it to increase the influence of the Source Energy restaurant. Half of the annual profits as a bonus? This was too much. From today onwards, Yingying will be in charge of miracle dining." Yingying asked in a surprised voice, "Then what about elder sister Nangong?" "Nangong's vice chairman position is fine, but Nangong has other important businesses to develop. So I'm afraid she won't have time to manage miracle dining. Nangong Yin would be transferred to Qilin Hall as the highest manager. She had a domineering and righteous personality and was filled with the aura of the Jianghu. She was destined to be an elder sister that could convince others. With Yun Yao and Yun Xiao as her assistants, it wouldn't take long for her to win over a large group of little brothers and make a name for herself in Central State." When they were talking, a beautiful and noble-dressed girl walked in. "Sorry, Brother Chu, I'm late." The great beauty Feng had arrived. Feng Kai-dai noticed the two girls as soon as she came in. The green-clothed girl was very cute and beautiful, and the white-clothed girl was dignified and steady with a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. The two of them looked very similar, so it was clear they were sisters. Miracle Commerce's vice chairman Meng Qingguo, and this is Miracle Commerce's chairman Meng Yingying. You should have already seen her outside. Chu Tian introduced them to everyone. "This is Shen Fengho's daughter, Feng Kai-dai. I've mentioned her before." "Hello, elder sister Kai-dai." Meng Yingying passionately welcomed her. "Elder sister is truly beautiful. No wonder that bad fellow kept mentioning you to us." Chu Tian was a little embarrassed. When did he keep mentioning her? Didn't he only say it once? This is our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare any gifts. Feng Kai Dai gently waved her hand, and Xiang, who quickly brought over the box. Feng Kai Dai opened the box and revealed 10 exquisite jade bottles. These finished pills are useless to me, but they can help you break through in a short period of time. Please accept them. Meng Qinggu was a little surprised. This gift is too precious. It's not precious at all. Feng Kai Dai very appropriately said, compared to the help you've given me, this is just a small repayment. I hope you won't reject it. The Meng Qinggu sisters were a little hesitant. Chu Tian saw this and said, since young Miss Feng has good intentions, we'll accept it. Although he didn't expect the two sisters to have a strong battle strength, their cultivation bases still needed to keep up. I came to find you because of other important matters. After Feng Kai Dai gave the gifts to the two sisters, she said to Chu Tian with a serious expression, let's talk about the matter of the Central State Tower. The Central State Tower's trial? Chu Tian did not understand this at all and did not have much interest in it. It was a trial. It was just a place for young people to train. What was there to see in this place? The ancient civilizations of the continent have left behind countless treasures. The trial grounds are one of them. Feng Kai Dai said this, and then her tone suddenly changed as she asked, do you know why the trial grounds were created? How could Chu Tian not know? The ancient families and kingdoms, in order to train the most outstanding young people, they created a special trial ground with the goal of increasing their strength. That's not all. Some of the trial grounds were built by ancient sections. Their purpose was to find a suitable successor among the trial takers. When a sect is about to be destroyed, they will spend all their effort to create a secret realm, so you can't look down on it. Is that so? From the looks of it, the Central State Tower is not normal. Chu Tian was a little surprised. What's different about it? Don't look down on this opportunity. Feng Kai Dai was most worried about Chu Tian's personality. It seemed like he did not care about anything and would waste this great opportunity. First of all, the Central State Tower was not built by humans and has a very long history. It could be a relic of an ancient civilization. Hidden within were incredible treasures, and past trial takers have been able to obtain extremely generous rewards. The Central State, 4 great families, and even the Feng family have spent all their effort to obtain a spot. This is not without reason. This was also true. Feng Kai Dai hesitated for a few minutes, and then said a piece of information normal people did not know. I once heard a secret from my father. There was once a scholar who found a legend about the Central State Tower in the ruins. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. What is it? The Central State Tower has an ancient lost problem. An ancient lost problem. What kind of problem is it? It's just a legend. Feng Kai Dai shrugged her shoulders and said, but since it's an ancient lost problem, it must be very difficult. No one has been able to solve it since ancient times, and it's said that if someone can solve it, perhaps they can obtain an ancient treasure or even a secret that transcends life and death. Pa! The jade cup was crushed to pieces. Meng Qinggu and Meng Yingying were stunned. The two of them had never seen Chu Tian like this before. Chu Tian had already stood up, and his aura had completely changed. He was like a completely different person. Does this kind of mystery really exist? It's just a legend, and no one has seen it before. But since the legend has been passed down, perhaps it isn't groundless. Feng Kai Dai never thought that Chu Tian would be this interested in this matter. If we want to know the answer, we can only go in and take a look. Chu Tian returned to his normal appearance and rubbed his chin as he said, this is a bit interesting. It seems like we really need to take a look. What are the rules of the trial? Survival. Feng Kai Dai continued to say, the trial will meet a harsh challenge of survival. The longer one survives in the trial, the richer the rewards will be. Feng Kai Dai took out a book from her sleeve. These are the notes left behind by the 10 trial participants in the past 50 years. I hope it will be of some help to you. The experiences of the predecessors are just a reference. The trial's environment and terrain will constantly change, and it will be different every time it opens. But it will always be the same. It will test strength, test wisdom, and test luck. This trial tower's manufacturing technique was not simple. In a small country like the southern summer country, where the spiritual energy was thin, there should not be such a mysterious trial. But the continent's spiritual veins would change. Perhaps it could be traced back to ancient times when the spiritual energy in this land was not as thin as it was now. The trial is about to begin. I hope you can properly study the notes. Kai-Dai won't bother Brother Chu anymore. I'll say my goodbyes here. Before Feng Kai-Dai left, she asked Meng Yingying for a few cans of food. She said that she would bring it back for Shen Fengho to try. Meng Yingying did not dare not give it to her, and directly gave Kai-Dai a large box. Chapter 166. Elder Sister Kai-Dai is truly generous. She really is worthy of being Shen Fengho's daughter. Meng Yingying took out the jade bottles from the small treasure chest and looked them over, praising them non-stop. Because they were all made from level 2 elixirs, their value was very high. Even if one had money, they might not be able to buy them. Elder Sister and I have hope of breaking through to the second awakened soul layer. Meng Qingguo looked at Chu Tian with a strange gaze. This young Miss Feng's attitude towards you is not normal. I'm afraid you are not just some casual acquaintance. Meng Yingying heard this. Was there something fishy going on? How could that be? She put the jade bottles back into the box and closed it with a paw sound. She put her hands on her hips and fiercely said, "Be honest and be strict. What is your relationship?" The two sisters were extorting a confession at the same time. Chu Tian had a helpless expression. "You want to care about this?" Nonsense. Meng Yingying had an unreasonable appearance. No matter how strict you are, who knows how many girls will be tricked by you? Do you think everyone else is as stupid as you? Chu Tian honestly told her everything that had happened. Meng Yingying was suddenly enlightened. No wonder when South Sky City was surrounded by the Ye family, Shin Fengho came out to help us. Elder Sister Feng Kai-Dai really is a good person. She is Shen Fengho's daughter. She has a noble status and is high above everyone else. You're not allowed to have any ideas about her, and you're not allowed to bully her. Do you understand? All right, I won't have any ideas about her. Meng Yingying winked at her elder sister and revealed a victorious smile. When did this stinky girl turn into a little tiger? This was truly going against the heavens. What kind of joke is this? Does an outstanding person like me need to take the initiative? It's usually other people that have ideas about me, all right? Speaking of this, you have to be careful in the Central State Tower. Meng Qingguo had already heard of the legends of the Central State Tower, so she knew how important the Central State Tower's trial was to a person. Because of you, the Chu, Luo, and Yi family's disciples were not able to participate, so those 3 families will definitely hate you. Other than the top 6 of the Central State Tournament, the Central State's 4 young masters were also participating in the trial. Although the Yun family supports you now, but based on Purple Lightning Young Master's strength alone, it is impossible for him to contend against the others. Among the 4 great young masters, the Purple Lightning Young Master was ranked last. When Yun Yao broke through to the 4th awakened soul layer and obtained the soul-contracting Thunder Spirit bead, her strength should not be weaker than Yi Tianlong's. She should not be weaker than Luo Xianglong by much, but she should be on par with these 2. If he were to fight against Chu Xinghe, there was no hope at all. The strength of the leader of the 4 princes was even greater than the sum of the other 3. The Heavenly Sword Young Master, the Dragon Tiger Young Master, and Prince Tianling, these 3 illustrious soul realm experts. If they all attacked Chu Tian's group at the same time, how could the trial continue? Meng Qingguo continued to remind him. Don't look down on the Central State's 4 great families. It is not a coincidence that the four great families have been in Central State City for 200-300 years. Even if they are afraid of Shin Fengho's fame and don't dare make a move against you, it is hard to guarantee that they won't try to assassinate you. Assassinate? If they had this ability, I would have already died on the streets. I wouldn't have waited until today. Chu Tian said with a smile. Relax, it's just a small family in a small city in a small country. What ability do they have? They are just trying to show off their might. Meng Qinggu continued to say, other than that, when I was in South Sky City, I received some news that the Central State four great families are trying to secretly decipher our techniques. Chu Tian was a bit stunned, but he did not care about it. This was hard to avoid. Every time a new pill or talisman appeared on the market, it would attract the attention of the large families. If this product had any commercial value, they would immediately invest a large amount of resources to try and decipher it. The prospects of the source energy electric lamp and source energy cooking were wide. It was impossible for the large families not to be jealous. Even if Meng Qinggu was careful, she could not stop the source energy electric lamp from falling into their hands. After they obtained the electric lamp, they could copy the source energy array on it and reverse engineer the design. If the source energy array design was deciphered, the source energy electric lamp technology would be completely exposed. At the same time, the source energy pot was the same. This was one of the most common methods of competition in this era. There was no such thing as protecting patents. Even the empire allowed this kind of behavior. Everyone relied on their own strength, whether it was research or deciphering. Whoever had the technology would have the qualifications to produce it. Although it was hard to reverse engineer it, the complexity of a level 1 source energy array was limited. The large families had hundreds of scholars working together, so there was still a chance of deciphering it. They could even send the source energy array to Imperial City and find a professional master, or even spend a large sum of money to hire a great scholar to decipher it. Once the technology was deciphered, Miracle Commerce's production and influence would not have any advantage. These large families could instantly gather a large amount of production resources and steal the market 10 times faster than Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce's technology would become someone else's wedding dress. Chu Tian gave a carefree smile. No need to worry. Even if my source energy array is level 1, these good-for-nothings won't be able to decipher it in 3 to 5 years. Even if they can decipher it, the products produced will be defective products. There is no guarantee of stability, and it will not be able to compete with Miracle Commerce. Being afraid will only restrict us. We can develop freely and make our own products. We can let them follow behind us and eat dirt. Chu Tian said this. Meng Qinggu was relieved. With Meng Qinggu's heavenly book source spirit's quick learning ability, she had already grasped a part of the technology. Although she did not know much about arrays, Southern Cloud Commerce used to make talismans. Didn't they know how to kill a pig and not eat pork? Whether it was the shape or style of Chu Tian's source energy array, it was far from the mainstream of the modern era. It could be said to be several years ahead of its time. Even if it was a level 1 array, it was impossible for a small country like the Southern Summer Country to decipher it. Even if it was a large empire with experts like Clouds, it would still be a challenging matter. As for deciphering a part of it, perhaps they could make a lamp or a source energy pot, but in terms of stability, sensitivity, and safety, it would be far inferior. It would not be able to replace Miracle Commerce. At most, it would be able to occupy a small portion of the market. Let them decipher it. This kind of thing was a low-level technology. Chu Tian did not put it in his eyes from the beginning. Chu Tian was most concerned with increasing his strength. The Central State Tower was a good opportunity. Not to mention that the Central State Tower contained the legendary 10,000-year lost problem, which made him very interested. After several days, the Central State Trial was about to begin. The Central State Trial was something that Central State City paid close attention to. This kind of opportunity only came once every 5 years, and it was common for people to dig out ancient tools, ancient treasures, and even top-grade inherited cultivation techniques. As for spirit medicines and spirit pills, there were countless of them, and there were even saint-level materials. How could the great clans not scramble for them? The forbidden area has opened. We ask the trial participants to enter. A deep and resounding shout rang out. Central State City's great General Xiongwuji led the guards to surround the ruins. The magnificent honor guard of the four great families slowly entered the forbidden area of the central continent ruins. Each of the majestic beast carriages exuded a powerful and dignified aura. Central State Tower, the foundation of Central State City. It was because of the trial tower that there was a bustling Central State City. The Central State Tower was not like the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. There was no restriction on cultivation. As long as one was under 30 years old, they had the qualifications to participate in the trial. So, the higher one's cultivation, the more advantage they had. Central State's Chu Xingha had an overwhelming strength, which was something that none of the previous Central State trial participants had. So, this battle was destined to be a very intense one. The Central State Tower was 30 meters tall, standing in the ruins of the ancient city. It was completely snow-white, like it was made of jade or stone. It was covered in a hazy glow, and an ancient and mysterious aura filled the air. After tens of thousands of years, it was completely new, without a single trace left behind. The greatest power in the world seemed to be unable to do anything to it. The first day Chu Tian arrived in the main city, he could feel that the main city was covered in a special ancient aura. The source seemed to be here. The four great families surrounded the Central State Tower, waiting for the trial to begin. Chu Shanha, Yi Wudao, and Luo Lianqing all had dark and terrifying expressions on their faces. This was because these past few days had not been good for them. The three families had sent out more than one group of death soldiers to deal with Chu Tian, but in the end, none of the death soldiers they sent out had returned alive. It was impossible for that old man surnamed Yin to protect them all the time. When the three families noticed a silent black figure behind Chu Tian, they finally realized it was Qin Bingyu. It was actually this woman. Perhaps only this woman could secretly take care of the family's death soldiers. A woman like Qin Bingyu was always as cold as ice, so why would she protect Chu Tian over and over again? Truly hateful. As long as this woman was by Chu Tian's side, there was no chance of assassinating him. Even if the three family heads personally made a move, it would still be the same, unless they invited the secluded or wandering remote great elders. But was this even easier said than done? Their eyes were filled with hatred. They were like arrows that wanted to pierce through Chu Tian. Yun Tianhao was a little worried as he said to Chu Tian in a low voice, "No one will die in the trial. If you fall into their hands, you should kill yourself to avoid being humiliated by them." Meng Qingguo was also present. When she heard Yun Tianhe say this, her heart filled with worry. Although one could not be killed in the trial, it was still possible for one to be heavily injured or crippled. Chu Tian had participated in this trial, so he was taking a large risk. Chu Tian had a relaxed expression, turning a blind eye to this. When he saw Yi Tianling and his son, he even went up to greet them. "Yo, isn't this the stray dog young master? Last time I accidentally cut off your arm, so I was filled with fear and guilt. I never thought that your arm would grow back, so I can finally relax. But I advise you not to be this naughty in the future. Otherwise it won't be as simple as losing 2 arms next time." Stray dog young master. Everyone looked over with a strange gaze. Yi Tianlong's white face turned red. That experience in South Sky City was Yi Tianlong's life's nightmare. Yi Wudao's face turned dark. If it wasn't for Yun Tianhe and Chen Bingyu being here, he would have killed this arrogant person on the spot. How long can you be proud for? Yi Tianlong's face twisted. "As long as we enter the trial, I'll make you beg for death." Chu Tian's body trembled. He used a very exaggerated and annoying acting to express the fear in his heart, The stray dog young master is angry. I'm really scared. Luo Xianglong gave a snort. Although his relationship with Yi Tianlang was not good, Yi Tianlang was still on the same level as him. Chu Tian did not place the 4 young masters in his eyes at all. How could he swallow this anger? Chu Xinghe closed his eyes, not saying a single word. Chu Tian also knew when to stop. The trial was more important. The little fox secretly poked its head out of his clothes. Ji. Chu Tian patted its head. What? Do you want to go in and take a look? But you're a living creature. Can I bring you into the trial tower? The little fox stretched out its 2 claws and gestured that there was no problem. All right then. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. Don't drag me out of the trial tower. No problem. You can be assured. The little fox confidently went back into his clothes. The earth suddenly shook a few times and the sky quickly darkened. It was like a piece of the sun had been bitten off and was covered in a large shadow. Moreover, the shadow was quickly expanding. Solar eclipse. The opening of the Central State Tower was a solar eclipse. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed on the top of the Central State Tower. A wave of energy entered the Central State Tower. A large number of floating runes appeared. That tightly shut jade door suddenly and slowly disappeared. A passage that blossomed with white light appeared in front of everyone. An ancient and mysterious aura was released. It gave people the illusion that as long as they entered the passage, they would enter another world. A world with completely different laws. Participants enter the tower. Chu Xinghe, Luo Xianglong, Yi Tianlang, and Yin Yao, the 4 young masters, walked in front. Chu Tian, Nangong Yin, Feng Kaidai, Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fang Han. The 6 of them followed closely behind. The little fox hid in Chu Tian's clothes, and its body released a gray energy. It slowly wrapped around itself and followed Chu Tian into the passage. The trial officially began. Chapter 167. The moment he walked in, the heaven and earth shook and all living things trembled. Spiritual energy and spatial energy surged and was released like a tsunami, instantly covering the entire world, forming the trial world. A giant palace slowly appeared. Chu Tian first pulled open his clothes and saw a furry snow white head sticking out. The little fox grinned at Chu Tian, revealing a proud look. I really couldn't tell that you had some skills. Chu Tian had read the notes that Feng Kaidai left for him. The trial tower did not allow living beings to be brought in, so battle pets and pets could not be brought in under normal circumstances. But the little fox had resisted the trial tower's laws and forcefully followed Chu Tian in. The little fox retreated back into his clothes. Chu Tian did not care about it and began to observe his surroundings. This place looked like a palace, but it was not a palace. Rather, it was an intersection. There were passages in all directions, and it was a deep corridor. Although it was an intersection because this place was too big, it was like he was in a grand palace. A single pillar was 200 meters long. It would take 60 to 70 people to surround it. Each floor was around 30 to 40 square meters. There was an ancient copper chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It was as big as a house. In short, everything here seemed to be magnified several times. There was no difference between humans and ants. 3 sharp killing intents suddenly surrounded Chu Tian. Even if one used there but to think, they would know that this was the Heavenly Sword Young Master, the Dragon Tiger Young Master, and Prince Tianling. Chu Tian's hatred for them was too deep. How could they allow Chu Tian to participate in the trial? Killing people in the trial space would not kill them, but they could kick Chu Tian's group out, ending their chances. How could Chu Tian not know what his grandsons were thinking? Whether it was Chu Xinghe or the other 2, Chu Tian was not their match. If they really wanted to fight, Chu Tian would not have a chance at all. This was not good. If Chu Xinghe can send me back to my original position with a single sword strike, then what's the point of this trial? Fortunately, the terrain of the trial space had not yet been completed. The 10 of them were unable to move. giving Chu Tian a short period of time to observe. The 10 of them were locked in a large, independent cage. The cage was made of metal as thick as an arm, and its surface was covered with runes. Chu Tian wasn't too familiar with this kind of ancient outsider-style array, but he was sure that it should be some kind of protective barrier. When the power of breaking out of the cage reached a certain level, it would activate the barrier on the cage. In other words, it was difficult to break the cage with brute force. The door of the cage was locked by a large black lock. The lock structure was very special. It looked like a Rubik's Cube. To be precise, it was an extremely complicated Rubik's Cube. Each side was 16 times 16, and the shape was irregular. Interesting. Chu Tian stroked his chin as a faint smile appeared on his face. From Foam Katie's notes, Chu Tian already knew the style of this trial. Although the trial was mainly to test one's strength, there were many undecipherable mechanisms within. If the trial challenger had enough wisdom and knowledge, then they could often achieve twice the result with half the effort. In terms of fighting, Chu Tian was not a match for any one of the 4 young masters. But in terms of knowledge, even if the 4 great families worked together, he would not place them in his eyes. Chu Tian continued to observe his surroundings. There was an incomparably large corridor that was at least 30 to 40 feet wide. From a human's point of view, how was this a corridor? It was simply a square. The overall style of the building was rough and grand. It seemed a bit familiar. Chu Tian was a very knowledgeable scholar. He had seen the palaces of the ancient giants in a book before. The style was very similar to the environment of the trial. Thus, he could conclude that this trial space was a simulation of the giant race's architecture. The walls on the left and right sides of the corridor had a large number of arched depressions. In each depression there was a statue. The statues were 40 to 50 meters tall, and they were all heavily armored guards. Some held spears, some held large swords, and some held giant axes. In any case, they all had different weapons. On each giant guard statue, there was a very complex source energy array system. Chu Tian's brows slightly knit together. Ayaya, this is incredible. He could see his surroundings in his mind, and the entire process had only taken a few seconds. Chu Tian. Yi Tianlang was standing in a cage. His devilishly handsome face was filled with a dark expression as he angrily gritted his teeth like a wild beast. It's time for you to pay a bit of interest for your actions. Luo Xianglong's rough black face also revealed a cold, killing intent. Your strength is so weak, you can deal with those wastes. Do you really think you can participate in the trial just because you have the qualifications? Since you've met us today, you'll stop here. Chu Xinghe did not say a word. He was wearing a white robe with a blue, sleeveless jacket. His hair was tied up in a jade crown, and he was wearing a black and gold cloak with a golden treasure sword hanging on his back. That treasure sword was slightly trembling. It was like a suppressed flood dragon that could fly out at any moment. Although he did not say a word, the dangerous aura that Chu Xinghe released was much stronger than those 2 barking cats and dogs. As soon as there was a chance, Chu Xinghe would make a move first, and those 2 fellows would not have a chance at all. Yun Yao was wearing a purple and blue cloak. A spirit orb that contained lightning energy slowly revolved around her body. Traces of dazzling lightning caused her hair to turn a deep blue. She said in a cold voice, "The training field is not a place for you to vent your personal grudges." Humph, humph, humph. It's not up to you. Luo Xianglong seemed to be afraid of Yun Yao's thunder spirit bead as he coldly said, "Yun Yao, standing on the wrong side is your biggest mistake. Pay the price for this." "Fuck you." Nangongyen's temper flared up as she loudly cursed. "Aren't you just relying on your higher cultivation base? If this old lady reaches the illustrious soul realm, I'll beat you like dogs." She was only cursing. Nangongyen was clear in her heart that her and Chu Tian's strength could not compare to the last of the 4 young masters, Yun Yao. The main reason was that the difference in cultivation base was too big. Not to mention that the 4 young masters were all talented people. This kind of gap in strength was hard to cross. Feng Kai Dai was wearing a palace dress. She held the divine wind sword in her hand and said with a frown, "Do you have to be this ruthless? Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for yourself? There is no hatred that can't be resolved, so why do you have to go against Chu Tian? Young Miss Feng, I respect you as Shen Fengho's daughter, so I won't make a move against you." Yi Tianlong's monstrous eyes flashed with a cruel glow. "But you're relying on Shen Fengho's power to interfere in a personal grudge. Aren't you meddling too much?" Yi Tianlang had a deep grudge with Chu Tian. Even if he could not kill someone in the trial space and was kicked out of the space, it was still a precious opportunity for him. Even if it was Shen Fengho, he could not use this reason to make a move against them, right? Outside Feng Kai Dai, everyone else had been killed. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Feng Han all had helpless looks on their faces. "I already said that I didn't want to come, but grandfather forced me in." Yun Xiao had a helpless look on his face. "This is good. I can't obtain the Central State Tower's treasure, and I might even be abused. Rather than being beaten to death, I might as well end my own life." Nan Gongyin loudly cursed. "Do you have any ambition?" At this time, the entire space began to tremble. Several white beams of light suddenly appeared in front of them and entered their bodies. Then they condensed into a necklace around their necks. There was a white jade token on the necklace that was glowing with a bright glow. The trial token has been activated. The trial token will control the trial's points. The longer the trial survives, the more points they will obtain. The trial's performance in the trial space will give them a chance to obtain extra trial points. The trial has officially begun. A voice sounded in the minds of the 10 people. It was cold and dry without any emotions. It was as if it was born to explain the rules. The little fox excitedly stretched out its head and pointed its claw at its neck. The little fellow was wearing a miniature jade token on its neck. Was there a problem with the trial space's programming? It was fine if this thing mixed in, but it actually became a trial participant? How did it look like a trial participant? That's good. One more trial. Wouldn't that mean one more prize? Just as the trial began, the surroundings began to tremble violently. The 10 of them could clearly see that the statues on both sides, which normally wouldn't move, were actually trembling. Large cracks appeared on the surface of the stone statues, and a terrifying aura was constantly erupting like a suppressed volcano. This is bad. The stone giants were about to awaken. Everyone revealed looks of shock. Even Chu Xinghe began to knit his brows. The stone giant guard released a strong aura. It seemed like it had reached the peak of the illustrious soul realm, almost reaching the true soul realm. This kind of terrifying existence. Even if it was Chu Xinghe, it would be hard to defeat one of them. Not to mention there were so many of them. Once the stone giant guards awakened, what the 10 of them faced was simply a disaster. The most terrifying thing was that the 10 of them were locked in a cage. If they could not escape from the cage in time, they would fall into the hands of the stone giant guards. Sword! Chu Xinghe gave a loud roar. The treasure sword came out of its sheath, and with a dragon's roar, a golden sword glow slashed at the cage. The cage shook a few times, and large amounts of runes appeared around it, forming a strong barrier. It actually absorbed Chu Xinghe's peerless attack. Yi Tianlang and Luo Xianglong attacked the cage with all their strength, but they were blocked by the cage's barrier. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Feng Han were all stunned. These fierce characters were already struggling to break out of the cage. So what chance did they have? With their weak strength, they could only watch as the stone giant came out and smashed them into meat patties. Nan Gongyin said in a depressed voice, "Boss, the situation is bad? What do we do?" "What are you panicking for? Don't you have me?" Chu Tian looked at her with a look of disdain. "You're the big sister in the eyes of your lackeys. How could you not have the courage to face a mountain collapsing in front of you?" Nan Gongyin spat out, If it was just jumping in front of me, this old lady wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But the problem is that it's about to hit me. Watch me. Chu Tian calmly walked in front of the cage and picked up the extremely complex cube lock. Shwa, 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 shwa. His hands moved like a phantom. This irregular 16 by 16 super complex cube was quickly moving under Chu Tian's fingers. It was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Ka 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 ka. After around 3 minutes, the cube let out a complex sound and all the dents were restored. The entire cube turned into a perfect square with source energy arrays on all 6 sides that were connected to each other. With a pun sound, the entire cube turned into dust. Chu Tian's jade token lit up and 2 sounds appeared in his mind. You have successfully escaped the cage. You have been awarded 5 trial points. You currently have 5 trial points. The cube lock has been successfully unlocked. You have been awarded 20 trial points. You currently have 25 trial points. Chu Tian gently pushed and the cage slowly opened. He casually walked out. When he saw the Chu, Luo, and Yi trio wildly attacking the cage, he gave a laugh. He deliberately walked around the cage of the 3 of them and said with a gaze of pity and ridicule, "Being uneducated is truly terrifying. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on." The 3 young masters' lungs were about to explode. How did this brat do it? That Rubik's Cube was not an ordinary toy Rubik's Cube. Each square was a rune, and each side was 16 times 16. The magic cube was not like an ordinary magic cube. An ordinary magic cube only needed the same color to be completed. The magic cube had no color. Instead, it arranged the same type of runes on the same side. And these runes were all ancient runes. It was already difficult for an ordinary person to understand one, let alone completely selecting them and classifying and reorganizing them. This kind of complex cube was not something a human could complete. How did he solve it? Nangong Yin excitedly shouted, "Boss! Too handsome! Help me open the cage." "Don't be anxious, I'm coming." Chu Tian walked in front of Nangong Yin and went around the iron cage to grab the cube. His hands quickly moved and the several hundred squares moved. In less than 3 minutes, he had completed it. With a prim sound, the magic cube lock had turned to ashes. A cold voice sounded in Chu Tian's mind. "Unlocked the cube. You have been awarded 20 trial points. You currently have 45 trial points. Unlocked the cube. You have been awarded 20 trial points. You currently have 65 trial points. Unlocked the cube. You have been awarded 20 trial points. You currently have 85 trial points." Chu Tian had unlocked 7 cubes and obtained a total of 140 trial points. Yun Yao, Feng Kai Dai Nangong Yin, and the others had successfully escaped the cage, so they each obtained 5 trial points. Chu Tian had a total of 145 trial points. What kind of concept was this? Chu Tian had looked through the notes of the previous participants. There were some participants that did not even have 100 or 200 trial points at the end of the trial. Chu Tian had obtained them from the very beginning. This was an unimaginable feat. The designer of the trial probably did not expect this kind of thing. The cube was a very difficult challenge. Opening one at a certain time was already very difficult. Not only did it require the wisdom of a great scholar, it also required a very fast calculation ability. Although the Rubik's Cube wasn't some ancient puzzle, there were only a few people who had been able to solve it in the past thousands of years. So there was a reward of 20 trial points. The designer of the trial would never have thought that there would be a person that could not only open their own cube, but would also have enough time to help others open their cube and use this method to obtain trial points. Chu Tian was this kind of monstrous talent. Opening 7 cubes was as simple as drinking water to him. Chu Tian took out the jade token on his chest and looked at it. There were a few ancient numbers floating on the jade token, which was 145. Even if Chu Xing had jumped out and killed Chu Tian with a single slash, Chu Tian could use his 145 trial points to exchange for several good elixirs. No matter what, he would not return empty-handed. Being cultured was being willful. Chapter 168. Chu Xinghe, Luo Xianglong, and Yi Tianlang were all stunned. What was happening? This bastard was cheating. Otherwise, how could this happen? Weren't you all very arrogant? Come out of the cage now. Nan Gongyan made a face at the three of them, revealing a provocative look. Yun Xiao muttered, "Let them continue to attack the cage. Let's quickly leave." If the cage was broken, it would truly be a tragedy. The three of them had high cultivations, and the cage was very hard to trap them for a long time, so they did not have much time left. They had to leave as soon as possible. What are you in a rush for? Chu Tian's eyes flashed with a crafty light as he revealed his signature bad smile. If we leave, wouldn't the three of them be lonely? How about we find a few companions and have fun with them? Everyone was confused. What did this mean? Where did these companions come from? It's them. Chu Tian pointed at the surrounding stone giant guards that were slowly releasing their seals. Everyone attack these fellows together and help them break their seals. So it was like this. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was too bad, but these fellows were this arrogant. They deserved this kind of treatment. Go. Yun Yao decisively threw out the Thunder Spirit Bead. The Thunder Spirit Bead was covered in intense lightning, and countless lightning snakes shot out, crazily attacking the stone giant that was breaking the seal. Large pieces of stone continued to fall from the stone giant's body. The other 6 were not idle as they began to attack the stone giant on the other side. When the stone giant was attacked, the speed at which the stone giant broke its body increased, and the speed at which it broke the seal increased. They're about to wake up. Run. The stone giant was a terrifying existence at the peak of the illustrious soul realm, with a destructive might that reached the true soul realm. In other words, the stone giant's attack was around the same level as Yun Tianhe and Chen Bingyu. Any one of them was enough to kill them all. So how could they dare to stay? After working together to bombard the rock giant, causing it to speed up the sealing process, the 7 of them ran away like a wisp of smoke. Damn! Luo Xianglong's eyes popped out as he angrily roared into the sky. Yi Tianlang was so angry that he vomited blood. This guy actually escaped again. At this moment, a terrifying aura filled the air, and the 2 stone giants that were blasted slowly stood up from the wall. Monstrous killing intent surged out, and a low and furious roar enveloped the entire space. Countless gravel shot out from its body and fell to the ground like raindrops. The scene was like a landslide. Not good. The 2 giants were completely resurrected. The 2 behemoths were almost 50 meters tall. In front of them, the tiny human was not even the size of a toe. He was as small as a lowly bug. After the seals on the 2 giants were completely undone, they revealed their incomparably thick, full-body armor, which emitted a metallic luster. Their incomparably huge bodies were almost wrapped up like iron cans. In the completely sealed peephole, only 2 glowing blue eyes could be seen. Trespassing into the forbidden area! Die! A terrifying sound wave erupted out majestically. Even with Luo Xianglong's and Yi Tianlang's cultivations, they were still shaken to the point where their blood began to boil. These giants were just too terrifying. The 2 giant guards roared and stood out from the walls on both sides. They each held a long battle axe in their hands and swung it high. A hurricane brewed on the blades of the axes as they chopped towards the 3 cages on the ground. Luo Xianglong's and Yi Tianlang's expressions changed. If these axes were to fall, the people in cages would be crushed. After all, this was an attack close to the true soul realm. No matter how amazing the 4 young masters were, how could they block it? It was a moment of life and death. Sword intent dragon, break. Chu Xinghe gave a sharp roar, and the sword in his hand turned into a wild, golden flood dragon. It spun at high speeds as it slammed into the cages, creating a hole in them. Go! Chu Xinghe's hands formed a sword seal. That sword nimbly turned in the air. It actually split into 2 in the air, then into 4, then into 8, and finally into 16 golden swords. A soaring sword intent surged in this part of the world. Yi Tianlang and Luo Jinshe revealed serious expressions. This is the imperial sword art! The several dozen swords turned into several streaks of golden light that surrounded the giants. When the 2 giants raised their axes, a peerless attack was about to fall. Cut! Chu Xinghe's hands came together. The golden swords released a bright glow that turned into a sharp golden sword glow. The 2 swords slashed at the giant's feet, cutting off the giant's tendons. Several more swords charged forward, turning into golden lights that slammed into the giant's chest. Pum! A terrifying sound rang out. The giant's chest was pierced through by Chu Xinghe's sword. These giants had very strong defenses, and their realms were much higher than Chu Xinghe's. Even in this kind of situation, Chu Xinghe was still able to pierce through them with a single slash. From this, one could see how powerful his attack was. The giant's body tilted. It almost fell down. The giant axes also changed direction and landed around the 3 cages. The fierce shockwave hit the cages and immediately weakened the seals and barriers on them. Good chance. Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlang attacked the cages at the same time. The cage finally couldn't withstand the force from the inside and outside, and it completely exploded. Kill! Luo Xianglong stomped on the ground, and his dark golden hair wildly danced. He was like an angry beast king as yellow spirit energy surrounded his body, finally forming the image of a giant beast. This beast was half dragon and half tiger. It had a long and narrow body that was covered in dragon scales, but it had the head of a tiger and 4 thick tiger claws. It was like a combination of dragon and tiger, giving it a very powerful aura. Lion-tiger dual phase. Luo Xianglong soared into the sky. One of his hands turned into the head of a lion and the other into the head of a tiger. Like a wild storm, he attacked the giant's body from the abdomen to the chest, and then from the chest to the head. In just a few seconds, he had thrown out over 100 punches. Every punch caused the giant's thick armor to cave in. Luo Xianglong was like a wild dragon that soared into the sky. Then he fell down like a cannonball, smashing into the giant's head. Dragon Tiger fall. A circular wave of air first spread out, followed by a loud explosion. The giant's huge body, which was kneeling on the ground, actually crushed the solid floor. The powerful force caused by this attack could be seen from this. Demon Wolf Transformation. Demon Body Transformation. Demon Wolf Prey. Yi Tianlang turned into dozens of wolves that continued to attack the giant's body. Finally, he sent out a fierce attack that caused the giant's 1,000-ton body to take 2 steps back. The 2 giants shook their heads and slowly stood up again. The injury to their tendons had already healed. The armor that was dented by Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlang's attacks was now bulging up and returning to its original state. Only Chu Xinghe's piercing attack could not be healed by the armored giants for the time being. Yi Tianlang and Luo Xianglong were both shocked. These giants were too strong. Even with their strength, it was impossible for them to defeat any one of them. There were at least hundreds of giant guards in this corridor, and if all of them were to wake up, it would be a disaster. Trespassing into the forbidden area. Die. The 2 giants once again raised their giant axes and slashed down at the 3 of them. Before the attack even arrived, a terrifying pressure filled the entire space, making it impossible for them to dodge. A light flashed in Chu Xinghe's eyes. His hands formed a sword seal. 16 golden treasured swords floated in the air and turned into an incomparably nimble golden thread. They circled around the giant's legs and climbed up, continuously cutting at the giant's leg muscles. The The two giants instantly lost their balance. Another treasure sword quickly flew out and passed by the giant's wrists. One of the giants lost its balance, and the axe it swung deviated, slamming into the giant's body. Hong hong! This attack was too strong. The three young masters were sent flying several meters by the strong astral wind. The giant's chest was completely broken, and the light in its eyes slowly disappeared. Finally, its body turned to stone again, and it turned into a giant statue. When the giant pulled the axe out of its chest, the giant, which had turned back into a statue, instantly shattered and turned into a huge pile of rubble. You have killed one giant puppet. You have obtained 5 trial points. You currently have 10 trial points. A voice appeared in Chu Xinghe's mind. Yi Tianlang and Luo Xianglong revealed a look of shock. He was truly worthy of being Chu Xinghe. The giant guard was strong, but it was still a puppet. It did not have a high level of benevolence, and its movement speed was relatively slow. It was impossible for the three of them to directly defeat the giant. But Chu Xinghe had used a method of luring the giant to attack the other giant, using the giant's strength to destroy the giant. Of course, this seemed easy, but it was actually very hard to do. The sword technique Chu Xinghe had just used was not the Chu family's sole sword secret art, but rather the ancient imperial sword technique that he had obtained from a sword cultivator's inheritance. What was the imperial sword technique? Using one's will to control the sword, killing enemies 1,000 miles away. This was a very ancient and powerful sword technique. The sword was like an extension of his arm to Chu Xinghe. Even if it left his body, he could still control it to attack. There's still one. Kill it. As long as we kill this one blocking the way, I'll be able to catch up and take care of those bastards. Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlang hated Chu Xinghe's group to the bone. With this giant blocking the way, the two of them did not dare to easily cross it. Chu Xinghe knit his brows and said, "With the strength of the three of us, how could it be easy to defeat this kind of existence? Don't waste too much spirit energy here. We'll go the other way." Yi Tianlang angrily roared out with unwillingness, "Are we going to let them go?" Chu Xinghe coldly said, "Since we're all in the giant's labyrinth, we'll meet them sooner or later. The other giants are about to awaken, so if we don't want to be killed, we'll immediately retreat." Actually, Chu Xinghe did not think that with their strength, they would be able to survive in this trial space. To chase after a few pieces of trash and place themselves in danger, that was clearly an irrational action. There were several hundred giants in the surrounding corridors. If these giants were to wake up, then the difficulty of escaping would increase by more than 10 times. So what if the three of them could go around the giant in front of them? This giant would definitely chase after the three of them. Moreover, with Chu Tian's craftiness, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't wake up more giants along the way. At that time, the three of them would be caught in a pincer attack. When all the giants woke up, the three of them would face a disaster. Good. Let's go. Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlang were not ordinary people. Although they were unwilling, they did not let their anger get to their heads. The three of them immediately ran in the opposite direction. This corridor was too long, and there were giants constantly waking up on both sides. The speed at which these giants woke up was different, and there were some that woke up earlier, posing a serious threat to the three of them. Chu Xinghe glanced around as if he had discovered something. The treasure sword flew through the air, through the ruins of the armored giants, and brought out several things. A map, a key. Chu Xinghe opened the map. This map had the entire giant's labyrinth on it, but it was written in ancient words, so Chu Xinghe could not understand it. But with a map, it was much more convenient. The three of them did not stop and quickly ran in the opposite direction. Too bad. This was the true meaning of the trial field. When a cultivator entered the trial field, they could not fight with a true soul realm giant. Even if their cultivation was at the true soul realm, it would be very hard to kill the giants in one move. Because the giants were too big, it was very hard to deal fatal attacks. The giants also had the ability to recover, so as long as a single attack did not kill the giant would recover in a short period of time. Wanting to survive in this kind of environment was too hard. Right now was the lowest level of difficulty. Once the trial space's environment was activated, it would not remain the same forever. Instead, it would continue to worsen over time. Eventually, more and more giants and monsters would awaken, and the traps would be activated more frequently. Even the monsters in the trial space would become more and more powerful as time passed. In the end, the giants might surpass the true soul realm, and their movements would not be as slow as they were now. They would move as if they were flying, and their moves would become richer. Some of them even had peerless techniques that could not be defended against. Other than that, there would be countless existences that were 10 times stronger than the giants. In short, the environment would continue to worsen until the cultivators could not hold on anymore. Chapter 169. Chu Tian led the 6 of them forward at full speed. The corridor is too long. We won't be able to leave for a while. Yun Xiao shouted as he ran. Those fellows won't take this chance to catch up, right? They won't, Chu Tian said with certainty. They will definitely go in another direction. Don't waste time. We need to move faster. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. The 7 of them circulated their spirit energy to the limit, and their bodies were covered in a glow of spirit energy. They rushed through the corridor as fast as they could, but they were still too slow. Dong, 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 dong. There was a series of earth-shaking footsteps. An incomparably burly armored giant slowly stood up in front of them. His entire body was covered in pitch-black armor, like a huge iron can. The T-shaped gap of the sealed helmet emitted a bluish-white light, and he held a long-handled hammer in both hands. Nan Gongyin cried out in shock. There really is such a big person in this world. Feng Kai Dai, Yun Xiao, and the others were all stunned. This was too shocking. It simply surpassed the limits of a human's imagination. Who had ever seen a person that was as big as a giant dragon? Even the heaviest ship in Central State City's docks could not compare to this. It was the size of several houses, and a single finger was thicker than a person's thigh. Just by standing in front of it, they could feel a suffocating pressure. The giant's body was covered in cold and heavy armor that was at least several hundred tons in weight. If it was melted down, it would be enough to create an army of weapons. How do we fight like this? Yun Xiao loudly shouted. His fart can send us flying into the sky, and his butt can kill us all. This was not an exaggeration. This giant was over 1,000 tons in weight. If Mount Tai came crashing down, even a 4th awakened soul layer cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Not to mention the fact that the giant itself was very strong. From all 4 sides of the arch, large hands reached out. There were even more giants awakening, and this place would soon be surrounded by giant guards. This was the first time Lin Mu, Feng Han, and Feng Kai Dai had participated in the trial for the first time. Their faces were all pale at this moment. This was the Central State trial? The difficulty was simply too great. It hadn't even been half an hour since the mystic realm had opened, and it was already difficult to survive. It was truly a mystery how some people in the past had managed to survive for more than 100 hours in the mystic realm. This was Yun Yao's 2nd time participating in the secret territory. Although this time's difficulty was unusually high, Yun Yao was still relatively calm among the crowd. Everyone, don't panic. It's impossible for a trial like this to leave no room for survival in the first place. Although this giant is very powerful, it's currently very slow. As long as you don't touch it, there's a chance you can avoid it. Indeed, Chu Tian solved the Rubik's Cube lock at a godly speed, and the 7 of them left the cage in time. Even under such circumstances, they still encountered a giant guard holding a giant hammer. The trial wouldn't force people into a dead end right from the start. Then there was only one possibility. The giant hammer giant was an escape test set in the trial. No matter how fast you escaped, you would definitely encounter this giant. The only way to escape was through the giant hammer giant. Trespassing into the forbidden area. Die. A wave of sound waves rolled out. The surrounding walls trembled, and the dust on the ground was blown into the air. The visibility was greatly reduced. They could only see an armored giant holding an incomparably thick giant hammer, taking a shocking step forward. A wild energy that could be seen with the naked eye was gathering on the hammer. Everyone felt their chests become heavy as their blood surged. They were simply unable to breathe, but their hearts relaxed. As expected, it wasn't fast enough. Whether it was the ability to move or gather energy, it was very slow. This meant that they had enough time to react. Wild lightning gathered in the thunder spirit bead. The thunder spirit bead turned into a giant bolt of lightning that slammed into the giant's head. Sparks flew, and even the helmet began to melt. Nangonyan was filled with joy. Its head has exploded. It's dead. Yun Yao was truly worthy of being in the fourth awakened soul layer. Her destructive power was not something the other 6 could compare to. The Thunder Source Spirit's destructive power was very strong, and adding in the Thunder Spirit Bead's effect. The destructive power of her attack was even stronger than Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlong's full-strength attacks. The giant was hit by this fierce attack and was forced back a few steps, but it did not fall. Chu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. This isn't right. Be careful. Half of the armored giant's head had been blown to pieces, but it seemed like nothing had happened. The giant hammer continued to fall and hit the ground in front of it. A terrifying shockwave was released. The entire floor began to crack. That terrifying shockwave covered the sky and swallowed the 7 of them. Chu Tian and Nangonyan's starlight crystals began to crack, almost completely shattering. Feng Kai Dai, Yun Xiao Linmu, and Fong Han all spat out blood from the shockwave. Yun Yao's cultivation was deep, but she had used her spirit energy to attack, so she was caught off guard and was injured. This fellow was too strong, although the hammer had missed. Just the shockwave alone had almost killed them. Yun Xiao climbed up with great difficulty, but his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. He couldn't help thinking, if his elder sister had not forced the giant back a step and the giant hammer had smashed down, what would have happened? Just the shockwave alone would have been enough to kill half of the people here. This cold and silent armored giant slowly raised the giant hammer again. A pair of emotionless eyes stared at the tiny humans as the part of its head that had been hit by the Thunder Spirit Bead began to heal. It seemed like it did not care about this bit of damage at all. That surging energy began to condense. Quickly run. How could they not run? This fellow's skin was very thick. Even Yin Yao could not do anything to it. The others might not even be able to break through its defense. The 7 of them passed through the giant's feet and quickly escaped from the giant's side. It was a good thing that the giant was very slow, so it condensed energy very slowly. When the giant slowly turned around, the 7 of them had already run over 20 feet away. The heaven-shaking giant hammer slammed down once again. An incomparably strong shockwave was sent out. Fuck! How can we live? This trial is too abnormal. The shockwave caught up in an instant, and a violent thrust came from behind. The 7 of them were like insects in a gale, and they were instantly blown high into the air. After crossing a distance of several dozen meters, they fell in a mess in the corridor. Because they were far away, the shockwave still caused quite a bit of damage. The armored giant silently raised the giant hammer. It was like an ice-cold killing machine, without pity or emotion. If one attack didn't kill them, then it would attack twice. If 2 attacks didn't kill them, then it would attack 3 times until they died. The meaning of its existence, it was like this. It's chasing us again. Quickly run. The 7 of them continued to run. The armored giant raised the giant hammer and chased after them. Every time the giant hammer fell, it meant that a terrifying storm would erupt. The 7 of them were blown away again and again, but they quickly crawled back up and continued to run. This won't do. We'll be caught. My bones are broken. I can't run anymore. Chu Tian picked up Yun Xiao, who had a broken leg, and continued to run. But running like this was not a solution. There were already several people who were heavily injured, so it was impossible for them to block the giant's attacks. A light flashed in his eyes. Fong Han, freeze the ground. Fong Han revealed a look of understanding. He released his ice giant source spirit, and wherever it went, a thick and smooth layer of ice would form on the ground. The giant carrying the sledgehammer caught up, but when his iron boots stepped on the solid ice, he immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground with a loud bang, as if a mountain of gold and jade had been toppled over. This is a good chance. Quickly, quickly, quickly run. This was bullying the giant's low intelligence. Chu Tian could only think of this method. In terms of destructive might, it was already close to the true soul realm. Every time it released a shock wave, the 7 of them would be in a sorry state. If they were hit by this hammer, they would be instantly wiped out. No matter how heaven-defying Chu Tian's knowledge was, there was nothing he could do against such a giant wearing a lump of iron, especially in the case of a battle. Fong Han ran while creating a smooth mirror of ice on the ground. Before the giant could even take 2 steps, it fell down again. After falling down a few times, the 7 of them had already disappeared without a trace. Damn, we've escaped with our lives. Yun Xiao held onto a pillar and spat out a large mouthful of blood on the ground. He began to violently cough. It hurt so much, my lungs might have already been broken into pieces. Fong, Katie's jade face, was also pale. She covered her mouth as she coughed, and blood flowed out from between her fingers. It was clear that she had suffered a heavy internal injury. Lin Mu and Fong Han were not any better than Yun Xiao. They did not even have the strength to run. Yun Yao revealed a serious frown. This year's trial is much harder than last year's. Only Yun Yao, who had a high cultivation base, and Nangong Yun and Chu Tian, who had a strong defense, had not suffered any serious injuries. This was all because they had been lucky. This giant looked stupid, slow, and rigid. Otherwise, no one would have been able to walk out alive. With my current condition, I'm afraid I can't walk anymore. Fong Kai Dai clutched her chest and revealed a painful expression. I don't want to drag you down. Don't worry about me. Chu Tian knit his brows. This was not good. The problem was that they had all suffered serious internal injuries, so it was impossible for them to escape from the fierce pursuit. The most terrifying thing was that the trial had just begun. When they met the giant again, they would be even faster and have higher intelligence. They would even have martial arts and cultivation techniques. With several heavily injured people, how could they continue? Chu Tian took out the jade bottle from his chest. This was the life bottle from the ancient tomb, and it could automatically store life essence water. It could quickly heal their injuries, but there were too many injured people, and a single bottle of life essence water was not enough. Yun Xiao said with a bitter expression, I don't want to play any more. This is not a place for people to stay. Old sister, elder sister, boss, you 3 don't need to care about me. You can walk by yourselves. Yin Yao gave a bitter laugh. This couldn't be blamed on him. It was because this trial was too abnormal. Lin Mu suddenly said, I have a way to heal myself. Stand by my side. Fong Han walked to Lin Mu's side first. Yun Xiao and Fong Kai Dai were stunned for a few seconds before they took the initiative to stand by him. Lin Mu suddenly released his spirit energy, and a giant willow tree grew from behind him. There was a green light that was like a drizzle that covered the injured people. An incredible scene occurred. The 4 of them felt their injuries quickly turn for the better. Lin Mu's willow tree source spirit went from being filled with vitality to quickly withering away. After the 4 of them were healed, the entire willow tree became dry and bare. Yun Xiao said in a surprised voice, Old brother, you're not bad. This source spirit can even heal injuries. It's not healing, it's just absorbing damage. Lin Mu had consumed a lot of spirit energy, and his head was covered in sweat. As he stood on the bare willow tree, he gave a bitter smile and said, "My source spirit has been temporarily crippled, so I won't be able to use it for 4 hours. Everyone, try not to get injured during this time." They couldn't be injured for 4 hours? This would be very hard to achieve. A furry little head popped out from Chu Tian's clothes. It pointed to the left with a claw and let out a warning sound. "There's a situation." A large group of black things surged out from the inside. Looking over, there were around 50-80 of them. These fellows were not large giants, but each of them was more than 3 meters tall, more than 3 times the size of a human. They only wore a pair of shorts and were bare-chested. In their hands were hammers, long blades, and other weapons. Some of them were even holding crossbows. They aggressively pounced on the group of people. "It's a Cyclops." There were too many of these strange people. It was simply a small army. They moved very quickly, like hungry wolves charging at their prey. Chapter 170. These one-eyed humanoid monsters had reddish-brown skin that had a rough, rock-like texture. Their muscles were tight and they were incomparably strong. Their lower bodies were covered in an apron like metal armor, and their large feet only had 3 toes. Most of them had weapons in their hands. In the era that Chu Tian lived in, these creatures had been extinct for over 10,000 years. Cyclopes, also known as cave dwellers, were half intelligent and half wild beasts. Their intelligence was very low, but they had a special ability. Because of their cruel nature, their attacks were very strong. Chu Tian shouted, "Be careful of their eyes." It was too late. The Cyclops' eyes released a strong, cold glow. Nangong Yun and Yun Yao were prepared to fight back, but they were suddenly hit by this cold light. They felt a spiritual energy enter their brains, making their bodies turn stiff. It was like they were petrified, unable to move. "This is bad. I can't move." This was a kind of innate skill of the Cyclopes. They could release a numbing light, but this numbing effect did not come from their body. It used spiritual energy to numb their limbs, making them lose control of their body. However, this spiritual energy was transmitted through the light. If they closed their eyes and didn't look at the light, they wouldn't be numbed. There was no other way. They could only fight. The little fox spat out a scarlet red needle that pierced through the Cyclopes' heads, killing one of them on the spot. The netherworld sword was covered in blue and white flames as it suddenly turned into a burning sword glow that stabbed at the Cyclops. It immediately cut off one of the Cyclops' heads. There were many Cyclopes, but their strength was average. They had the destructive power of a triple awakened soul. Because they didn't have any cultivation techniques, they could only fight with their innate skills, so their battle strength wasn't that strong. So, a Cyclopes shot an arrow at him. Dang! This strong arrow hit Chu Tian's shoulder, forcing Chu Tian out of his invisible state. The Cyclopes' eyes were very special. Not only could they release special attacks, they could also see through illusion techniques. With Chu Tian's cultivation, it was hard for him to hide from the Cyclopes' eyes. It was a good thing he had the starlight immortal body. Otherwise, Chu Tian would have been heavily injured. 2 more Cyclopes charged at him, and Chu Tian quickly raised his sword to block them. The moment he swung his hammer down, the ground around him caved in. Fortunately, it wasn't an ordinary weapon. Otherwise, the 2 hammers would have broken it. Get lost. The demon god sword source spirit soared into the sky, and the ferocious aura forced the giants back 2 steps. The sword glow increased by several times, and it slashed out in a circle, sending 2 Cyclopes' heads flying. Nangong Yun and Yun Yao gradually regained their senses. "Let's go together!" Nangong Yun relied on the starlight immortal body and closed her eyes as she charged forward. She was like an angry fireball as she knocked over 3-4 Cyclopes. She lifted a 2-ton Cyclopes with both hands and threw them several meters away, creating a large hole in the ground. Yun Yao and Feng Katie's attacks were far away, so they covered the 2 of them from afar. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fong Han were the weaker ones, so they did not dare charge forward to fight the fierce Cyclopes. They could only guard Yun Xiao and Fong Katie's side, blocking the Cyclopes' arrows for them. When the Cyclopes managed to escape, the 3 of them would charge forward to take care of them. The 7 of them fought against 10 times the number of Cyclopes. Although they fought with all their strength, they still managed to hold on. At this time, from the tunnel in front of them came the roars of Cyclopes. Several dozen Cyclopes charged forward like hungry wolves, preparing to join the battle. Nangong Yin knocked down a Cyclops and sat on its body, smashing its head into mush. A gust of wind blew as a hammer smashed into Nangong Yin's back. The starlight glass shattered and Nangong Yin was sent flying several meters away. 4 or 5 Cyclopes charged forward, but large amounts of sword chi and lightning shot out, causing the Cyclopes to cry out. Nangong Yin took this chance to jump up. The starlight immortal body had mostly recovered, and she kicked out, sending a Cyclope's head flying into its chest. We can't kill them all. There are too many. When she saw the Cyclopes' reinforcements arrive, she revealed a helpless look. These Cyclopes were too strong, and the 7 of them had a hard time dealing with 10 times their numbers. Now that a large group had appeared, how could they deal with them? But there was no way out. The left and right sides were surrounded by Cyclopes, and they couldn't go through the back corridor. There were giant guards there, and each one was 100 times stronger than the Cyclopes. Gigi! The little fox stood up, and with a leap, it turned into a gray mist in the air, suddenly disappearing without a trace. Almost at the same time, the little fox appeared in front of the Cyclopes that had come to support them. Its 4 claws were on the head of the Cyclopes. The Cyclopes gave a wild roar as it slapped the little fox. In the end, it slapped its face and knocked itself to the ground. The little fox had already turned into a gray mist and disappeared. It appeared on the face of the second Cyclopes and used its claws to stab at its eye. Ayo! The Cyclopes were enraged and slammed their hammers at it. Pa! Blood flowed from their heads. Another Cyclopes knocked itself to the ground. The little fox used a strange movement technique and teased all of the Cyclopes. This time the Cyclopes were all enraged, and they all stood up with blood flowing from their heads. They raised their weapons and chased after the little fox. Gigi! The little fox brought the large group of Cyclopes and danced around in the open area while waving its hands at Chu Tian, telling Chu Tian to hurry up. Chu Tian laughed. Little fellow, you're quite something. Help me hold on for a minute. The others never thought that a normal little fox would be able to stall several Cyclopes at this critical moment, giving the 7 of them precious time to catch their breath. It was all thanks to the Cyclopes' low intelligence and wild temperament. Otherwise, anyone with a bit of a brain would not have been attracted by this little thing. Chu Tian and Nangong Yun charged through the Cyclopes. Feng Kai Dai and Yun Yao attacked from afar, while Yun Zhao's group of 3 supported them. The Cyclopes fell to the ground one by one, and the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They worked together to take care of the remaining Cyclopes. At this time, the Cyclopes that were dancing with the little fox were already bleeding from their heads and heavily injured. What made them not know whether to laugh or cry was that these injuries were caused by each other and some were caused by themselves. Let's go. After a few more rounds of attacks, the Cyclopes were all lying on the ground. Eliminate the giant labor team. You have been awarded 3 trial points. You currently have 148 trial points. Eliminate the giant labor team. You have been awarded 2 trial points. You currently have 150 trial points. On the trial necklaces on everyone's chests, the glowing numbers began to move and they all increased by a few points. The 2 Cyclopes were completely eliminated. Chu Tian obtained 5 trial points, Nangong Yin obtained 4, Yun Yao and Feng Kai Dai each obtained 3, and Yun Zhao's group of 3 each obtained 2 points. Stingy! A magic cube still gave 20 points. Of course, to the trial designer, The difficulty of solving a Rubik's Cube was probably much higher than defeating an armored giant. One's actions and performance in this trial could be rewarded, and the rewards were directly linked to the difficulty. Yun Xiao suddenly said in a surprised voice, "Look! The Cyclopes' corpses have disappeared." The Cyclopes on the ground became transparent one by one, and all of them disappeared without a trace. This was not strange at all. In this trial space, it was impossible for everything to be real. It was a combination of illusion and matter. The Cyclopes and the giant guards were all simulated by the trial's illusion array. They seemed to have left something behind. Yun Xiao walked over to where the Cyclopes had disappeared and picked up a bronze key. "There's also one here." Nangongyin was in the middle of the second wave of Cyclopes, and she also picked up a bronze key. Yun Yao was not surprised and explained, "It's just spoils of war. After a battle in the trial space, there's a chance of obtaining spoils of war. It could be elixirs, weapons, or even items that can be used in the trial space. What use does this key have?" "There will be treasure chests in the trial space, and the key can open the treasure chest of the corresponding quality." Nangongyin held the key with a curious expression. This sounded a bit interesting. She never thought that the trial tower designer would have a talent for entertainment. "We can't stay here for long, let's quickly leave." There were two paths to choose from. One was the place where large amounts of giant labor appeared, and the other was a place where they did not know the situation at all. After a simple discussion, they decided that they should go to the passage where the Cyclopes appeared. The Cyclopes were very fierce, but it was not impossible to fight against them. The Cyclopes were called giant labor in the trial space, so in this trial space the Cyclopes were the lowest level monsters. There was no safe place in the trial space, and there were too many unknown paths, so it was better to go to the giant labor's nest. After walking through the long corridor, a giant palace appeared in front of them. The size of this palace was around the same as the central state city square. There were all kinds of stones and wood scattered all over the ground. There were several hundred Cyclopes currently moving materials to the center, as if they were building a tower. The tower was already half completed. When Chu Tian looked over, he suddenly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Starlight stones. There are actually several large pieces of starlight stones embedded in the top of the tower. Nangongyin noticed that there were several gems at the top of the tower that were glowing with starlight. Nangongyin was very familiar with this kind of starlight energy because it could be extracted from meteor grass. Only the starlight energy extracted from the meteor grass was very weak. This starlight stone's starlight energy is equivalent to 100,000 pieces of meteor grass. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. This thing can allow our starlight immortal body to evolve from the small success glass body to the diamond body. Nangongyen's body trembled. If it was like this, then these gems were priceless treasures to them, even if they did not obtain anything from this trial. Just these starlight stones would make this trip worth it. Chapter 171. Several hundred giant laborers were wearing apron-like armor, carrying large pieces of fine iron and wood. Some were breaking stones, some were chopping wood, and some were hammering against each other. It was bustling with activity, completely not noticing the intruder that was sneaking into the main hall. The copper lamp was dim, and the starlight stone was suspended high in the tower, but it was enough to illuminate the entire main hall. There were many giant laborers here, and it would be very troublesome if they fought, so they had to be careful when taking the starlight stone. The little fox volunteered itself to ask Chu Tian for help. Chu Tian was skeptical. "You can do it?" The little fox proudly raised its head. To this smart fox, this was a piece of cake. Then its sparkling eyes flashed a few times, and it rubbed its claws a few times. Then it pointed at its mouth, revealing a look of anticipation. Nangongyin could not understand at all. What is it saying? It's almost finished eating. It's saying that if we do this, we'll give it more. It even knew how to discuss conditions with its master. The little fox's intelligence was very incredible. "Relax." Chu Tian rubbed the little fellow's furry head. When have I mistreated you? The little fox rolled its eyes like a human. Yun Xiao said from the side, Boss, it seems like you're not good to it normally. Bullshit. Chu Tian turned his head to look at him. Do you think this little thing is easy to raise? Father's savings have all been eaten by it. They had brought back a large amount of corpse cores from the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. But what was the result? There were only 2 left. There was no lack of corpse cores from a 1,000-year-old corpse monster. That was a terrifying existence that surpassed the awakened soul realm. A single corpse monster's corpse core was very expensive and other than the ones that were given to the Flame Ghost brothers. The rest had all entered this fellow's stomach. Who knew what kind of creature this fellow was? No matter what it only ate and didn't poop. Chu Tian tapped the little fox's head. Quickly go! The little fox let out 2 woo-woo sounds and suddenly jumped out. It turned into a gray fog and disappeared from Chu Tian's hand. It instantly traveled 100 meters and landed on the ground. With another jump, it turned into a gray fog and traveled another 100 meters. Yun Yao and the others were shocked. It's simply teleportation. Its battle strength isn't that great, but its movement technique is very strong. What was the use of the little fox? Chu Tian was confused. The little fox's battle strength was close to 0. Other than picking up a needle and launching sneak attacks, it had no battle value at all. However, the little fox's perception was very strong. There were many fluctuations and energies that even Chu Tian couldn't sense, but the little fox could sense them in time. Other than that, although the little fox was born with an extremely mean and evil nature, it was the nemesis of evil and demons. When he fought with demonic cultivators because it could restrain demonic arts, it was of some help to Chu Tian. The little fox stared at the labor's big round eye. The labor had just been carrying a piece of iron. So how could he have expected to encounter such a sinister sneak attack? He cried out and subconsciously covered his eyes. When he loosened his grip, the falling piece of iron smashed into his feet. He jumped up and down in pain, and his comical appearance was like he was dancing. The second, the third, the fourth, the little fox aimed at their eyes and passed by several cyclopes in a short period of time. Each person was hit, and the several cyclopes all cried out, Roar, roar, roar! How could these violent cyclopes tolerate such an arrogant little fellow? They all put down what they were doing and angrily gathered. The little fox saw that the situation was bad and ran away. Then, several hundred large and strong humanoid monsters formed a long line. They held giant hammers and large blades in their hands as they charged forward with killing intent. They were chasing after a little fox that was not even as big as a rabbit. The little fox ran away while waving its claws at Chu Tian. The giants have been led away. Let's go. Chu Tian jumped onto the high tower to grab the starlight stones. Not bad. There were 6 or 7 of them, easily obtaining them. He never thought that it would be this smooth. Let's quickly escape. At this time, an angry roar rang out. Their expressions changed. What? There are still fish that escaped the net. From behind the high tower, 2 cold beams of light shot out. Nan Gongyan and Chu Tian quickly dodged, and 2 large holes appeared in the ground. 2 cyclopes that stood out from the rest rushed out. Their bodies were clearly more muscular, and they wore very thick armor. Their weapons and equipment were also of superior quality. Both of them had thick and long wolf fang meteor hammers. Yun Xiao knit his brows and said, Such a strong aura! They should be at the illustrious Soul Realm. Their realms are definitely higher than mine. Roar! Their skin turned scarlet red like they were using a wild cultivation technique. With a stomp of their right feet, the ground caved in and they turned into a blur as they charged forward. Their speed did not match their large bodies at all. So fast! We can't run away. Yun Yao's thunder spirit bead flashed and electricity surged around her, surrounding her in defense. The cyclopes touched the electricity, and were immediately blown away. When Chu Tian raised his sword to attack, a meteor hammer flew over. That meteor hammer was also covered in a scarlet red glow. Just like a powerful artillery shell, it slammed into Chu Tian's body. The air shook. Before the meteor hammer hit Chu Tian, a visible shockwave sent Chu Tian flying. Not to mention other people. Even Yun Yao at the fourth awakened soul layer could not block this kind of attack. The netherworld sword absorbed a portion of the damage, but most of it still landed. Chu Tian's starlight glaze was shattered inch by inch. He felt like several of his bones had been broken. He was sent flying and rolled a dozen meters away. He was in an extremely sorry state. "Are you all right?" "I won't die. Be careful." Chu Tian clutched his chest as he stood up. "They are using shockwave attacks." Yun Yao used the Thunder Spirit Bead to block them 10 meters away. "Don't let any attacks get within 10 meters of you. It's over if you're hit." The might of the two Cyclopes could instantly kill anyone here. Chu Tian was lucky that he was not killed, otherwise he would have been kicked out of the trial tower. "You guys support me." Yun Yao had the highest cultivation and the strongest battle strength here. This kind of illustrious soul realm monster. Of course, she had to make a move. Otherwise, Nangongyin would not be able to do it. Nangongyin and Chu Tian would deal with the triple awakened soul target. No matter how strong this target was, they were confident they could fight it. The fourth awakened soul layer and the triple awakened soul. On the surface, there was only a single level difference. But the difference was like heaven and earth. Lightning. Yun Yao called out 10,000 streaks of purple lightning. The other Cyclopes waved the meteor hammer, and when it was about to attack them, Yun Yao suddenly threw the Thunder Spirit Bead high into the air and slammed her palm onto the Thunder Spirit Bead. The bead was filled with powerful lightning, and it shot out like a meteor. The Thunder Spirit Bead and the meteor hammer collided. A purple electric current flowed through the chains of the meteor hammer and directly entered the Cyclope's body. A terrifying wave of lightning was released, and the Cyclope's body exploded, flying several meters away. Yun Yao's cultivation talent was not weak, and she had been trained by the Yun family for a long time, so there were few people who could match her in the same realm. Adding in the Thunder Spirit Bead's power, this attack was enough to heavily injure the Cyclopes. The other Cyclopes counterattacked. Lin Mu and Fong Han made a move at the same time. One summoned a tree root from the ground and quickly bound the Cyclopes, while the other summoned a cold wave to freeze the Cyclope's body. Although their cultivations were too high and it was impossible to control them, they could still restrain them for a while. Nangongyin took this chance to charge forward and kick the Cyclope's chest armor to pieces. The Cyclopes flew out like a ball. Yun Yao took this chance to call back the Thunder Spirit Bead. Gathering her strength, she circled around her and shot it at the Cyclopes again. Another Cyclopes fell to the ground. This time the two Cyclopes were heavily injured. The Cyclopes had strong attacks, but their defenses were weak. The Thunder Spirit Bead was a soul-contracting weapon like the Netherworld Sword, so it was very strong in the hands of the purple lightning young master Yun Yao. After two heavy attacks, their battle strength was greatly reduced. Kill! The few of them took the opportunity to charge forward and finally successfully killed the two powerful monsters. Chu Tian used his sword to support his body and took out a jade bottle from his chest. Drinking half a bottle of life essence water, his wounds quickly healed and he was no longer in danger. We've received a notification from the Trial Jade token. This monster is called a labor supervisor. It should be the leader of these labors. Is that so? Damn, no wonder it's so strong. Father's waist was almost broken. When the two labor supervisors' corpses disappeared, there was a scroll left behind by one of them. It was another spoil of war. Several people picked it up and saw that it was a map. The Giant's Labyrinth map. Everyone's spirits were shaken. The Giant's Labyrinth had been completely mapped out. Looking at the map, the Giant's Labyrinth was very complex. There were around 1 to 200 corridors with many forks in between. There were 80 to 90 halls, and they were all clearly marked on the map. Nangongyan flipped the map around a few times. What kind of words are these? I don't understand them at all. Map? Let me see it. Chu Tian looked at the map a few times. It's the ancient heaven race's language. Of course, an uncultured person like you wouldn't understand it. If anyone else said Nangongyan was uncultured, she would have broken their nose without saying a word. But when it came from Chu Tian's mouth, she didn't have any temper at all. What is the heaven race? It was a very, 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 very ancient race. When the Tian race ruled the continent, there weren't even any elves, not to mention the spirit beasts. As for the humans, I think they were in some barren cave in a barren land, dancing around a bonfire naked. The heaven race was a legendary race. It was said that the heaven race were the descendants of the great ancient era, the survivors of the great ancient continent. They controlled a part of the great ancient civilization, but most of it was not passed down, so it was a pity. You're saying that this trial tower is related to the heaven race? Not necessarily. The heaven race is too ancient, and there aren't many things from that era that can be preserved until now. This trial tower is clearly aimed at young people, so it isn't some high-level trial tower for the heaven race. It's possible that a later race dug out the fragments of the heaven race's trial tower and the low-level trial blueprints. Then they spent a large amount of manpower to restore it. That's not important, Nangongyan asked. Then quickly look at the map. Where should we go to be safer? We've been in the trial tower for 2-3 hours. The monsters should be getting stronger by now. If this continues, we won't even be able to beat the laborers. That was also true. When Chu Tian was about to look at the map, an angry roar came from the other side of the passage. What is that fellow doing? He actually came back? We still haven't left yet. Yun Shao looked around and was instantly stunned. It's over. This palace is a dead end. We'll definitely be discovered this time. The little fox charged into the main hall and was chased around in a very sorry state. This was strange. Wasn't it able to easily deal with these laborers? Why was it in such a sorry state now? When the 7 of them looked over, they all revealed an expression like they had seen a ghost. The appearance of the hundreds of slaves changed greatly when they left. Originally, they were only wearing trousers and skirts, but now they were all wearing fine leather armor. They held shields and big bows in their hands, just like a regular army that had just begun to take shape. The meteor hammer, pumpkin hammer, large blade, halberd, and bows were all aimed at the little fox. Rocks flew everywhere, and if it wasn't for the little fox's speed, it would have already been smashed to pieces. Damn it, they had all become supervisors. These idiots had been laborers a few minutes ago, but after being brought out by the little fox, they had all gone from laborers to foremen. Even a promotion couldn't be this fast, right? Then again, even if they were promoted, didn't they still need someone to do the work? How could they turn laborers into foremen? This didn't make any sense at all. Chu Tian did not have time to complain about the strange evolution of the trial space's designer. There were 400-500 laborers that had become supervisors and were charging forward. If each one was as strong as the 2 they had just met, then what was the point of fighting? The palace only had one exit. There was nowhere to run. Wait a minute. Chu Tian looked at his current position on the map and immediately found some clues. There's a dotted line on the back of the main hall. Dotted line. Why isn't it solid? This means it is a secret passage. Quickly find it. Chapter 172. Even if the monsters in the trial space became stronger, it should be a gradual process. It was like these laborers had eaten aphrodisiac, instantly increasing their strength. Who could endure this? Could it be that this was the price of stealing the Starlight Stone? The Starlight Stone was a very precious material, and the more precious it was, the greater the price one had to pay. So the trial space automatically made it, so that as long as the Starlight Stone was taken, the laborers would level up? No matter what the reason was, it was not important. These labors had broken through the triple awakened soul layer and were close to the illustrious soul realm of the fourth awakened soul layer. Moreover, they had basic martial arts and cultivation techniques, so their battle strength could not be compared to before. The 500 Cyclopes were all very strong. They were around 4 meters tall and weighed 1 to 2 tons. They were like a large group of war chariots, with an aura that did not lose to a human army of several tens of thousands. If they were surrounded, they would not be able to escape. Nan Gong-yin shouted in a pleasantly surprised voice, "I found it!" On the wall of the main hall, there was a very large, rectangular, golden book. It was like a piece of steel embedded in the wall, and it was hard to see from afar. But from a close distance, one could see that there was a gap in the thick metal. So it should be a door. Nan Gong-yin gathered her strength and slammed into it. In the end, the door did not open, and she was sent flying. "Stupid! You can't open it with brute force. This is a secret locked door." Chu Tian walked over and searched for a bit. He immediately found several small squares that could be moved, and each square had a very complex rune engraved on it. A jigsaw puzzle? Cover me. Feng Kai-dai looked at the aggressive group of Cyclopes. "I'm afraid it's too late." 10 seconds is enough. Chu Tian used his spirit energy to control the metal squares and quickly move them up and down. The rules to open the door were very simple. As long as he moved the squares a certain number of times and made them form a correct source energy array, he could open the door. The rules were very simple, but it was very hard to do. First of all, no one knew what the original diagram looked like. Even if it was a jigsaw puzzle, shouldn't they at least use the original diagram as a reference? There was no reference here, and compared to a picture, the densely packed runes and diagrams were much more complicated, making it impossible to find any pattern. The worst part was that this puzzle had a limited number of moves. If the number of moves exceeded the limit, then the squares would be messed up again, forcing the player to start all over again. If this map was placed in the central state city Yunsect, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to complete it. Not only did Chu Tian have to complete it in a short period of time, but he also had to face the threat of a large group of laborers. Is this a magic show? How was this possible? The large group of giant laborers was only a few dozen feet away from the secret door. Some of them even pulled their bows and shot out powerful arrows. Block it. Nan Gong-yan's dense spirit energy transformed into a fist wind that deflected the arrow. A bolt of purple lightning soared into the sky. The thunder spirit bead turned into a blur as it quickly flew around, releasing hundreds of bolts of lightning that weaved into a dense net of lightning. When the giants in front wanted to approach, they were sent flying by the lightning. Wind Cloud Sword Song. Feng Kai-dai called out several dozen streaks of sword chi. Like a blue wave, they charged at the laborers. They used all their strength to block it, but the monsters were too big and they were all very fierce. They could not withstand the fierce impact at all. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before they started fighting. Once the Cyclops came within 30 feet of them, they would be able to kill everyone in an instant. Chu Tian was completely focused on the secret door. Everything seemed to have nothing to do with him. The runes and arrays on the square seemed to gradually come to life. They all peeled off from the metal plate and floated in the air. They connected with each other and formed a complete circle. Shwa, 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 shwa. Chu Tian continued to move the squares, piecing them together one by one. A complex, yet complete circle was slowly formed. When Chu Tian moved the last square, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A soft sound rang out. The entire source energy array began to glow. Countless runes quickly spread out, gradually connecting with the giant door. Finally, with the sound of a mechanism being activated with a caw sound, a crack appeared on the metal door. A voice sounded in his mind. The secret puppet door has been successfully opened. You have obtained 20 trial points. You currently have 170 trial points. The door is open. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fang Han immediately retreated and slowly pushed open the giant door. Chu Tian turned around and shouted, "Let's go!" The 7 of them retreated behind the giant door. Countless laborers charged forward, preparing to break open the secret door. The heavenly thunder spirit bead released a glow, and countless arcs of lightning shot out, forcing the laborers back. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fang Han used all their strength to push open the incomparably heavy metal door, once again closing it. It was truly a close shave. The little fox crawled back onto Chu Tian's shoulder and licked its claws, revealing an embarrassed look. "It's been hard on you." Chu Tian rubbed the little fellow's head. "You've done another great merit." The little fox nodded in satisfaction. It had not wasted its energy. Yun Xiao was very serious. The monsters in the trial field have already begun to strengthen. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for long. Surviving for 3 days and 3 nights is too hard. Everyone had depressed looks on their faces. The trial space could be open for 3 days, and only 3 hours had passed. If the monsters continued to strengthen, wouldn't the laborers be able to fly in 2-3 days? There was no need to mention the other strong monsters, those several dozen-meter tall giant guards. After 3 days, they would be as light as swallows and would be incomparably strong. The designer of this secret realm really has no brains. Nan Gongyin was very angry. This trial tower only allows awakened soul cultivators under 30 years old to enter. I don't believe that the ancient people who entered the secret realm were all true soul realm experts. Even if there were true soul realm experts, it would be hard for them to survive in this kind of environment. Those giants are not inferior to true soul realm experts at the start, so after several hours, they would have grown wings and flown. "You're all wrong," Chu Tian said. "The difficulty of this secret realm is based on the strength of the participants. The Central State 4 young masters are stronger than any of the previous Central State City trials, so they have increased the difficulty of the trial. In other words, even if 10 true soul realm experts came in, they would not be as relaxed as us. They would encounter more trouble. Otherwise, the trial would lose its meaning. What should we do now? If we stay here without moving, the trial space will summon even more monsters, so we need to move." Chu Tian carefully looked at the map a few times. Strange. "What's wrong?" Chu Tian showed the map to everyone. "The secret passage is a dotted line that leads to a place. There is no terrain marked, and there is no name written on it. Does this mean it's a hidden map? Who cares? There's no turning back anyways." Chu Tian put away the map, and they walked into the long corridor. Hong, hong, hong. The surroundings began to shake. Yun Xiao looked at the 2 sides of the corridor and immediately began to curse. "Fuck! It's another passage filled with giant guards." This giant corridor was exactly the same as the one in the giant's labyrinth. On the left and right sides, there were many arched spaces, and each space had an incomparably large giant sealed inside. Once a person approached, the giant guards would awaken. The speed at which the giant guards awakened in this corridor was much faster than in the first corridor. Run. This thing was not a joke. The might of a single one was enough to wipe out the entire team. Other than running, there was no other choice. The 7 of them began to run, running as fast as they could. The corridor began to violently shake. Large amounts of stone fragments fell from left and right. When the 7 of them ran to the center, the giant guards at the front came out. They were 50 meters tall and had large, majestic bodies. The aura they gave off made people's hair stand on end, making their hearts tremble. "Fuck! They're awake. Hurry up." Behind the 7 of them, one giant after another stood out and chased after them with earth-shattering strides. Although the 7 of them had already run more than half the distance in the corridor, this group of giants was much faster than the one that blocked their way before. With a single step, they could cross a long distance. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they caught up. Chu Tian quickly gave the order, "Release the ice. Release the ice." Fong Han ran at the back of the team. He released his ice giant source spirit, and a white mist of spirit energy was released onto the ground. Wherever Fong Han ran, the ground was covered in a thick layer of ice that was as hard as iron. 5, 10, 20. More and more giants were awakening in the corridor. Under the full force of the 7 of them, Yun Xiao and the others with weaker cultivations were already beginning to feel tired. But at this critical moment, a giant door suddenly opened in front of them. The door was lit up, and it seemed like it was a passage. "We're finally here. Yun Yao, Kaidai, go in first. Close the door." This corridor was not long for the giants, but it was a completely different concept for humans. The 7 of them wildly ran for over 10 minutes before finally finding the exit. Feng Kaidai and Yun Yao were the fastest, so they rushed in before the other 5. Then they used all their strength to slowly close the giant metal door. The moment the thick metal door was about to close, the other 5 arrived at the same time. They jumped out at the same time and entered the gap. Dong dong! Several muffled sounds came from the giant door. The entire space shook as the giants pounded on the giant door. But the lucky thing was that this door was very strong. Once it was closed, even the strongest giant would not be able to break it. The 7 of them almost collapsed. Chu Tian finally realized a fact. Actually, the greatest taboo in the trial was internal strife. The trial was set according to the team's overall strength, so the participants had to work together to have a chance of passing the trial. Chu Xinghe's group of 3 was filled with hatred, causing the 10-man team to split up. Chu Tian's group of 7 was even weaker, so it was very difficult for them to move forward. "We're finally safe. The problem is, where is this place?" Everyone stared at the space in front of them. The passage seemed to have been cut off in front of them, so what appeared in front of them was a bottomless abyss. It was pitch black, and they couldn't see the bottom. They couldn't help feeling a chill in their hearts. "Quickly look at the map." Chu Tian opened the map and walked through the hidden passage. There was no mark on the map, but now an archipelago of terrain appeared. There were a few words written in the Heaven race language. "Giant hive." "Giant hive? What is this?" Lin Mu shouted. "There's a stone bridge in front of us." Everyone looked over and was dumbfounded. This was a stone bridge that spanned across the void. The entire world was pitch black, empty, and desolate. This bridge seemed to pass through the boundless outer space, giving off a strange feeling of loneliness as well as a sense of insecurity.